Is this the bit where we do a cold open, talking about the cold open again? Yeah, that's how we do it.
Always
That's how we do it.
I like it. You could have warned me, but it's cool. I don't mind.
Drinker cannot be seen without his glasses on.
I know. People think I don't actually have eyes, so don't want to spoil the illusion. Hi, everyone.
Evening
Howdy,
chat.
all.
Hello.
I've got this image in my mind of the drinker getting punched, like when Neo punches Agent Smith and breaks his glasses, and Smith gets incredibly pissed off.
I like
similar
the
thing.
idea that I could take these off and there would just be another pair of glasses underneath. It's just an infinite number, just ready to go.
Didn't they do something like that in Airplane, if I recall correctly? There was like, he took his sunglasses
think
off.
so.
There was
Most I
another
remember is the meme that has that. It's just like the repetitive, constant take the glasses off. But
Yeah. So what's the deal? Are you guys going to do are you going to have like an intro eventually? Are you going to get someone to do it, or are you just
Platoon and I
gonna
are both musicians, and I was thinking how cool it would be to co-write it, but we actually have to sit down outside the chat at some point and hash that out, I think.
It did get. It took us. Was it 2 months before we decided on the name? And that was 2 months of doing a show without a name before we finally decided we'd go with the one we came up with as a placeholder. So if it took that long to do a name, I suspect doing a song might take longer. But eventually that would be good.
I can recommend a guy who did like the open bar intro, and he can do a wide variety of different stuff, and he might be good for you. But
Okay.
Anyway.
Take
I'm
your
also
comment.
taking, after I release my Guardians review tomorrow, I'm taking a couple of weeks and not doing jack shit. So I think I'm going to, maybe I'll sit down and hash out a couple things. Send them over to you to Platoon. We'll figure it out.
Yeah, you lucky person.
I like how we're live and we're just totally discussing housekeeping stuff. Hi everyone, don't mind us.
Hey, everybody.
That's just how the show opens up
You
always.
tuned in
is,
for movie
it
chat, did you? Well,
Yeah.
no, we're going to talk the intricacies of YouTube channel development right here.
We'll get there eventually. You just have to bear with us until we get to that point.
This is live on both of our channels, so I don't know. Well, I'll introduce everybody, I guess. Of course, everyone knows my co-host Little Platoon, especially if you're on his channel watching. Alteori, who is a brilliant YouTuber, second time around. Thank you so much for coming back, Alteori. We love you here.
Thanks for having me.
Yeah, absolutely. And DarkHour, who is what, third time on?
Third time.
Third time. Yeah. He has become a regular, and I don't think this man needs any introduction to anybody in the chat, but he is the critical drinker.
Hello.
He's all right. He has a couple subs, and we're trying to help him out, everybody.
Just a little up and coming channel, you know. I'm hoping that I can get a little bit of attention by doing this, but no, seriously, guys. Though it's nice to be here. Like Little Platoon, obviously you've been a guest on Open Bar many times, and it's past due that I return the favor. So I'm happy to be here. You know,
Thank you
It's nice
very
to help out.
much. There's also, if we ever hear some construction work, I know Alteori's partner is doing basically remolding a mountain, I think you said. So there might be.
You show that mountain who's boss, pummel it into submission.
Fuck that mountain up.
It's okay. He's done now. He came in.
Yeah, Cynic, I really wish you would have just committed to it when you're like, this guy needs no introduction, and just would have just
Just
went right
go
into
right on.
whatever. Anyway, the next topic.
Yeah.
Everyone can read his name. It's fine.
Yeah.
First topic, though, of course, was going to be, well, the topic of the week, I'm sure, for everyone is Guardians of the Galaxy 3. I assume everyone here on this panel's had a chance to see it at this point.
Mhm.
Oh, yeah.
Indeed.
I haven't watched your review yet, Drinker. I saw you just dropped yours. And mine is coming out tomorrow, and I already hashed this shit out for like, I lasted 6 hours on EFAP. They went 9 hours. I couldn't do the whole damn thing.
You lightweight.
Yeah.
I know.
They will break a man down. It's a
did.
test of endurance. Is
Like
EVAP.
6 hours, Jesus.
And that's not even close to the longest they've ever gone.
My
Oh,
first
no,
one
no.
was 11 hours 45 minutes, I think it was. And
Yeah,
I
they-
Yeah, I
budgeted
mean,
for
outside
six.
of the sort of novelty 24-hour streams where it's like a milestone celebration, yeah.
Absurd and awesome. Well, I figured we could go around and just ask everyone their opinions on it real quick, starting with, Little Platoon, you're sitting right next to me.
Yeah, well, I would have been working on the review by now, except for this stupid Peter Pan thing, so I haven't had time. My opinion sort of hasn't changed on it. I still want to rewatch it because I'm sure there is stuff that I've missed. I think Drink Like the title for your video is really annoying because I definitely would have chosen that if you hadn't already got it, which is that it is the best of the worst of them. It's actually, if you compare it to Phase 4, yeah, it's okay. It's just that Phase 4 is probably the least useful benchmark ever. You don't go to a restaurant, for example, and they bring you out something that's kind of rotting on the plate, and you say, well, hey, at least it isn't liquid shit. And then you praise the restaurant for that reason. You hold the restaurant to higher standards than that, and I think you should hold cinema to equivalently high standards. Guardians 3 isn't shit, it's not abysmal, but if you compare it to something beyond Phase 4, something, back in the days when they could kind of write coherent storylines, compare it to the first Guardians film even, it's just not as good as those. So there's some heartwarming bits in it. Some of the character work does really land. It's just the story around it is piecemeal, and it does feel like 2 or 3 films sort of mashed together because James Gunn felt like, well, he's leaving now, so he has to wrap it up. That's my 5 minutes.
Alteori, your thoughts?
Well, I liked it. I mean, okay, it had problems, obviously, like the Adam Warlock thing. People did bring that to my attention later, and I completely get where they're coming from. The reason why I didn't bring it up in my review is because I honestly forgot about him. Even though he was throughout the film, like early on, he comes in like this villain. I'm like, oh my god, he's so badass. And then like he's like drunkenly stumbling around the rest of the film to the point where I just literally didn't even remember he was there. So that was a little bit messy in what they did. Everyone is saying that there's too much comedy in there, but I think that honestly, that was usually what Guardians of the Galaxy's thing was. It feels like all the other Marvel movies thereafter tried to emulate that in a bad way. Mm-hmm. So I don't think it's fair to say, well, Guardians of the Galaxy has too much comedy. They were the ones who kind of spearheaded that whole thing. It fits with Guardians of the Galaxy. Mm-hmm. Also, it was okay as a movie. I think the other thing people are complaining about, which I don't agree with, is it was too dark, which is like the whole purpose of Rocket's backstory. But then again, I have to be honest and say that the best part about the movie, in my opinion, was Rocket's backstory. Like, that should have been its own movie. If it was its own movie, I would have been completely fine with that, which it kind of was because they did make it about that. But yeah, that's honestly how I feel. Was it the best Marvel movie? No. I mean, quality of Marvel movies have just gone down so badly that, when you get something that's refreshing, maybe it does skew your view a little bit into thinking that it's better than it is. So yeah.
Just before we move on, what is our policy regarding spoilers here? I mean, it's been out for most of a week. Are we allowed to spoil it at this point?
I mean, there's no way for me to talk about it without spoiling it. So.
I mean, yeah, we kept the spoilers light on Open Bar, but that was on Thursday night, so we're now.
Let's just
Monday.
go for it.
I think at this point, most of the people who want to see it will have seen it already. So
yeah, there you go, chat. That's your warning. Spoilers coming up. If you don't like it, go away.
Jedi Brooks just says, "Just spoil it. Fuck it." I like your attitude, sir.
Shit. Well, Drinker, your thoughts on it. I know you just released your review.
Yeah, I mean, I'll try to give my condensed version of what I said in my review because that was like 15 minutes long or something. But my overall assessment was it's James Gunn had like one plot line with this that he really cared about and he was really invested in, and he did a good job with the Rocket backstory. I think that stuff was suitably dark. You could probably argue, I think, as Little Platoon did on Open Bar, that there's a little bit of emotional manipulation there. It's like, well, seeing animals suffering, like, there's not many people who won't have an extreme emotional reaction to that. But, take it for what it is. I think the humor is very jarring with this one because the emotional lows are so low and it goes so dark that trying to then mesh that with, like, goofy, slapstick comedy does not work in the slightest. It's like taking an F1 car up to 200 miles an hour and then slamming it into reverse. It's just, it's not going to work tonally, and it happens a lot. I think James Gunn thinks he's a lot funnier than he actually is. There's a lot of jokes that just get hammered into the ground and they're not even that funny to begin with. And Mulder and I discovered, we didn't even know this and we should have done our research better, but when we did our Super Chat catch-up stream, we found out, like, James Gunn didn't really write Guardians 1 and 2. It was like Dan Abnett and a couple of other people, and he was just like, James Gunn had a co-writing credit on it.
What?
And
No,
this is
what?
the only one of the 3 movies that he wrote all by himself. And that I
makes
think explains a lot, because this movie is so much clunkier than the other 2. It's longer. It's a bit more self-indulgent. Everything's just not as slick and well produced as it was before. There's definitely good aspects to it, as I said in my review. Some of the emotional beats hit really well. It's completely insulated from the rest of the MCU, which can only be a good thing at this point. And visually it looks fine. The CGI and everything all looks excellent. So that's all good. But yeah, man, it just feels like the pacing is all off. The humor just doesn't jive with the really serious stuff. And it feels like it's trying to juggle too many characters and too many ideas all at once. It's trying to cram too much into one movie, and it doesn't have the efficiency to do it very well. So
Yeah,
those are my views. I'm
to
sorry, I'm
bed
rambling.
No.
No.
I went to bed the night after and sort of had this weird fever dream where it's a scene from Schindler's List, and then the camera slowly pans around to Drax, and it's like that's the jarring quality of the humor in this film. It's sort of it's like animal torture, genocide, really dark and depressing, and then it's fucking Drax doing his thing.
Here's a good example, right? The sort of payoff for defeating the villain, the High Evolutionary, who I thought was a really good antagonist. I think a lot of it comes down to the actor's performance. Like, he is just giving it 110% at all times.
He's
really
chewing
good.
up the scenery.
But anyway, like, I've never wanted to see a guy get his fucking face ripped off as much as that guy, because, he tortures animals for a living and he really fucking loves it. And so when you see that moment happen, that's a real payoff. Like, the audience is kind of relishing that. And it's really gruesome. Like, they show his entire face, like, completely torn apart, and, like, you saw what Rocket Raccoon had done to him. And then what do you get? You get Drax going, ha ha, his face come off. Like, that's literally the joke that they try to put into that moment, that pivotal moment in the movie. It's so inappropriate.
Really? I
But
don't remember
it's
that.
just a perfect example of how the humor does not mesh with what they're trying to do here.
Well, I messed up then, because I don't remember that at all. I think I was so into getting off on watching his face get torn off. That sounds so wrong. I did not mean it like that. You know what I mean? Like the payoff.
Nebula's holding it like in her hands, and it's like a plastic bag kind of flapping in the wind. And yeah, Drax is just like, yeah, his face came off. Like,
Oh yeah, okay, so that's totally inappropriate. Well, yeah, I could see that. I mean, it's in line with his character, but
it
yeah,
is, but it's just like it doesn't. It probably shouldn't be at a moment like that in the film. Like, the
Exactly,
emotion is
given
not
everything's
right for a
done.
joke.
Yeah, I agree.
DarkHour, your turn.
I'm glad that I get to follow up that. Thank you for that.
I've warmed them up for you.
I'll try not to harp on the things that were already mentioned, but the pacing is definitely one of the ones that I didn't enjoy. I think they could have probably trimmed it by about a half hour and been okay. Considering the fact they did the same mission like twice, they probably shouldn't have done that. I do agree with that. I don't know how to pronounce his name, and actually, when I was doing my review, I made that into a joke that I have no idea how to pronounce the High Evolutionary's real name. But he definitely was like the breakout person in the film, and I don't mind a little emotional manipulation with the animal cruelty and stuff. I think that's perfectly fine when it comes to what you're attempting to do there. I don't think animal cruelty is fine. I think that the usage of CGI animal cruelty was fine. But other than that, I enjoyed it, but I can see where a lot of people had their issues with it. Specifically, the biggest thing for me, though, and I know that it was said a little bit, was the complete waste of Adam Warlock. I feel like they forgot about him somehow when they were writing the script, and then it seems like they just threw him in there just for the sake of having him. Like, oh, we had him in those post-credit scenes, we probably should use him. And that's a shame, considering the fact how important he is in the actual comics stories and stuff like that, and how powerful he is. For him to only get like 10 minutes of screen time and most of it to be completely pointless was a bit of a letdown.
Who is he?
So
He's a major character in the Marvel comic books. He was also the funny thing is that why is he? Because he was the leader of the group that helped defeat Thanos. He's originally supposed to be in the Infinity Gauntlet storyline. So he was essentially thrown into this movie because of the fact that it was like, oh shit, yeah, Adam Warlock, I forgot he's supposed to be a huge character.
Yeah, he's the leader of the Infinity Crusaders.
Yeah, that was the tragedy of the character in this movie. Is they made him a fucking idiot, like for absolutely no reason whatsoever.
Why
like,
bother putting him in there?
That's what I felt. Why was he even in?
Well, it's like they gave him this really strong intro where he comes in, bursts through the wall of nowhere, and totally fucks up the Guardians. Like there's nobody can stop him initially. Anyway, like he pounds Nebula into the ground, he cripples Rocket, he ruins Drax. And it's only he blasts Groot apart, which somehow Groot's able to rematerialize within a matter of hours. So that's great.
He destroys Groot so hard he throws him right into like the thing. He throws him into a different movie.
It took Groot like 4 movie appearances to grow into the person he is now, but he instantly comes back together in this one after he gets
that was weird.
No big deal.
It's just this total no consequences thing with Marvel now, because like that's. Something we can touch on, I guess, when we talk about this a bit more. But it's like this movie teased the death of major characters pretty fucking hard.
Yep.
That was not deliver.
There was like a bait and switch with death in almost every single character. It was with Quill. I would even say that Nebula had one. Groot, Drax had one. Rocket obviously had one.
Yep.
It completely killed any emotional weight with any of that shit by the end.
Like Adam Warlock coming in, like he comes in, like messes up all the Guardians. They barely manage to fight him off, and then he retreats. Okay, he's injured, whatever. You could have set him up as a really like powerful, dangerous antagonist,
and
like
that's who
the enforcer
I thought they were doing.
For the High Evolutionary. Instead, he's just this clueless, bumbling moron who just like shows up occasionally. He doesn't really know what he's doing. He's a child essentially in a man's body, and then it's just he has a change of heart near the climax of it for no particular reason, and it's like you guys shouldn't be forgiving him. He's the instigator of all this stuff. Like he's the guy who almost killed Rocket, and you're just now you're fine with him being part of the team almost. It's really off. It doesn't feel right at all how they handled this.
Yeah, and the entire second act to me felt like such a fucking waste, because it was like. It reminded me of like an extended cut of the space casino scene in The Last Jedi. Like it was that infuriatingly just like there was no reason for this to happen.
That whole infiltration scene of the research facility and everything about it just screams like this is a farce now. Like the whole facility is just biomechanical, so everything's like it looks ridiculous. All the creature effects look stupid. Like the aliens look like something out of Spaceballs. All the security guards and everything are completely incompetent and retarded because it's convenient to the plot, so they can make a joke out of it. And it accomplishes nothing anyway, because the piece of information they actually need has been downloaded into the head of like the High Evolutionary's chief scientist, so they have to go and get him instead. So like the whole thing was just there to waste time, and it's like that time could have been so much better spent on character development or fleshing out, the civilization that the High Evolutionary is trying to create, the utopia he's trying to build, and getting us to actually care about that, so that when it gets destroyed, we actually find something in it. Because as it stands, there's just nothing.
And a huge complaint I had.
The characters, though.
A huge complaint I had was I haven't heard anyone actually complain about this, which is funny, but I did love the backstory that they had with Rocket, even though it was just kind of like randomly dropped in when they decided to flashback. But I also didn't feel like it needed to be at the 6th and final appearance of these characters. As we're finally doing this now, and as much as like I understand what they were going for, like the entire theme of the movie is compassion and friendship. James Gunn even said that himself, and I thought they did that really well. But all things considered, when's the last time you really saw the best friends of Peter Quill and Rocket actually hang out and really share scenes together? It's been like 4 movie appearances.
Really, I mean,
they get one scene right at the beginning where Quill's drunk and he's drooling, and then he passes out, and that's kind of it.
So you could have taken out that ridiculous scene, the infiltration scene, and and given us more character time in the script between Peter and Quill, like after he's brought back. I thought it was such a waste. And I'm like, this is, and that's why I was also saying Platoon and I both agree with that kind of thing about like the animal torture stuff is a little bit cheating. It was the same criticism I had with Avatar 2, where I'm like, yeah, the whale is the emotional crutch of the movie. Of course it is. Because like it's an easy way to get an audience invested because you're like, oh, the movie made me feel something. But all the same, you have a ton of characters that we care about already that you could have written something and make us care about them. I just thought it was such a waste.
And the thematic thing is slightly strangely done as well. They have a line in it which I think they've tried to sort of retrofit. There's the line about it being Rocket's story all along. And then if you go back to Guardians 1 and 2, I don't think those films really bear that out. But the idea,
No.
I see what they were trying to do with that. But the thematic aspect is strange because, you know, you have the opening, which I think what they were going for is that the Guardians are sort of fractured and they're arguing and they're bitter and they have much sort of mutual recrimination. They fight Warlock on their own and he beats them all. And so that normally sort of sets up your coming together moment at the end of the film, which we do also get. Except that isn't the end of the film, because the end of the film, which has been supposedly stressing the virtues of family and friendship, sees them all say, right, well, we've done it now, so we're all leaving on various weird pretexts. So Rocket gets his family back for the first time, and the whole film is about him rediscovering a family. And then the very next scene, they all fuck off, which is not quite what I was expecting to see happen.
The problem is as well, there's not really that development throughout the story to bring them back together. There's like point A where, like you say, they try to fight him individually and fail, and then point B where they all team up to fight particularly the High Evolutionary. Like they all get their moment to wail on him a little bit and win. They're fighting as a team, but there's not really that in between to see them like gradually like rediscover their bonds of friendship and stuff and gel as a team and learn to work together. It's just like they got from point A to point B and there's nothing to connect them. You know, instinctively you kind of get that, like, well, it's a team of people and they weren't working together and they weren't in harmony at the beginning and now they are at the end, but you don't really, like, you instinctively understand that, you just don't really see what's connecting those two things, I guess.
I think there's only one scene where they try, because there's plenty of scenes where they just argue and shout at each other. It's part of the formula of the film. Turn up, shout at each other, comedic interruption, very somber moment, comedic interruption, shout at each other, repeat. The one scene where they do sort of try and do the overcoming strife bit is when Drax calms the children, which comes straight after Mantis defending him when Nebula calls him stupid, and Mantis says that he is stupid, and that makes him upset, and then she uses the power that she says she will never use on her friends to make him forget that she called him stupid. But you do later see that he has the emotional intelligence that the other two lack, and then they come together in that one moment. But that's one sort of 30-second scene versus I lost count of the number of shouting at each other scenes. So it's not really enough to do what you're saying, which is like actually smooth the gaps there.
Yeah. I tell you the problem that they're wrestling with in this script, and it's not an easy one to overcome, is that there's two main focal points here. One, you want to have the team working together to defeat the big bad, but you also have the very personal vendetta of Rocket versus the High Evolutionary. And so the script can't really decide who it wants to get the payoff. I always thought it was actually a bit of a cheat, and it felt like a real cop-out that Nebula's the one who delivers like the coup de grace of like stabbing him and ripping his fucking face off. Whereas like that really feels like it should be Rocket that should face him alone, because he's got the real history with him and he's got the real emotional reason to want to do this. And I don't know why they gave it to Nebula of all people. No, sorry, not Nebula. Why am I saying Nebula? Gamora.
Yeah, I was about to say, but I 100%
yeah,
agree
apologies.
with you.
Yeah, you get my point though. Like the person who's got the least connection to this guy and the least investment in any of this stuff, because you know she's kind of an asshole throughout the movie and she doesn't want to work with them. And I
think the reason why they did it with Gamora, at least to my interpretation, was because she started out not caring about them. And then as the adventure progressed, we see that she starts to understand why they had the dynamic that they do. She thinks it's stupid, you know, with certain situations, them putting their lives at risk. And then in the end, she's fully invested. That's what I thought.
No, I get that as well. And I can see why they would try to do that. Like, I think the better payoff for her would have been to do something self-sacrificial, or not kill herself or anything, but like to risk her life to save her friends, to help them, rather than just be the one who gets to deliver the killer blow to the bad guy. Like, that feels like a different thing. She didn't earn that, and I don't like the fact that they gave that to her. And it's also really weird that
they had already kind of had that moment though when she was involved with the like hallway fight thing. They already had given her that like she's accepted that she's part of this group. So they didn't need to have that payoff again. I will. Yeah, that was like
I can see that.
Yeah,
and it's weird as well that they have Rocket spare his life, and it's like, well. He's
that was
stabbed
weird.
in the gut, and he's on on a spaceship that's about to explode. So I don't think you're really sparing his life unless you literally like get him to safety and like apply a med kit to him. He's going to die. The fact that you didn't like actually put a gun to his head and pull the trigger doesn't mean that like he's going to be okay now. So
it's that it's like the Batman
I think it's
Begins.
Rocket.
I don't need to save you. Like,
I thought that too.
It felt like this scene should have belonged to Rocket. I think. Yeah. Like, that's the guy we wanted to see defeat him, either single-handedly or just you can perhaps get a little bit of help from his friends in the early stages, but he's the one who delivers the killer blow, as it were.
It's strange because they do a little bit of setup and payoff, but it's so unnecessary. Like, that's the setup and payoff you really need to happen, the character level stuff. They do a bit of mechanical setup. So like the first scene you see him in when he's walking upside down and he says, I'm testing out my new gravity boots. And then the middle of the way through the film, you hear the High Evolutionary say, even gravity bends to my will. And then when he uses the gravity power in the final battle, then of course Rocket has the boots and so he can beat him. And it's like, I don't mind that. I would rather have that sort of mechanical setup than not. But if you're going to set anything up and you're only going to set one thing up, maybe make it more substantive than, hey, my rocket boots work, because like that's the least interesting part of their dynamic. You have, as you say, you've set this entire film up for this one-on-one fight, but you've also got the conflicting motive, which seems like it belongs in an entirely different film, which is bringing the Guardians back together. And so they all have to come together. It deprives Rocket of his payoff, and it doesn't really do justice to the other motive or the other storyline they're trying to pursue. And you get a kind of nothingness as a result of that, which I think is a bit disappointing. Bits of it do work, though. I mean, I know it's easy to complain about because there's a lot to complain about. Notwithstanding sort of complaints and worries about the torturing of animals, I think, that is some of the more heart-rending character work and character backstory that I think I've seen in a Marvel film of any phase. And it's kind of impressive how they did manage to do it in such a short space of time with so much going on around it. I thought that was very, very good. But as I think Alteori, you said earlier, it would have been better if we just had more of that and maybe the rest of it goes somewhere else, or save it for a different film, because that's such a strong emotional through line to a film that then has to go and do its sort of boilerplate cliche Marvel laser guns, spaceships, and lots of explosions thing, which just detracts from the good work that it's trying to do.
Mm-hmm.
Although that did look cool, I'm not gonna lie. Was anyone else disappointed too with just kind of how the ending felt obligatory to split them up instead of like natural? Because
it felt like it didn't know what it wanted to do. Because it wasn't like a final like this is the end, and we're all some of us might have died or whatever, others are going to retire or whatever it might be. It felt more just like, well, we're kind of going our separate ways, but we're leaving the door open just in case Marvel decide they want to do a Guardians 4. You know what I mean? It's like it was just very non-committal, and so there wasn't a huge amount of like impact to it, because I know that they could just bring them back together really easily if they wanted to.
I felt it so weird.
Mantis one was weird.
Yeah,
Mantis was just like, I need to find myself. I'm going away now.
So weird. It just with her shock off creatures, whatever you call them.
I'm taking my like my enormous...
I'm Daenerys Targaryen now.
I also thought it was weird of, Peter, the entire crux of the movie is like, I'm saving my best friend's life. I will fucking sacrifice people in order to do it even. And then at the end, it's like, all right, cool, you're alive. I'm peacing out. Bye, dude. I don't know. Yeah. That just didn't click with me. If I had to save my best friend, I would be like, you're never leaving my side, bro. I'm with you.
Because I think as well, like you could have done a lot with Peter in the course of this movie of have him be like super ruthless and super driven, willing to like, say he needs information out of someone, like to being willing to torture them or whatever. Something that pushes him into darker places in order to save his friend. I think you could do a lot with that. But again, the movie just never quite does it. Like I think I referenced on Open Bar the other night, There's a scene where Gamora is just being really fucking annoying. Like she wants to get picked up by the Ravagers because she feels like she's done her part, and she's just shouting at Quill like, "This is all a waste of time. Like you got no chance of success. Like you're all gonna fail and you're all gonna die." And I just thought that would have been a perfect moment for him to just snap, like pin her against a wall or something, and shout at her, "I'm not gonna give up on Rocket. Like this guy is my best friend, and whatever it takes, I'm gonna save him." Something like that.
No,
It was a
'cause then he'd be
chance for him
seen
to
as
just show how,
abusive, so-
yeah, to show how
Which is
utterly
funny.
committed he was to this. But instead, he just kind of takes it, and then it's Nebula who has to step in and like get Gamora to back off. And I just thought, oh, you could have done so much more with Quill there.
Yeah.
There's also a couple moments too where it's like they play off what they think people's memories of the past versions of the characters were and not actually where we left them off. Because like we were discussing on EFAP, like why the fuck would why would she have joined the Ravagers anyway? Because if
Yeah, her
she's
character's all over the
2014
place.
Gamora, there's no way that Gamora would have joined them.
Well, Peter even says to her, like, "Why do you keep pretending like you're a Ravager? They're
and that
not
like
your
hand
people."
waves
Like,
it away though.
Exactly, yeah, but it's
That's
like
all
it
it
never
is.
gets addressed.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's so annoying because it's like he's got a really valid point there. Like, stop trying to pretend like you're something that you're not. Like, you're just, you're trying to take on a new identity and it doesn't work for you. But yeah, like, the movie just never really tackles that. It's weird.
Or
At the
the
end, they
joke
show
with
them all
Drax.
like hugging her though, so maybe they're trying to set up like, oh, they're her family and she has a family. Like it's more than just Ravagers. I don't know. I
They
was kind of confused at
100%
that
want a
too.
Ravagers spin-off show or something.
Mm.
That's the only
Maybe.
explanation for why they made such a, because they dropped the name Ravagers like every 15 minutes it seemed for a little while. And whenever they do something like that in the MCU, it's always some sort of like subtle poke at oh, we're going to be doing something with this. I wouldn't be shocked if that's something they're planning.
You have the end credit slate after the last post-credit sequence, which says the legendary Star-Lord will return. So it's like so much for the ending that you sort of build this film as being. You've also got the setup for the sort of this new group of Guardians in one of the post-credit scenes. Some of the characters do seem like they have more potential in future than others do. I think you can tell pretty much which of these people you are likely to see coming back. I don't think it will be Mantis, whose end was sort of one of the most weird and perfunctory. Mind you, there are a couple of others as well. And then and Peter Quill's ending is strange. I can't remember very clearly that the first two Guardians films, is it ever set up that he has this sort of guilt feeling toward his granddad who he never visits? Has that ever been mentioned
No.
before this
No,
film?
that
No,
was
it's
I don't
literally
think it
never
was.
even
It was
mentioned.
in the
Never.
movie.
The only
Brought it up early on.
familial attachment he's got is to his mother, and that obviously comes into play in Guardians 2 when he gets to meet Ego, the living planet. But he never mentions his grandfather again.
Yeah, which makes it feel that there's for some reason I've got that Simpsons episode where Homer plays, is it Poochie the cartoon dog, and they have to write him out of the show, and then they sort of just get this voice, I have to go now, my planet needs me, and then they just sort of swipe him off the screen. That was a very Guardian style ending. I think that's the thing that immediately came to mind while I was watching it.
Yeah.
It did also, the fact that his name was Jason Quill annoyed me because it's like that just reminded me of the actual. So like obviously in the comics is not the same origin story as the MCU. Ego was not his father, and Ego was not a Celestial. There's a lot of differences, and his father's actual name was Jason. So like when they said that, I was like, it was like an immediate like hit me like, oh yeah, I forgot they completely changed that thing. Like I had forgotten about that. So, but I don't know. I just when it comes to a lot of the stuff you guys were just saying, it's hard to disagree with a lot of it, to be honest with you.
Well, there's also another criticism of, well, there's a million I have written down. I just finished the outline of my fucking review, and it's just like, it's positive, yet it's 90% critical. The med packs that were introduced were just like game breaking.
Shame we couldn't have used one of them on Tony Stark. Eh?
Yeah, right.
Or War Machine. War Machine's spine would have been fixed pretty quickly with one of those.
It's unbelievable because when I saw it, I hadn't seen the other two movies in a long time, so I was like, shit, has this always been around? And no, it hasn't. It was like just introduced for this movie, but it's made to seem like that's just the thing they've had. That's what they use. That's, that's Guardians stuff. It's what they have in space. And I thought, wow, that would completely change technology on Earth. Maybe you should hand some of that over.
I mean, honestly, like between like the ridiculous like levels of tech that Earth now has, between all the magic and the sorcery and the reality bending shit that happens in like every movie now, and the multiverse, who even knows what's possible in this universe now? Anything could happen. This is the problem. It's advanced to the point where there are no rules. There's no like consistent framework for what the reality of the MCU is. Anything could happen at any moment. That's where they've gotten themselves to, and they've made a rod for their own back on this one. Like, they didn't have to do it this way, but they had to get the spectacle. They had to get the bigger and bigger events and confrontations and greater and greater powers wielded by all these different characters. And now you're at the point where, fuck it, like if a Olympian Titan or something just like exploded from the earth and said like, I'm here now and I'm your ruler, I would be like, yeah, okay, this makes about as much sense as anything else now.
Fuck it, why not?
I will say
this, why not? Yeah.
I will say this, that one of the main complaints a lot of people have had about Phase 4 and now Phase 5 is the multiversal stuff, the fact that nothing's seen. What does it matter for,
Agreed.
This one did dial it back in pretty successfully to us caring about something that wasn't a multiversal threat. Yeah. So I will at least give it that it was able to make you care about a much smaller scale story.
A planet was destroyed with millions of people on it. The Guardians didn't give a flying fuck either. I was just like, oh shit, good thing we weren't on that.
That may be the greatest comeback ever.
That is still technically within what I said, though. It's still much smaller than a multiversal.
It is, and it's kind of ties back to what I said before in this movie, and to a certain extent, like all three Guardians movies, they're kind of insulated from the rest of the MCU. All the crazy shenanigans that go on with that, like, it doesn't seem to really have an impact on the Guardians. And I guess a lot of that is down to James Gunn just saying, like, look, this is my thing, don't fuck with it. Like, this is my little kind of pocket universe, and this is my sandbox that I get to play in. And yeah, fair play to him, because he avoids a lot of these problems. He creates whole new ones for himself, of course, but, that's a different problem.
All in all, I will say, though, I did have positives of the movie. It is funny that it's actually like the biggest positives were the things that I didn't even want in the movie, which was the emotional crutch created with the flashbacks. I was like, that would have been better if it was a separate thing.
So the question to ask you then is, so those flashback sequences, they amount to a grand total of, I think, 10 or 11 minutes.
Yeah, of a 2.5 hour movie.
So imagine if those 10 or 11 minutes were removed from the movie. What would be your assessment of the film then?
Did not like this movie probably in the end. Yeah.
That's not fair.
So the whole thing rests essentially on 10 minutes of screen time, and that's a pretty weak crutch to like support an entire film. I totally get your opinion of this one. I totally understand, because I felt that same emotional reaction to it as well. And it's like, generally speaking, anytime a movie can almost move me to tears, it's doing something really good. It's doing something really, really effective there. But if it's all tied into this very small segment and the rest of it is just pretty bland, mediocre, and very flawed, I have to think, on balance, is this a good film?
Wait a second. That's not completely fair. I'll play devil's advocate, because...
Do it.
Sure.
Would John Wick be a great movie without the thing from his dog, with the dog dying? The whole catalyst for that was around that very small emotional segment. Most movies, and the motivation behind why the characters become heroes, is because of very tiny emotional segments. There has to be a reason to why they're doing what they're doing.
Yeah, but the rest of the original John Wick is still awesome.
Yeah, I think John Wick as a movie, like, its success, I think, rests on the action sequences.
Right.
The fact that John Wick is just this awesome, interesting character with a really interesting backstory to explore.
But would it
the
have
dog
stood
is the
out
catalyst
if it was
for it,
the
and it
dog?
definitely gives you an emotional punch when that happens. But it's almost like not a meme, but it's like an interesting premise that, like, he's willing to go on this crazy revenge trip just because of a dog. essentially.
There are people
but,
turning on John Wick in the chat, just so you're aware now. So
Yeah, it's trendy
I'll
to
join
hate on
that
John
pile
Wick.
on.
I get
It's
it.
not
I get it.
trendy.
Yeah.
I disliked John Wick 4 before it was cool to
No,
not
no,
like John Wick. It's,
it seems like people are saying the original John Wick is terrible in the chat.
Oh, that's harsh.
whoa.
That's what I'm talking
Lord.
about. Like,
This, man, you've started
first
something.
time I've heard that.
I thought just that the original John Wick
Ooh.
was Taken, but with a dog instead of a missing daughter. But
Yeah.
but, you know, Taken was kind of
Basically
fun.
Whoa.
But the difference is, and I think you know, there's something which is an emotional core or an emotional premise for a story, which gives your character motive, which then, you know, from which all subsequent actions then stem. So that the missing dog thing is what sends him off on the journey. The journey can all be basically tied back to the missing dog. That's different from something where, I mean, Guardians is probably quite a good example. You have 10 minutes worth of very emotionally powerful scenes, which don't particularly motivate any of the actions that any of the other characters are taking. Not in the same clear way anyway. So it's not as useful a setup. It's just sort of there to dress up the rest of the film as opposed to really grounding the rest of the film in a sort of a core emotional reason.
Right.
Well, it's for Rocket though, not for the others maybe as much. Yeah, but for Rocket definitely.
Yeah,
For
But
me
then
personally, I got
his
to be
actions
off-
throughout most of the movie are to be unconscious. You know, he's pretty much in
Right.
a coma for like 90% of the movie. And
Right,
like, yeah, I
it's-
totally
True,
get.
yeah, that is true, and I think they do that because for as far as I remember, I didn't watch the first two Guardians of the Galaxy movies in a long time, but I do remember that they keep bringing up like, oh, what happened to you, such and such. I'm not a raccoon. I don't want to talk about it. So they did kind of set that up. So for that kind of
Sorta.
character and giving the backstory and his motivations, which you get the payoff at the end, where he fights the guy, which I know they kind of ruined because he let him live. But I feel like that was well done. Maybe all of this in the movie, it should have been 2 movies. It should have been its own separate thing. But I do think that it's fair to set up why a character feels the way they do, why they do what they do. We can't ask the studios to be like, give us something to care about, and then we're upset when they give us something to care about. You know what I'm saying?
You know, I
Like,
think what might have worked better is rather than Rocket being like critically injured and basically just spending the majority of the movie lying on a hospital bed, you know, dying, is that like he's being hunted by the High Evolutionary, and
Yeah,
perhaps
that would've been
instead of
awesome.
just going on the run, he decides to go on the offensive because suddenly he's got a chance to strike back at this guy, and he's willing to risk everything for a chance
so
to kill
basically,
this
Puss
son
in
of a
Boots,
bitch.
last wish.
Because I guess then you could have the other characters questioning, well, why does this guy mean so much to you? Why are you so determined to get to him? And then we can get these flashbacks that gradually fill in his backstory, and it informs
Yeah.
why he is the way he is, why he's so determined to take revenge. Then you've got a strong motivation. As it stands, it's like he's out of action for the bulk of the movie, and you just kind of find out this stuff. Like I think, like Platoon said, it's almost incidental. It's just like, well, this is finally the backstory that you've been wondering about for 3 movies with Rocket. But it doesn't give a chance to influence his behavior for most of the film because he doesn't have any behavior because he's not an
Right.
active part of the narrative.
Right.
So it's kind of a slightly different tack, I suppose. But I would rather have seen more of him in the actual movie as well, rather than just these little flashbacks.
I agree.
And a problem I had too was like if the backstory is supposed to inform how important friendship is to him, we barely get to see him interact with his friends. They even had a perfect moment where they could have had that. It seemed like that wasn't even that important to him because when he was about to enter heaven or wherever the fuck he was going, and they could have had him hear Peter Quill yelling, and that made him want to go back of like, oh, I have my friends, I love my friends. And it wasn't. He was just like, it felt like he was forced back. And I'm like, they're just like little things like that could have just benefited the movie in general, and it complete missed
Because it was
opportunities.
It was. I do agree with that. I think the reason why though is because he's obviously been carrying this guilt over not saving his original friends, and I think Lila, is her name Lila? Whatever.
Yes,
the
yeah.
daughter's name. Yeah, I think he was like in love with her. The way they kind of like do the Lion King kiss. You know,
Oh, yeah,
obviously
yeah.
there was romantic interest there, and I think it was
Yeah.
more than just, oh, she's my friend. She was,
Yeah.
meant a lot to me. And of course, if you're in that situation, like, oh my God, the thing that I've wanted to see for so long, of course you're gonna go with them. But I think Rocket's been holding on to that, and even though Peter Quill and the others are his friends, he's always held that really deep part of himself away from people. Because if he really was, he would have told them what happened. But clearly, he was still struggling with that.
Well,
I
imagine
wonder-
then you get imagine the payoff you might get where Rocket say has a chance to escape near the climax, and he sees or he realizes that all of his friends are in deep trouble and they won't survive unless he helps them, and it was going to require him to go back and risk his life to get them. It completely echoes that sentiment, like you said, that he's got this long buried trauma and guilt over not being able to have saved his first group of friends.
Yeah.
And he's willing to give up his own life for the Guardians. Like, again, that would thematically that would tie in very nicely. But
I
again,
think that would have been
Whatever.
slightly stronger. I think the scene itself is overall strong enough, but it would have been better because at the moment you have the line when that he's effectively at the pearly gates, and she says something like, it's nearly the end of your story, but it's not yet. And it's her who makes the Otter, whatever her name is. She's the one who tells Rocket that he's not finished yet, so he has to go back and save the Guardians, as opposed to him having this moment of realization that actually he has a family now and they're still alive and they still need him. And so
Yeah.
him turning her down or turning away from her is him putting that in his past and turning back to what's more important in the present, which I think would have been stronger. I still think the scene itself is all right, certainly compared to the rest of the film. It just could have meant more, I think, had they had given Rocket more agency there.
That's what I thought they were going to do. So it kind of surprised me when he started going with her, and then she's like, "No, go back." I'm like, "Oh."
There's one thing
that's-
I
thought it was
still
gonna go.
can't. There's one thing I still can't puzzle out with that character. Like, why did they give her robotic arms? Like, otters have already got arms. Like, why did she need a
I
different
think
pair?
because the guy is like one of you. Was it one of you that said he's Sid from Toy Story or something?
That's
Basically
kind of
the
what it
high-
That's
seems
pretty
like.
good.
It's like, this walrus is pretty cool, but you know what would make it better? Wheels.
the wheel.
How does that further your goal of making a
Monster
super intelligent
truck tires.
animal, intellect? Like, I don't really quite get that. I get why it's done from a visual point of view, like to see them all
spider,
kind of
a
mutilate.
spider bunny is
The
what we
spider
really
rabbit
need.
was the most.
Yeah.
That was.
It's just
I don't know
when
what
you start
that
to think
was.
like, okay, if I was some kind of like, mad scientist trying to create this ultimate intellect, how does that further my goal?
That's
Maybe
basically
shoot
the
him up or
reason,
something.
besides the fact that abusing animals is just an emotional shortcut. I think that the only reason I do push back against what is otherwise by far the strongest part of the film is that, giving them these weird sort of appendages is just the most visually easy way of achieving the most emotionally easy payoff, which is like, he's experimenting on animals, this is bad. They don't serve any actual purpose. They don't really aid his mission. They don't aid the goal he's trying to achieve by experimenting on them. It is just there to pull on your heartstrings so hard they even snap. And like, I think it does work. It's just that it's sort of, there's something in me just rankles at that. It's a bit too manipulative for my tastes, though it's
Plus-
successfully manipulative.
I mean, like, within like 2 minutes of creating the walrus as well, like listening to him talk, like surely the high evolutionary would conclude this guy's not a game changer for us. I think we'd probably just incinerate him. Like, I don't really get the point in keeping him alive.
Yeah, he
That was
really put
kind
a
of-
lot of
yeah.
thought into his name. He was like, "Yeah, I've got good teeth, so I'm gonna be teeths." That was and what was it? The only thing I could come up with for why they may have put those arms on, I can't tell you why they would have put wheels on a walrus,
They're
but
longer.
only because otters are like use them to swim faster. That's the only thing I could come up with, but it's like trying to improve their like the quality it already had. But other than that, I can't come up with anything.
I think it's the
So they're
film
not
itself is
swimming
kind
arms.
of no, they're not swimming arms. Metal, robotics, and water don't tend to go
Skinny
all
arms,
that well
yeah.
together. I think it's partly because the film itself is a little bit confused as to what the high evolutionary really wants. And there's a difference between portraying him as being confused about that, which is legitimate because characters are often confused about their motives, and you being a bit confused about when you're writing that motive into the character. So he wants this perfectly pliant race of people who will inhabit this utopian sort of future post-alternative Earth, which doesn't really match up with his random animal experiments. But then his whole shtick for wanting Rocket is that he wants Rocket's ingenuity and his inventiveness and his ability to think for himself. And you can, as it's always the theme with this film, is that you could have done so much more with that. That conflict and the tension between wanting human inventiveness or wanting inventiveness generally and wanting sort of a docile population of pliant subjects, just they are conflicting. What is the price of inventiveness? It's discord and disharmony. What is the price of harmony? It's a complete lack of thought and imagination. And that's a really interesting moral ethical dilemma you can posit there with the film, which they weren't really aware of, I think, because I don't think they asked the questions when they wrote that character, which is a shame because he's otherwise a really strong villain, very well performed.
Yeah.
But there's that underlying why question I don't think the film was ever quite aware of asking.
I think that's open to interpretation, though, as most films usually are, because what really intrigued me about the villain was the emotion behind him wanting to do this. It made me think about something that might have happened in his past. I think he's based on an actual comic book character.
Yes.
But
yes.
it almost feels as though one of his parents or his mother or something was a victim of some horrible violent crime, like the guy from Saw with his pregnant wife. And that kind of like spearheaded him to like, I need to create the perfect race so that there's no more violence and there's just intelligence and progress and you know, all that stuff. So I really felt that from his presentation, that was what that was about. But you're right, that's conflicting because in order for us to be unique, we have to have our own thought and our own will, and that was conflicting with him wanting perfect obedience and everyone being in line and hive-minded. So,
and it could have been accomplished so easily because, like, imagine that 20 or 30 minutes that they spent on that infiltration scene of the dumb, like, biomechanical research facility that wastes so much time and accomplishes nothing. Imagine you used that time to flesh out the villain's motivations and his backstory a little bit more, and allowed the audience to get a better feel for this world that he's created and actually empathize with the people that live there, so that when it all gets blown up, we actually feel the sense of loss from all of that and the horror of
I
like
agree.
wiping out
I
a
agree
whole
with that.
planet.
With the world anyway, not with fleshing out his motivations. Because I think the problem also that the MCU is running into is they saw how well Thanos did, and they're like, let's make all our villains sympathetic, and we have to delve into exactly why they're doing this so you feel sorry for them. That's not always necessary. I like the aspect of it being ambiguous and it being open to interpretation.
Yeah, I don't necessarily need to feel sorry for them, but at least I want to understand what it is they want to accomplish and why, because that then lets
also,
me at least see their perspective.
That's a Disney problem in general, by the way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, like the past villains gone by, you didn't really need to necessarily understand them. Like, if you give little aspects of why they do what they do, you're like, okay, there's a motive there. But you don't need to really go into the nooks and crannies of why that is, because that kind of decreases the evilness, I guess, and people are like calling out now for villains to just be villains again and just be evil.
That doesn't necessarily decrease evilness. Sometimes actually it can make it, like, understanding why someone's evil actually can make it better. Just being evil for the sake of evil comes off comical sometimes, whereas if somebody actually has a motivation, and there may be, if the motivation like is one of those things where like something happens and they can go one of two ways and they happen to choose the worst of the two paths, it's more effective than if it was just somebody who's just I want to be.
Yeah, I mean, like, take, like, for example, Robert Redford's character in Winter Soldier. Like, his ultimate goal is to pacify the human race, to eliminate dissent and conflict, but at the cost of wiping out several million people that are deemed to be a threat to, like, the security of that future world. That's why Hydra was formed. That's why he believes in it. But it doesn't make him a less of a villainous character, but you at least understand what he's trying to accomplish and why.
It's the difference between understanding and sympathy. So with Thanos, you can understand Thanos' motive. There's an element of sympathy that applies to sort of his own backstory, his own upbringing, and the reason that he wants to do this to begin with is that he did suffer some sort of profound loss as a result of the problem he now wants to fix. I don't think that makes him a particularly sympathetic character, but it does make him completely understandable. There's not much you can misunderstand about Thanos.
But they do that already with the High Evolutionary. They did put in a scene. Yeah, they had a scene where he said, you know, the world is filled. I saw how Earth was, and you guys were so filled with bigotry and blah blah blah.
That was such a random line, might I add?
Yeah.
It really was. It was a little bit.
Up to that point, they had not touched on like that kind of stuff. There was not a lick of what anybody could possibly call woke or anything up to that point.
No.
Oh,
right.
no,
And
no.
I do agree with that. It was
and then
random.
that line just came out of nowhere.
Right. But I understand where he was coming from, and he is the villain, let's be honest. But then him doing that stupid villain speech, you're kind of like, oh, I guess, you know, he's triggered because something happened. You know, I don't know where he came from. I mean, he looked human, but you know, there's other races and stuff. But that little whole speech was, I guess, us understanding his motivations based on what he saw or experienced.
I think I'd push back on that a little bit because that's a really useful scene to compare. The difference is so his motive, the backstory for his motive, is that he visited Earth once. We don't know why. He liked what he saw. We don't really know what. Except that he didn't like the bigotry of the people. We don't really know why. So he decided to genetically engineer a race of perfect beings and put them in 1950s Earth. I don't think that's as sensible or as understandable or even as sympathetic, if we want to go that route, as Thanos, growing up on a planet which has been ravaged by overpopulation and resource depletion, and seeing all of the strife and the trouble that comes from that, and wanting to fix that for everyone. Thanos has a much more understandable motive than just, well, I went to Earth once and it was kind of pretty, but also the people were shit. I don't think that's as compelling.
It should have been like a show and tell moment, and they should have taken out one of the scenes where they wasted time with the Guardians of the Galaxy characters to basically show like an origin story, a villain origin story of what caused him to go down that road, right?
Yeah, or if either you sort of show a bit of the origin story, or you give him the time and the opportunity to actually explain what he's doing. And I think that the best way of doing that is, as Drinker was saying, you take away from the beginning of the film sort of the stupid heist sequence. You add hello again. You add more. You add more.
Just getting a refill.
But you add content to the end. The time you saved at the beginning, you allow Rocket and the High Evolutionary to actually converse a bit before they fight. So you understand what the High Evolutionary really wants, and Rocket's the one who's able to explain the flaw. And by doing that, you can understand what the High Evolutionary was trying to do a bit more than just, well, he told us that he thought Earth was pretty, but the people were shit. That's not as strong a motive as Thanos, and I think it could have been quite easy to fix, but you need to give him the opportunity to flesh that out a bit, and you need some sort of dramatic parallel or some opponent in conversation to really have that out. Most great sort of works of literature with a strong villain will have a moment where the hero and the villain have a conflict of vision, and I don't think we've really got that in this one.
And they also flipped it on its head a little bit, because he became, which is okay, I guess, but it was a little bit jarring for me because the High Evolutionary got upset because Rocket did exactly what he wanted. He wanted to create a race, I guess, that could achieve certain things. But then when he saw that Rocket was a little smarter than he was like, no, you're not better than me. Then he got like this ego trip.
Yeah.
He just got so angry because Rocket was smarter than he was. So somewhere along the line, his vision became skewed and he became corrupt. And now it's all about Rocket being better than him.
I don't necessarily think it was about 100% him being better than him. It was that Rocket was never supposed to be as good as he ended up being. He was just supposed to be like a step. He was just supposed to be a stepping stone, a portion. Like he even says that batch was never meant to be this good. So it's almost like it was a happy mistake, but now he has to deal with the fact that this happy mistake exists.
Well, it's like he represents a success and a failure simultaneously, because on the one hand, like, he was able to create this incredibly intelligent being that was able to solve so many problems for him. Yeah, but he couldn't replicate that. He couldn't replicate the creativity that Rocket has in any of his other creations, and I suppose that failure is going to keep haunting him, because that's the thing that's ultimately holding him back from creating this perfect utopia that he wants, because he's realized over time that any society that he creates that's incapable of invention is ultimately just going to stagnate and eventually fall apart from the inside, and he can't get around that problem. And Rocket is his only link to it, but it's also a reminder that he can't fix it by himself.
Yeah, I get where you're coming from. That's deep.
It's more like it's a problem it's a self-created problem that he can't solve. So like it's not necessarily that Rocket himself is smarter than him, because he's like, he did figure out the one thing, but I think overall Rocket wouldn't have been able to do most of the things that High Evolutionary can do, right, in terms of technology and all that stuff. It's just more that he's frustrated with the fact he can't, like Drinker just said, he can't replicate his success. It's any scientist who has a successful experiment and then no matter what they do, they can't do it again, is going to frustrate them. So it's
It's also why
It's
you
an
had to put him down
opportunity.
a little bit too. That there was a slight line where you're like, "Oh, you weren't smart enough to figure out that I was going to incinerate all of you."
But you weren't smart
Yeah.
enough to do this. But then I felt like when I was watching that scene, I wanted to tell the High Evolutionary, you were smart enough to do this, but you didn't realize that killing all his friends would make him want to freaking tear your face off. Like, you know,
Yeah.
you caused him to be violent by taking away what he
'Cause-
loved and then mocking him on top of it.
Yeah, that was a tough scene to justify because it's like he knew that Rocket was going to try and escape, which is why he was there with the gun. But it's like he didn't bring any
Exactly.
backup with him. Like it just didn't feel like the
Exactly.
kind of job that he would do by himself. You know, he's
He was too
totally
full of
above that.
himself.
Yeah.
It also seemed like he was a bit inebriated at certain points. That was
Yeah.
which was quite unexplained.
There's a weird, there was a weird line, and I don't know if it just kind of passed me by and there was more to it that I missed, but it's like one of the assistants says like, oh, he was in the middle of one of his treatments and he became very agitated suddenly with this realization that, you
Oh,
know,
yeah, what
Rocket
was
figured
that?
out something that he can, but it's like, it doesn't really elaborate on what the treatment was or what it was for. So it is a bit of an odd one. Yeah, I don't
He
know
was
what they
getting
were trying
blown
to
out
like
for
tell us
something, I
there
don't know.
about him.
I don't think it really matters. They just threw it away. They're like, "Oh, we're not going to talk about it. Just tell
Yeah,
us
but it's
what it
you
was."
kind of think, well, you know, does he have some kind of degenerative condition that it was to try and combat? Is he trying to like elevate his own status? Is he trying to make himself more powerful somehow? And it's all just like constant experimentation on himself. I don't know, but like the movie doesn't give me a whole lot to work with there. It's just like this throwaway line, and I don't quite know what it was trying to hint
I
at.
feel
It's
there's
almost
a
like
lot of
James Gunn
deleted
being like, "Here,
scenes.
someone else can deal with it if they bring him back later."
It's
No, I bet
well,
there's
I
a
mean,
bunch
it could
of scenes
just
cut out.
It could be, yeah. It could well be.
Yeah.
It could be just really undisciplined screenwriting where it's like, well, I had this idea for a subplot, but it's like it doesn't really go anywhere and I couldn't be bothered fixing it, so fuck it, just leave it there.
If I recall correctly, the High Evolutionary is a fairly important cosmic being in the comics. He also does experiment on himself a lot to try and make himself better. So it's not just him doing things to other creatures. He's always constantly like improving his own body and improving everything about himself. So that could have been a hint at the like he was doing his own experiments on himself. But we might never know that. So.
But you see, that's a problem because the MCU, like, I get it. A lot of people that are watching the MCU, they're big comic book fans. Father's one of them,
not
but
a lot of them.
Well, that's what I'm saying. It's a completely different platform. So if they're like, this is a nod to the comic book people, it should be able to stand on its own in the movie. Like, we shouldn't be scratching our heads wondering what the hell is going on. And then we have to go comb through all the issues to try to figure out what the hell they're talking about.
Go ask your.
I hate when they do that.
Yeah.
You know, I guess it's an Easter egg or something, but it just feels so out of place.
The problem is... Oh, sorry.
No, sorry, after you.
I was going to say, the problem is most of the people who have stuck with the MCU up to this point are not comic book diehards anymore.
No.
So having
No.
those internal little Easter eggs, almost useless.
I would love to see like a snapshot of like your typical MCU fan at this point. I'm pretty sure they'd have some kind of propeller hat going on.
it's like almost everybody that I know that is still really into comics, and like for me, I stopped. Like I have a hard cutoff on what ones I'll read, and none of them have anything to do with what they're doing with most of the current.
No.
Yeah.
And that was always the problem,
Yeah.
and it's becoming a bigger problem as well. Easter eggs is fine. Easter eggs for comic book fans in a story you don't need to have read the comics to understand is fine. It's when you start using overt comics references as very key hinge points in your plot, which you can't possibly understand unless you've read the comic, even though the rest of the story doesn't bear any resemblance to the comic. So even comic book fans don't have a reliable guide to what they're doing. I think Infinity is it Infinity in what's
In Thor?
Eternal in Thor? Is it Infinity in Thor or Eternal? What's
It
called?
was Infinity.
Infinity. I'm already confused.
There's so many contrived bullshit things that change the whole universe. It's like hard to keep up at this point.
And it's like, no, I raised that in the review I did, saying like this doesn't make any sense from within the MCU. And I had a few people say, well, in the comics, it's clearly established as this. And I said, well, yeah, that's fine. But the comics universe and the MCU are different things. If it's not established in the MCU, you can't have recourse to comics as your excuse, because the rest of that story didn't pay any attention to what the comics were doing. It doesn't work in that way. And then, of course, they lose track of the consequences of all of this stuff. Eternity, that's the one. Eternals, eternity, infinity, it's all basically the same. But they lose track of the consequences, because then you have something like eternity, and then you think, well, okay, it can solve one wish, but we've got a multiverse with multiple timelines. So could they have used this infinite numbers of times? Or if Thor already knew about it, why didn't he use it to stop Thanos? And then the more of these you add on, the worse it gets, and the least sensible it gets.
Yeah.
And
Could you request like that it restores the Book of Vishanti from Multiverse of Madness? Because
Yes,
that's like
yeah.
a one of a kind thing for the whole multiverse. It's like, we brought it back. It's fine. It's
they'll
so
find
dumb.
some way of doing it. Oh no. But I mean,
Almost, it's
that's
almost like we should have kept it a pocketed universe that didn't get attached to other ones. But
well, that's what goes back to your point, DarkHour, earlier about sort of the way in which they keep the stakes much smaller. Notwithstanding the fact that a planet does get destroyed, I think that the problem, as you said, is that still is smaller than the rest of the MCU's stakes are. One planet going away isn't really significant compared to an entire multiverse being at risk from someone like Kang. And I sort of, that's partly because, where this film is at its strongest, it is focusing on characters and on personal stakes, not on saving galaxies, not even on saving planets. Star Wars A New Hope has Alderaan destroyed. It's a planet-destroying thing, but you don't ever really get the sense that the stakes in Star Wars are too vast to be comprehended, because the story there is all about the main characters. It's about the overarching sort of good versus evil. It becomes the sort of the underlying family dynamic between Luke and Vader. It's always personalized, and it's never just, let's save the multiverse. That's the most important thing for you to understand. And then you say, well, what is that? And they say, I don't really know, but it's important that we save it.
I think most people wouldn't actually like. I don't think many people, even like a lot of the heroes, would actually care about like if other universes got destroyed. They'd be like, that doesn't really affect my life. I'm in this universe.
Well, the
It's
Guardians
quite-
didn't care when that planet fucking blew up. So
I guess
Guardians
when
of the
you're talking
Galaxy.
about when you're talking about things occurring on the scale of all of reality, or like entire universes getting wiped out, it's kind of hard for the human brain to wrap itself around something so vast. The stakes of that are so incomprehensibly huge that your brain just kind of says, nope, I don't get this. But with this movie, I was more tense, wondering like, oh, is this going to be like Rocket's, final outing, or is Peter really going to make it out of this exploding space station? Just one character, because it's a character I care about. Like that, I think that's how audiences generally process drama, rather than on these cosmic scales that like our brains just really aren't designed to deal with.
And it would be nice if they had the courage to follow through. There were two moments in this where character deaths were teased, and I thought, what? That is the right decision. Drax
Like
dying
with
at the beginning.
Drax.
yeah,
Yeah, I
stuck
could
out
have
to
done
me.
without Drax being in the movie.
Star-Lord at the
Yeah.
end, when he gets frozen while he's jumping between the space stations, and he freezes and
Yeah.
he seemingly dies. And I thought, what? That would have been a bold move. You're not bringing him back. Kill him. He's done his job. Leave it at that. It's a sad thing, but at least he's accomplished something. And that was another fake-out death when I just thought, yeah, the strongest parts of the film are character-led, but they don't really have the courage to do very much with character which has any consequence, and that's slightly disappointing as well.
I knew with that moment, like that isn't gonna. That's not how they were gonna kill off Star-Lord. That he just happens to hit a piece of flying debris and it bumps him backwards, so he suffocates. That would be the shittiest like major character death ever. It would be like Tony Stark just slipping, getting out of the bathtub and like cracking his head on the floor, and just dying. Particularly because, right, he fucking left his helmet behind. That helmet that's vacuum sealed that would like protect him from the vacuum of space. That would have been extremely useful in that moment. Like that would have been such a shitty death for him.
why did we
Where
never
was his
use?
helmet? I don't see he used it at all in this movie.
James
Yeah,
Gunn
Well,
said
he didn't use it.
Yeah, James Gunn said he was trying to get out of nowhere so fast he just forgot it. Oops, my bad.
He just
Yeah,
Because
he-
it kind of seems like it folds away into almost nothing. Like you could basically just have it on you at all
everything's
times and
now
barely even notice
technology
it.
now.
Nothing
So
there.
what? I'm so
Still laughing
confused.
about the bumped into debris thing.
Whoops.
That would also have been the funniest thing the film could have done as well. Tragic and funny is the best.
It was, well, and the reason why it was such a good fake out was because that's exactly how. Well, not. I mean, minus the stupidity version of it, but that was the method of death would have been exactly the same as Yondu, which is a really good way of playing.
But then-
on your
Yeah, but
emotions of grief.
Yeah, Yondu actually sacrificed himself.
Yeah.
Like, it wasn't just like he got hit by a
Well,
random thing.
And it wouldn't have
what
been
I'm
cheap.
saying is that the reason why it was effective as a fake out was because the physical method of how it was looked like it was about to happen had already been seen.
Yeah, if it had been like, say, him and Gamora, and he gave her a mask or something to protect her, or gave her perhaps his mask, that would have been interesting, and sacrificed himself. It's like, okay, that's a pretty cool thematic tie-in. Particularly that he's willing to give up his life to save someone who's been a total. What?
Here's my
Sorry.
nano.
How do you give
nanomask.
someone the nano mask?
We all know why he forgot his helmet. It's because Chris Pratt has to show his face the entire fucking movie now.
Did
Oh, yeah,
anyone
he's like,
else
I don't
besides me kind of see like this? But I feel like Chris Pratt looked extremely skinny, like in the face.
Yeah, he's lost quite a bit of
Yeah,
weight.
he did lose weight.
Because like I can't remember. I think it was Infinity War. Yeah, he was pretty chunky in that one.
The
And-
anti-Lizzo, if you will.
But Drax
Yeah.
was the opposite. It's like Drax ate him or something.
Well,
Other
Yeah, I
like-
mean, Batista's getting a bit older now, so I guess
Yeah.
he's getting a bit tubbier. But
Well,
that's maybe why he doesn't
just
want to
didn't
play
want-
Drax anymore. Because like he said,
Especially
I don't
where
want to
he-
just play these big dumb characters that are just all about the muscle. And
He
it's
wore
like,
his shirt like the whole movie this time too.
yeah, it was. He just clearly did not want to get his body fat percentage down. Like that was,
Wait,
Yeah.
who?
which is
Yeah.
Drax. Yeah.
They all just look a bit off. You know what I mean? Like even Nebula looks weird in this.
You mean
like,
Gamora?
No, Nebula. Like,
Oh,
because
she
Karen
does.
Gillan is like in fantastic shape, but it's like they put her in this weird outfit where everything's just like really like baggy on her, and she just seems to have the body of like a 45-year-old man.
It was a very
Wait a minute.
androgynous look
Wait
this
a
time
minute.
around.
Hold on. Is Karen Gillan the woman from Doctor Who?
Yes.
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 She plays Nebula?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Yeah,
What?
Just realizing this,
This
now.
whole time, this whole
Yes!
time,
Did you see the
I-
credits at all? Or-
No.
she did a whole thing where she
Like,
shaved her
Thor.
head and she wore a wig that looked exactly like her hair. It was a whole thing back in
She doesn't
2014.
even sound like, wow, that's amazing.
Yeah, she's Scottish, and yeah, she can do other accents, I guess.
That's so, wow. That just floored me.
I'm gonna throw this one out there. Bradley Cooper, by the way.
Oh, I already knew that. 'Cause someone told me that, and I didn't believe, and I still forget about it.
And one that'll shock you even more. Vin Diesel is
What?
Groot. Let's just go.
Oh, I
Yeah.
love Vin Diesel. I already knew that. It's
But-
the moment
Oh,
I
Talk
think
about the
of-
easiest paycheck in the history of
You know
business.
what? You know
$1
what's
million
interesting,
over.
right? And I'd almost forgotten this because I realized now it was almost 10 years ago that this film was made. But when I look back to the first Guardians movie and I see the outfit that they had Gamora in, where it's like this almost like a tank top thing with like you can see her midsection and like you actually see a bit of cleavage and stuff, and it's like, holy shit, they would never get away with an outfit like that now. That's why, like,
Wait, in
they're
the
all in
first
these like
movie?
shapeless coverall things. Like, it's just so bland and so boring to look at.
Yeah, Scarlett Johansson was actually interviewed on that same question. And I think she was interviewed a couple of times. And the first time she sort of held her own in saying, well, it's, it's part of the character. The character is seductive. Black Widow uses seduction to get her way. And then the second interview is very much, well, of course, we know things now that we didn't know then. And I maybe felt pressure to do something then that I wouldn't have done now. And overall, it's definitely for the best that now we don't have any of that stuff anymore, which was kind of depressing because it does detract from the character. There are others where you can say it is kind of just unnecessary, if not gratuitous. You don't need cleavage on every female character, but certainly where it really suits the character's
You're missing
modus
the whole-
operandi.
you're missing-
She was the domino, by the way. She was the first one because I know for a fact Elizabeth Olsen like basically demanded that they take away the cleavage part of her outfit. She was like, well, if Scarlett Johansson's not doing it, then I'm not doing it, and it's gone from there. But yeah, like, it's interesting that they say that. Okay, so you're not allowed to show any real flesh on the,
Unless
the
you're a
female
dude,
character.
of course.
Yeah, I was about to say, but the guys,
Unless you're
funnily
Thor's
enough,
butt.
always get their fucking shirts off in every movie, and like they have to go like full topless. That's totally fine, apparently. It's just like you can't have one rule for one and a different rule for everyone else.
I just thought they were going cheap because they didn't want to paint the entirety of the person's body. Like that's the first thing I thought.
That is
I'm like, wow,
that
they're
is
wearing these
the-
jumpsuits.
I have to
you
paint
know?
her green, yeah.
that does not affect the budget of the film as much as you're
Apparently
saying.
it does. Apparently color does too. They don't like putting color in anymore. You never
I don't know,
know.
man. It just kind of feels like none of the actors really could be bothered getting in shape for this one. Like, you know, Chris Pratt has slimmed down quite a bit. He didn't want to bulk up with muscle-wise. Batista couldn't really be bothered getting shredded for it.
He's in his 50s now, though, so I'm
maybe
but so
Karen
is The
Gillan
Rock.
was just like, you know what?
We're shredded. What are you?
Karen Gillan is like,
just
you know what? I'm
just because The
Scottish.
Rock wants to do it doesn't mean Batista has to want to do it too.
Well, if he
Yeah.
wants to be the big movie star like The Rock is, he might want to put in the same fucking effort. Just saying.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I don't know. Maybe there was an element of that. It's just like, you know what? We're getting hired for this movie no matter what. So why the fuck would we kill ourselves in the gym for 6 months before this movie starts shooting? Like, just go with it. We'll wear like really, you know, flattering outfits that just cover everything up and just let us just do our thing. Like, okay, fine. I don't know. I'm not in charge of these things, so I don't know. But it just kind of feels like that.
What are some positives that we took away from the movie, though?
Positives?
Yeah, now that we talked,
Bradley Cooper gave a really good vocal performance,
Yes, he
and I
did.
assume he was mocap for it, and he did really fucking good.
Yeah, I thought he was this is a little dark, but I don't know if you guys have ever had someone close to you like pass away right in front of you, but it's fucking devastating, and he played that incredibly well. Like that performance when Lila dies was heart-wrenching. You don't have to have seen someone close to you die in front of you for that to have happened, but it fucking really resonated with me. It was unbelievable, and I was like, wow, that is really impressive for just a voice performance.
Yep. Chris Pratt as well gave some great moments, you know, when he thought Rocket was going to die and stuff. Like, again, really serious scenes, and he goes for it. Good stuff.
Pratt was
The
a little
villain,
weird
too.
though. There was times where I felt like he couldn't be bothered for long tracks of the movie as well. Like
Who, Drax?
No, Chris Pratt.
Oh.
There was like long portions of time where I was like, is this like, was this reshoots that like he didn't want to do or something? Like, especially during like the heist sequences and stuff, he almost seemed like he couldn't really be bothered.
I get the weird impression, right, that because particularly Chris Pratt started doing like more serious stuff like the Terminal List and stuff. I get the feeling he's just done with this whole goofy comedy shtick that he's had to do in the MCU, and he's maybe like, I'm you know what? I'm fucking tired of being the butt of everyone's joke and just being this like kind of, yeah, and you know, maybe that kind of comes across in his performance where he's just like, you know what, I'm not going to be the clown for you to like point and laugh at in this one.
Yeah.
Maybe
I mean,
just...
it wasn't just the MCU that's happened to him in either. I mean, they did it with the Jurassic World movies. He was always the butt of jokes. I mean, even going back to when he was on like Parks and Rec. Yeah,
I was gonna ask.
Parks and Rec for sure. But
he was the butt of the joke a lot of the time.
Yeah, but that's really how he had to cut his teeth as an actor and like get noticed. You know,
I'm saying I can understand why maybe he's officially getting tired of it. It's been literally his whole career.
Yeah.
Like no one takes him seriously.
Yeah, I think maybe he like because Jurassic World he was playing a much more. I'm not going to say serious character because they're stupid movies, but like he wasn't like meant to be laughed at like his character. He was meant to be fairly competent at what he does.
Yeah, he's a badass,
like,
but he's like
and same deal with the Terminal List. I kind of feel like maybe he just wants to be doing more serious stuff now. He's done with like just being a joke. Yeah. I could be wrong. I could be totally wrong.
I think you're probably right. They did do bits and pieces with him in Guardians 3. The beginning, probably more so than anything else, but he's basically a drunkard who is really depressed, and you can tell that he's suffered some quite profound loss, and he's a depressing character as opposed to just a lightweight comic character. The problem is they didn't really, that's the problem. They didn't do anything with that. They just made him simp over Gamora again, and they had a few shouting matches, and then it was all fine. So they started off with his more serious guys on, which I thought was one of the stronger parts of the film where his character was concerned, but then just let it go because it's Guardians and that's what we do.
Something with that. Because I was actually crying. Like, I'm very emotional, but I was actually, when I saw how much he was hurting, I actually shed a little bit of a tear because I'm like, oh, poor Peter. And then the next
Whoa.
moment, it's like that all just went away. Like you were drinking yourself into a stupor. Did they do that just so they could have that scene from the trailer with them carrying him?
Yeah.
That felt so unearned. Like just now he's happy all the time.
The moment where Rocket actually passes away and like Peter just lets out this like anguished cry of just like pure horror.
That
was
really
awesome.
acted.
It was just like, wow, I feel like the adults are in the room again.
Yep.
Just for a minute or two, and it's really good. It's like, this is not what I expected from a Marvel movie in 2023, and like, this is good stuff. It doesn't last for very long, and there's more jokes that immediately undercut it, but just for those little moments, it's nice to see, you know?
Somebody.
I also appreciated the fucking RoboCop insult that got
yes.
I'm just such a huge RoboCop fan, and I was like, yeah, that's perfect insult.
RoboCop.
Oh yeah, he calls the High Evolutionary like some RoboCop looking
futuristic RoboCop looking lookalike.
Oh, the purple
that was pretty good.
Yeah, because of the face being pulled back.
Because I guess you have to keep reminding yourself, like, all his knowledge of pop culture is based in the 1980s.
Yeah, there were some bits of humor that really didn't work, and some that really did. Like the inconsequential placement of the F-bomb that everyone hyped up. I was like, genuinely
I liked
that
it.
it was inconsequential.
It was
it was inconsequential, but I just love the way he delivered it. Because it's like, it gets built up, and then he's like, okay, you got it, and I open the fucking door.
Yeah.
It's just
it was perfectly placed, because when it was hyped up in media that they were going to say it, I was like, oh, I really did think it was going to be used in some, high stakes moment, like, oh, you motherfucker, or something like that. And it was used just in a perfect joke. I appreciated that a lot.
You know what the funniest part was for me? The ending, the post-credit scene with the sand people. They were in the desert, and these animals were coming. Wait, what? Yeah, because they were. No, hold on, wait. These kittens were running. The desert kitten, whatever the things were that were running at them, and I just thought, okay, they're just there. Why are those people there, just sitting with them? And then you realize they zoom in on the people, and they just start crying in horror. They run away. I don't know why that just sent me over the edge, but. Because I didn't realize
you must have been in a delirium by that point.
I probably was.
Because there's no.
I was already like emotionally manipulated throughout the whole movie. So
I'll be totally honest. When the credits rolled, I got the fuck out of there. I didn't even stay for the post-credit scenes.
Really?
You made the right choice, because I felt
they were pointless.
Nothing.
The second
after two,
they're eating cereal, and then they're still eating it, and you can hear them still eating. Look, I was tired, so I probably by that time I was like, okay, everything's funny now. But that for me was just freaking hilarious. I don't know why.
I did sit through the entirety of the credits for the post-credit scenes, and then the serial one came on, and I thought, why the fuck am I still here?
What is wrong with my life?
I literally turned to a person that I have no idea who the hell they are, like next to me. I'm like, are you happy we waited for this? And they just looked at me like, what the hell? I was like, no, I have to talk. I have to complain to somebody that I just sat through.
I haven't sat through a Marvel credit scene, I think, since Spider-Man No Way Home. And I did with Doctor Strange 2, and then I was like, fuck this,
No Way
I'm
Home?
not doing this again.
Everything left. Like
what was the one? Which was the one? Was it? It was Homecoming, where like they actually made a joke out of making you wait. Like it was. Like
it was Captain America. Yeah,
at the end.
It's like let's talk about disappointment.
No.
That's actually pretty funny though.
But yeah, see, after this movie, like 2.5 hours, it really felt like it, and by the end of it, I just wanted to leave.
Yeah, but I've been conditioned into thinking that MCU post-credit sequences are supposed to be important for something. So I sat there and I had my notepad and I had my pen, and I was prepared to write down every little detail of what I'd seen, because, it might go somewhere. And I think I just wrote down the word cereal, and that was it. And yeah, it's complete
cereal.
I'm surprised you didn't just write like
you sitting there with your notepad.
Fuck was the word like emblazoned on my brain, but cereal was the one I actually wrote down. But yeah, I guess sort of like broadening it out then and sort of moving it on a bit. Obviously, we talked earlier about the fact that this was Drinker. Did you say that this was the only one that Gunn did on his own, and the others were sort of co-writing roles?
Yeah.
Which is interesting, because that's the Thor: Love and Thunder versus Thor: Ragnarok thing. Like Taika Waititi didn't write Ragnarok; he directed it. He did write and direct Love and Thunder, which is very much worse. Gunn is obviously going ahead now and doing an entire universe, not entirely on his own, but as the creative lead of that universe.
He
in
wrote
DC.
Superman Legacy.
And he's written Superman Legacy on his own. Are we at all optimistic about James Gunn's DC EU? Has this film shifted anyone's opinions as to where that franchise is going?
there's I can say a lot on this. But
Yeah,
like,
Well, one thing that's gonna make me really like confirm whether or not I feel good about the DC thing or not is if I find out that he did the entirety of Brightburn. Because Brightburn was freaking awesome.
I thought it was okay. I thought it was a good concept.
It was well done. I was surprised that came out of James Gunn. If that was wholly him and he moves it over to DC, I'll be happy.
With the information that I just got at the beginning of this stream that Dan Abnett helped write the first two Guardians, absolutely not. This stream has just flipped that on its head for me because Dan Abnett was the person who wrote the Guardians of the Galaxy comic books that those movies were based on because there were multiple iterations of the characters. They
see, Dan Abnett is like a big 60s. Warhammer guy as well. Like he's done some pretty fucking good stuff.
Well, those Guardians comic books, he reinvented the Guardians of the Galaxy, like for a the modern times. I think the first one was 2006. It was called the Annihilation Trilogy. It was like a mini series, and he wrote. He completely reinvented the team. And that's the one that we see on screen, essentially, minus Adam Warlock. There you go, Annihilation.
I always have every book you're ever bringing up next to me.
That's a very, very good series, and I'm not one for like cosmic stuff either. So like that's saying something, and it makes sense why those first two were so good and why this one was lacking in comparison. That's the team right there. Yep.
When you talked about Brightburn as well, I'm just looking up to see if he wrote it. He
slapped his name on it.
Yeah, it was James Gunn. Sorry, Brian Gunn and Mark Gunn wrote it. So
how many guns are around? Like
there's a lot of guns out there.
They're in America.
Nepotism, sir.
Yeah, a lot of guns in America.
I'm glad somebody took the bait on that one. But here's my opinion on it. Like, clearly, he's not against bringing in other writers. So if he doesn't go the full like I need control of writing everything and directing everything, doing all that, if he does that, it's never going to work. I can assure that.
Did he co-write Superman Legacy, or did he write that all on his own? Because the first movie in a cinematic universe is the foundation and incredibly important. Yeah. I mean, Iron Man speaks to that. Man of Steel speaks to that.
I'll have to look that up. Good. I don't know off the top of my head if he's the one that's exclusively writing it. But if he's willing to, and I think that's a brilliant thing to be bringing in the actual people who wrote the comics.
Oh, yeah.
Or if he does that stuff, it'll be fine.
See where I sit with this.
James Gunn? Or did he just direct it?
Guardians?
Ooh. No, Suicide Squad.
Oh, Suicide Squad. Oh.
Don't make me bring up IMDb again.
I'm pulling it up. I got a drinker.
Who's quicker?
I got the Wikipedia. Written by James Gunn only.
No, I can't.
Okay, so there's a certain feel to his movies. So like,
I want to address something in the chat. I do not have any My Little Pony comics to pull out. I'm sorry.
My Little Pony comics.
Somebody said they wanted to know whether or not I could randomly pull out like a graphic novel or something from like if it was true, I had like Hammer Space every book ever, but.
See, I'll tell you, like when we talk about James Gunn taking over DC, where I stand with this is that his wheelhouse seems to be very much a quirky team of misfits that get thrown together that have to accomplish some crazy mission and learn to become a team as a result. Okay, great stuff. Worked for the Suicide Squad, worked for Guardians of the Galaxy. Ain't gonna work for everything. When you're talking about DC, like if you're doing a Superman movie, it needs to be about him. It's not about a team of people working with him. It's him. Same with Batman. Like he's a guy who works alone. And you've got that aspect of it. The fact that James Gunn was the sole writer for Guardians 3, and we can see the problems that came in with this. It is the worst of the three. It's the most bloated, it's the most self-indulgent, and it's the longest. There's that. And there's also the fact that, like, the whole superhero genre in Hollywood is very much in decline now. And I don't think there's any hiding that fact anymore. as far as I understand it, even Guardians 3 is not performing that great at the box
Hasn't
office.
it underperformed Love and Thunder? I think I read.
Yes,
I think
it
it has, yeah.
It opened at
And-
114 domestic, which
Okay.
is barely more than Ant-Man 3.
And we haven't seen the second weekend, obviously, so I don't know what the drop-off is going to be. It could be bad, though. And if this movie flops, the MCU is fucked. But if this, which is essentially the best that they've got to offer, if this can't succeed, that is your pretty telling indication that the superhero genre is basically dying. And the idea that he's going to come into DC at a time when the whole genre's in decline, like, there's not a whole lot for him to save right now.
I mean, it's not.
I 100%. That's exactly what I was going to say. It's already on the decline. So,
Yeah, but that's not
like,
James Gunn's fault.
No,
No, it's not. But like,
It's his
if we're just
problem.
talking about like his prospects for success, for being able to reinvigorate DC as a brand, I think everything's just kind of counting against him here. You know,
Yeah,
one, he's not perhaps that versatile as a writer, and two, he's never ran a major studio before, like he's
Okay.
going to have to do here, and three,
That is a big undertaking. Yeah, I agree.
and
It-
three,
it's-
yeah, the whole genre that he's going to be representing is kind of dying off anyway. So like all of those things are really like tough obstacles to overcome for
They
one
are.
guy.
The
He
MCU
did-
is...
I get the sense, Alteori, you have more of a defense of James Gunn. Do you want to give us your...
Yeah, I maybe, yeah, it's a little biased, I'll admit. But when I saw Brightburn, and he did write it with his brother or father or whoever that is, another Gunn, I was really, really thrown because I did not expect it to be so different than what I've seen him write. And I know that DC is like a darker version of Marvel, so the fact that he took it seriously, there were still like comedic moments here and there, but the fact that he was able to take that movie so seriously, I think it was like an FU also to the MCU to show what he could do. Just in my opinion, it gave
His
me faith that he
filmography
could
is
do.
dark.
Yeah, and,
Yeah,
and
his previous movies, like before he wrote, I think it was called Slither. There was also like,
oh yeah, I watched that. That
Yeah,
was freaking
like,
awesome.
yeah, it's some dark shit. So this kind of stuff, I mean, even in Guardians 3, the body horror and that kind of stuff is actually
Yeah.
more up James Gunn's alley.
Yeah.
That's why
Well-
I was like, yo, if he does this with DC, I'm completely down because he can do it. I can see that.
And don't forget, he has his roots firmly planted in like Tromaville, like so. It's
Right.
yeah,
And
Wait,
Tromaville.
what?
That's like the Toxic Avenger and stuff. That's like B movies from a long time ago that are very gory for the sake of gory and stuff.
And even
I'm
though
loving
like,
the memes in chat, by the way, like the man with the golden James Gunn, the naked gun. It's like, it just keeps going.
the guns of Navarone.
Have gun will travel.
Gun with the Wind, does that come up yet?
And with
Yeah, I saw
Guardians-
Gun with the Wind. I saw that one.
Guardians
These are
2
real
opened
movies?
to $146 million in 2017, and this one opened to 114. That speaks to just the drop off of superhero genre in 1 year, because even last year, Thor: Love and Thunder at least opened more than Thor: Ragnarok. And this, a beloved franchise, Guardians of the Galaxy, had that big of a drop off between sequels. That's fucking
Everyone's
crazy.
tired of Disney. Everyone's
The
tired of
MCU
Marvel.
the MCU brand is tired, man.
Mhm.
It's tired, and the audience just isn't there anymore.
I think that's the difficult question to answer with DC is whether or not we're seeing a specific MCU drop off or a general superhero drop off. And like Drinker, I know on Open Bar we've talked about this in terms of like the superhero fatigue question. And I get Morda's point about it being bad writing fatigue, but I think that's sort of symptomatic as opposed to a cause. That there's a reason that bad writing seeps in. For DC to take off, it's in a strange position because you probably have got an element of superhero fatigue. You've got the damage to the genre done by recent Marvel entries, but it can't easily pivot tonally away from Marvel because DC has already tried very dark stuff with Zack Snyder and it didn't go very well. So they have to try and strike this very, very narrowly defined sort of middle ground between everything Marvel does, everything they've already done, and carve out this unique sort of aesthetic, this unique tone, this unique style of telling stories. And I guess that's the interesting question to ask of James Gunn, which is that is he the kind of person who is able to do that, or is he limited too much by his past work?
I think when it comes to making successes of movies like this, when you've got a genre that's declining like this, it's not so much that you've got bad writing fatigue. It's that the writing has to get better and better in order to maintain audience interest because they've seen the same things so many times. Like, probably Black Adam was a great example of that. Just a middle of the road, inoffensive superhero movie that doesn't do anything remotely different or crazy or interesting. And
Shit
I
on
think
that movie.
yeah, well, but the point is, like 5 years ago, that would have made $1 billion easily. It would have been a massive success because the enthusiasm for superhero movies was still sky high. But now we live in a different world where people are getting tired of it, and you can't just release the same generic stuff. It has to be something special now to get people's interest. And that benchmark now, or that bar is just going to keep getting higher and higher in order to make the money. Like, it can still be done. It's just you have to make something more and more interesting, or more and more creative, better written, whatever it might be. The problem that Marvel has is that their quality is generally going down and down because they're trying to do so many different things, and they're bringing in untalented writers who can't reach that bar. So that's their problem. You could potentially do something with DC if you've got great people involved in writing those stories, because you have got characters like Batman, you've got Superman, you've got Wonder Woman, like particularly the first two. They have stood the test of time beyond like the current comic book zeitgeist that we've had over the past 10, 15 years. They've always been popular. Everyone fucking knows who Superman is. Everyone knows who Batman is. There's probably never going to come a point where you can make a Batman movie and no one would care. But you've got to be able to harness that potential somehow. And like I say, the bar is just going to get set higher and higher. And it's just, I don't know if James Gunn can marshal that kind of talent to make this stuff that he needs to do now.
No, I'm not very familiar with his stuff sort of pre-superhero.
There wasn't a lot, but
Okay.
it was like significant. Like, they were critically acclaimed. You know, like I think it was called Slither. Was actually like a pretty good and sadistic horror movie type of deal. It was pretty fucking good. And then there was this kind of indie like satire on the superhero genre before he got picked up for Guardians, that starred the guy who plays Dwight from The Office, the American version. But it was also critically
Rainn Wilson.
Yeah, Rainn Wilson.
Yeah, because
that was also acclaimed.
Elliot Page is in that as
That
well.
was Super.
Super.
Yeah.
Yep.
It is quite a good movie, actually. I recommend it to people.
Yeah, it was pretty funny.
That has my favorite scene in that movie by far is when he's looking for like a weapon and he just has like he just picks up the pipe wrench and just smashes it into like something. That'll do.
So, well,
Where is the middle ground then? That, let's say in this ideal universe, James Gunn is successful with DC. It seems like of all the flaws we've pointed out with Guardians of the Galaxy, it doesn't have many of the flaws we usually associate with Marvel, in the sense that it hasn't lapsed into sort of boilerplate, quote unquote, woke politics. Its plot makes more sense than Ant-Man. It didn't go for multiverses. It did understand the point of character. So James Gunn seems to be at least slightly insulated from the broader flaws of the MCU. In an ideal world, then, what would James Gunn need to do to make DC successful, besides just not doing what Marvel is doing at the moment?
It's a good stepping stone.
Well,
It's definitely a start, yeah.
I do think one of the things that he should be explored is something that Marvel sort of tried for certain films earlier on, and not make them all the same type of film. Like having, like, we had the Batman, which had a lot of, and I know that's a separate universe, separate whatever, but had a lot of the detective elements in there. When they do the whatever they do with Batman, they should have more of that grounded detective aspects to it. He shouldn't be immediately thrown into fighting like crazy over the top like aliens and stuff, like what they ended up doing with the previous universe. So having that, then you have
shitty universe.
Yeah. And then like with like Green Lantern, if you want to do that, you want to have your space-based epics with like, you know, and that can even be like buddy cop stuff. Like, you know, have slightly like them connected if you want to, but have them be a different genre within the universe. I think that is probably the best thing they could do, because that's really what comics is, and in the long run, is it's a bunch of smaller subgenres within a larger narrative. And that
I
was
also
something.
think.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, sorry. I was just going to say, I think too that James Gunn has a little bit of a step ahead because he was at least smart enough to say, okay, the primary characters I'm going to focus on are the big characters. He's going to focus on Superman, Batman, and Wonder Woman first. Smart. Instead of, worrying about like fucking Aquaman and shit. Like, I know.
You tell me you're not excited for Creature Commandos.
Do you want me to get the Creature Commandos book from up there? I'll do it.
And
I'll do
to
it.
Drinker's point too, like, a character like Batman, he's almost like 007, where he's just forever. And people are always going to like him, and there are always going to be different iterations and versions, and people are going to want to go see it. Like the last one was still made $750 million coming off the back end of a terrible incarnation of him in the Snyderverse. And people still went and saw that. So the next one will probably crack $1 billion. So at the very least, he has, he's a step ahead of the game with the choosing the right characters.
I think you're spot on. I don't think there's much more to be added to that.
Well, shit. Anything else to add to this topic before we move on to we're going to talk about?
I just hope it's good and they don't do the whole let's just pull everyone together and make an Avengers style thing. I hope they
they learned their lesson from.
They won't do that again.
Yeah, just give us original movies.
I'd be shocked if you see they're definitely going to have to push the Justice League stuff way back.
Yeah, like for way later. Because the thing is, like, I was so surprised how many superheroes I've never heard of, and how many there actually are. And I'm like, why are they not? There's like a plethora of content right there. They're not using it. It's just so bizarre to me. But
you still need. But the thing is, you still need to have your grounded, known characters. You can play around with your, if we're talking DC, like your Booster Golds and your Creature Commandos. Like, you can play around with those as long as you're grounded with your larger names that will still hold everything afloat. If you don't,
this was always the appeal of, from a business point of view of something like the MCU, because you could have the big tentpole Avengers movies, you could have the Thor movies, the Iron Man movies, and they were guaranteed to be big draws. But that allowed you to fund and to some extent generate a lot more interest in smaller scale stuff like the Ant-Man films. Nobody would have given a shit about Ant-Man, but because he was part of that larger MCU, and you could say, well, this story ties into the bigger narrative, so you kind of need to see it, otherwise you're not gonna get certain things that are going to be important later. It makes people go see it. And so from a business point of view, it worked fantastically well for like the first 3 phases, because you had a great central narrative driving it forward. You had the Infinity Saga. Part of the problem that they have now is that they've had nothing to replace that. The multiverse saga so far has been a complete non-starter. Like it's been really haphazard. None of the movies have really tied together into that bigger narrative, and no one gives a shit about Kang apparently. And who knows if Jonathan Majors? Yeah, like who knows if Jonathan Majors will even be playing that role now.
I also did a video last summer too, and it still stands true. I think that the MCU succeeded originally because you had at least an anchor character with Iron Man, and he was incredibly popular. And you do not have that now, and they can't do it. They had the opportunity with Doctor Strange, and they totally shit the bed on that and said, no, we don't want it to be Doctor Strange. They can't really use Spider-Man because he's under contract with Sony, so that would be silly to make him your primary, focal point of the next few phases. So it feels directionless because you don't have your anchor character. You don't have your primary protagonist that you love.
They hitched on to the exact wrong person and wrong character. They tried to make the next one of that to be Captain Marvel. And
yeah, I remember that.
That never even the only.
Oops!
Did
they back the wrong horse there?
Which is a prime example of exactly what Drinker was saying. That you had this momentum, this train where you could attach. Like, it didn't matter if the middle cars were not full, and but when you had Infinity War, Captain Marvel, Endgame. They could have put, and I've said this before, they could have put a black screen with 2 hours of fart noises and it would have made $1 billion because and as long as they promised that there was some sort of detail that was required for Endgame, everyone was going to see the movie that was in the middle of that. So it does not like, but they don't have that anymore. So now the train is no longer has that momentum. So.
But yeah, DC have kind of got the opposite problem in that they don't really have to worry about their franchise degrading because it was never good in the first place. They never got it off the ground.
Nope.
So it's been this weird series of false starts and failures and changes of direction for the past 10 years, and it's like they've just never figured out a way to make it work. And the frustrating thing is they've got all the best characters. Like, when you've got Batman on your side, when you've got Superman, when you've got Wonder Woman, you've got the most iconic comic book characters of all time. But it's like, man, they just found a way to fuck it up every single time.
There you go. Everyone thought the only thing that can kill Superman is kryptonite, but it turns out no.
It's Zack
the
Snyder.
Studios can do it as well. So Zack Snyder, yes, Zack Snyder can kill Superman.
I mean, part of the problem is they tried so desperately hard and rushed it to catch up to Marvel. They wanted their own ready-made extended universe so that they could start printing money as well. And the result is they rushed out movies that weren't ready. They condensed, what should have been 2 or 3 films into one, and they picked the wrong guy to helm it, and this is what you ended up with.
There's also the aspect of using like the big horses, as one of the super chat people, Ashley, just said, with Thanos and Kang, like you have these really bigger, larger than life super villains, and they bring them out so early, like that was weird to me. I mean, I know they were doing the Thanos thing over a series of movies, but from what I understand, from what some people told me, that was supposed to be something that happened way later, and they were actually kind of surprised they brought that in very quickly, because who's after Thanos?
Well, Thanos, actually, that was something that kind of just ended up happening because, Joss Whedon just sort of randomly threw him at the end of Avengers. That wasn't originally like a long-term plan. It became a long-term plan after that. That was not
they had the rights to him, so cool character.
That was one of the biggest problems that the MCU encountered early on, was they didn't have the rights to their biggest characters.
They must have, because they sold off those characters for a fucking song back in the 80s. They must despise that deal now.
I mean, they
had to pay a lot of money to get them all back, basically. So,
and technically, they still haven't gotten Spider-Man back,
and they won't.
Yeah.
They won't.
Oh no, Sony's
not going to let them go without a fight. No way.
Doing too good.
But they're trying to launch their fucking weird Venom verse nonsense.
Is
like
that even
no one
off the
remotely
ground
cares about.
anymore? I haven't heard a word about that shit.
The last I heard about it,
not since Morbius.
The last I heard about it, and it was mostly speculatory, was that was going to be the way that if they folded Andrew Garfield back in, it would be his Spider-Man, who would be like the Spider-Man of that Venom universe. But that was so speculatory.
He already said he was, or this was last year, so things can change. But he already said, I'm absolutely not fucking doing that.
He also said he was absolutely not in No Way Home. Just to,
yeah, fair enough.
I got you back for before.
Yeah.
Right. Well, anything else have to be said for superheroes? Drinker, I know we don't have you for too much longer. Do we want to quickly get on to the Disney remake issue? Or is there anything that to be said about the state of superheroes?
I think we might have covered it pretty well there.
I think we've been quite comprehensive.
If the chat is anything to go by, they're more interested in making up James Gunn puns. So.
I know, it's great. Yeah,
Morbius
Gun with
2,
the wind
it's
has
Gunn
finally
in
made it
time.
in. Yeah.
Well, I thought I'd kick off the next segment. I think we're all basically sick of just talking Peter Pan, and I'm sick of it because I've been trying to get a video released on this for the last week, so the less I see of this, the better. But Disney is not ending its era of the bad remake, so I thought I want to get your take. Which of these, if any of them, excites you? These are all Disney live-action remakes coming up. The Little Mermaid is first. Snow White, Mufasa, the Lion King, Lilo and Stitch. Yeah, that's a thing apparently that's coming out. Hercules, Hunchback, an untitled Cruella sequel, Tink, which is based off of Tinkerbell, which came out in 2008.
3, by the way.
You would think it would be, but
or two, whatever it was.
The Sword in the Stone, Robin Hood, an untitled Prince Anders film, Bambi, the Aristocats, and Moana are all the ones that are currently listed as impending. Anyone particularly titillated by what Disney is doing with its old classics?
What this feels like is watching someone dig up the corpses of like my family members that have passed away over the years, and then like bend them over a table and sodomize them. Like it's just, and forcing me to watch all of it. Like
Perfect
it's
description.
just, it's
Remember this guy?
because there might,
you liked
yeah.
it, didn't you? You loved it, man.
You haven't seen him for a while. Well, you're going to see him from a whole new angle now, boy.
Wow.
But no, it's
That's a great movie.
you know, there might have been a time, like, you know, 10, 15, 20 years ago where you might have got excited about something like this. Like, oh, wow, a live action version of, I don't know, Aladdin or something. Like, great, that would be cool. But now, like, when we see what the company is and what it does and how it handles all of these classic properties, every time you hear of a new one getting announced, your heart just sinks a little bit and you just think, there it goes. There's another one about to get ruined. You know, there's not a single one that's given me any sort of enthusiasm or excitement because I know what they'll do to it. I've seen it happen so many times already, and there's nothing to make me believe that they'll do any better with any of these other ones.
Wait, there was
No.
one. No, there wasn't. Never mind.
Yeah, say their track record with these have been it's absolute shit. Has anyone actually liked or had anything positive to say about any of the remakes, the live action remakes? That
In
come out?
case
The Jungle
you've
Book
forgotten,
made-
opera
they've
one.
made
I
money.
like that one.
That's the problem. Like, they've made money. Like, when you take like Beauty and the Beast or whatever, that made over $1 billion.
Jesus.
And so you have to think from their business perspective, like, okay, we're shooting it in live action, so it's probably easier than animating the whole thing. We've got the script because it was written like 30 fucking years ago, so we just have to do that again. So we don't have to pay anyone to write it. And it's like, yeah, we'll just get some actors in and away we go. And
I don't know. Their question tends to be, what can we take out of the original script? Because that will improve
Yeah,
things.
that's what they've been doing.
Yeah.
yeah, but you got the baseline of
Yes.
something to work from, so it makes it a lot easier. And so you do that and you make $1 billion, like, okay, there's definitely a financial incentive to keep doing it until there isn't, because eventually these things will die. You know, Peter Pan was obviously that slightly different case where it was released onto Disney Plus, so they're not technically making anything from it, but like I think they probably knew it wasn't going to be a big hit anyway, and that's why it's gone out onto Disney
Oh,
Plus.
100%. That's why it ended up there. That would, if that was released in theaters, it would have been a financial bomb, and it would have
Yeah.
The
been
writing on
very
the wall.
publicly embarrassing. Like,
But
much
the
more
idea,
is,
than this.
but like the idea of doing a live action Moana, for example, with The Rock
Yes.
like coming back, it's like that bloody movie. Like, I've got stuff in my fridge that's older than that movie.
Yeah, wasn't it?
somebody
Was it
pointed that out, yeah.
2016? I think it is that came out.
I
Yes.
think they're doing it to capitalize on the fact that The Rock still is viable as an actor, and they're like, well, we can't do it 20 years from now because he'll be decrepit, so we need to do it right
but
now.
it's also because that they are running out of original stuff to remake. I mean, just in the last 9 years, you've had Maleficent, which is obviously like Sleeping Beauty. You've had Cinderella, The Jungle Book, Alice Through the Looking Glass, Beauty and the Beast, Christopher Robin, Dumbo, Aladdin, The Lion King, Maleficent, Mistress of Evil, Lady and the Tramp, Mulan, Cruella, Pinocchio, and Peter Pan and Wendy. So what else is there they can do which they haven't made themselves in the last 5
Make
years?
up new stories, like
Well, that
they
would
don't
be
have to
nice.
really
No.
make
That
them up.
require that
That's
that
hard.
requires actual talent.
No,
Thing
it
is,
doesn't,
like, they
dude.
technically-
All the Disney movies are not their original stories. They're from stories that already existed.
That is true, actually.
Yes.
Yeah.
I've actually
So
got this
there's no
point.
excuse.
No, I've got this point in my review, which is that, you know, the problem is not with remaking things per se, because all of the great Disney classics are remakes of very old things. Aladdin comes from 1001 Nights. Cinderella is about 1,000 different folk tales going back hundreds and hundreds of years. They're all remakes
Exactly.
after a fashion, but they do try and understand what made those stories so compelling and magical and timely to begin with. Whereas these recent ones seem to have lost any sense of what made them popular. That you compare the 1953 Peter Pan with the 2023 Peter Pan, and there is something essential missing there. So I guess one of the things I was very keen to discuss in this segment is, why do we think Disney can't do what Disney did itself to popularize these stories back in the day?
I think they know what they should do in order to tell a classic story that's got universal appeal. They can't do it, however, because they are prevented by modern politics from doing it. and we've
someone in the
discussed it in
comments
open
just said
bar.
that.
Like,
Someone said
you
the
know,
news stories don't offer the opportunity to correct historical wrongs.
that's kind of where I'm going with this. In like, you know, a lot of these stories would have like the princess getting rescued by the charming prince, and like they live happily ever after and stuff like that. And that doesn't tie in with like the modern political view of what
Why not?
what the acceptable roles for the different genders are. And so like the princess has to save herself, and so the question then comes in, like, narratively, well, what does the prince have to do? Well, he, like, all we can really do is turn him into a bit of a joke, because like, isn't it funny that he thought he was going to save the day, whatever it might be. And the problem is that doesn't really appeal to like normal people who aren't like terminally online activists who spend their days on Twitter. You know, that's and it doesn't garner that audience demands. And
They
so
don't
people
want that either.
Yeah, well, exactly.
Have you seen some of these
Normal.
Twitter people? They, you know what? It's very hypocritical, because I've seen some of them, and the books that they like, and the stuff that they read, that they spend money on, is a complete antithesis to what Disney is trying to do. They want someone to save them. They want a vampire or some rich guy to bend them over and do stuff, and that's what they like. That's their fantasy, but yet they vocally say they don't want that.
And it takes these companies down a really like awful road, and the problem is they then get infiltrated by writers who believe the same thing, and that's kind of why you end up with the stories that you end up with. But you ask yourself, like, well, okay, who are Disney movies meant to appeal to traditionally? They're there for families, aren't they? Because it's like, mom and dad will take their kids along to see the latest Disney animated movie, and it was pretty simple. Not too difficult to appeal to people like that, like middle Americans, people who are just normal folks. You know, they don't have any particular political views. They just kind of want to enjoy their movie. They want entertainment that will just be fairly universal. The kids will enjoy the action and adventure. The parents might get a few laughs out of it. Whatever. It's not a difficult formula to crack. But again, like they what they're trying to appeal to now is an audience that doesn't exist.
It's true.
I read that one, and I was gonna tell you to highlight.
I'll take the word for it.
I got it right there, bro.
Yeah.
Sorry, appealing to an audience that doesn't exist apart from that audience. I think you're right. There is that very profound disconnect between the wants and the needs of writers and the wants and the needs of an audience. And it's a peculiar situation we find ourselves in, where writers who are defined by going against the mainstream have been given charge of properties which are the most mainstream of all. You kind of question what the studio's decision making is. Are they just being hired by people who are like them, and so that's how they get the jobs? Is there something else that underpins that? Because it's not as though these people with their brand new bold reinterpretations are outdoing the success of the originals. So why?
Yeah. Well, I mean, when you, because someone I think in the chat mentioned, like, if you the logical endpoint for this kind of thing is something like She-Hulk, where it's like all of the hang-ups and insecurities of the writers just get projected onto the screen, and it's like they're straight up laughing at their own audience, because it's like, we thought you were going to hate this and you do, so we win. It's like, well,
it was meant to be shit. That's
it's
the
not the
joke.
people that are
it's not quite the
depending
W
on
that you think it is.
Oh god.
One thing that's always kind of confusing, because you see a lot of the people who like work for Disney right now, that are making everything that you guys were just saying. And a lot of them are like, oh, I grew up such a big Disney fan. It's like, did you though? Like,
yeah.
you don't seem to really like any of the things that were from that time. So how could you really call it? So like, are you just saying that you were a fan? Like, I don't really like. That's always confused me when I hear something like that. Like,
it's usually just a cheap win. It was like when they had, I think, Leslie Headland at Star Wars Celebration, and she was like, oh my god, Star Wars literally saved my life. It's like, really? Did it? Like, in what way? It's like, could you name a Star Wars movie? You can. It's like, but what are they going to say? It's like, yeah, I'm a fucking activist, and I just like Title IX my way into this role, and now I'm just here to tell my own story. I'm totally in business for myself with this one. Yeah, they're not going to say that. So,
No, I mean, I was going to be charitable and say that maybe the problem is that a lot of people will read things without really understanding what makes them work, or they don't read things in particularly sort of literary ways. Like they might have read J.M. Barrie's novel version of Peter Pan, but not really taken away from it what J.M. Barrie would have intended them to. But I think that probably is being a bit too kind to them, because that ascribes a level of sincerity and honesty and competence that they just don't demonstrate. But at least they're all on strike, so they can't do any damage at the moment. There is that to be said for them.
Please just stay on strike forever.
Yeah,
It's fine.
Is it true that they're like they said that they're asking for protections against AI?
Yes.
Writing
yes,
it.
yes, it is.
We covered that in open
They're
bar.
the same level of quality. What are they worried about? Like, unless the AI doesn't
That
do
is
their
what they're
job.
worried about.
Yeah, they know that they can be outdone by a computer program. So
It's,
Yeah.
yeah, it's like
Wow,
if I can.
that's not a good look for them, man. Maybe they
Yeah.
should stay fired.
Yeah,
or
Christ, I said
striking
it in
or
my
whatever.
Peter Pan review of just like why would anyone give a shit that these people are on strike when they're giving us these kind of movies, and I put up like She-Hulk and
Exactly.
fucking Morbius and Shazam 2 and all this shit.
Yeah.
The actual good writers, they don't
Yeah,
want
the-
those.
what are you talking about? Morbius was released twice. That's how successful
It was
it
so
was.
good.
That's
it
how
was
good
released
that movie
twice.
was. Yeah.
Yeah, I love the fact that the meme campaign somehow tricked the studio into thinking this was some sleeper hit they had on their hands. It's like, yeah, we'll
People really
re-release
liked
it. Just make them lose even more money.
You'd be surprised how powerful the troll can be. I mean, there was troll campaigns to get people to think that their iPhones could be charged in the microwave. So
Well,
Yeah.
Zack Snyder got the Snyder Cut released, and that was basically a troll campaign as well. So,
a troll campaign that continues, might I add.
Never ends. Those people.
Restore the Snyderverse.
Oh man.
But yeah, with these live action remakes, I've made it clear right from the start. Like, I hate the very concept of what this represents. This creative bankruptcy of like, we're just gonna rehash the same ideas that have been done already, but we're just gonna tweak it slightly to fit with modern political ideology. It's not how storytelling is supposed to be done.
Why do they have to be live action though? Why can't they just be like
To
a
make it
different type
different.
of animation?
It's the-
Yeah, but they can make like a different kind of. You know what would be really interesting for me? Well, they probably will never do this because But if they had Japanese anime versions of the original Disney stories, like fans actually made edits of them,
That would
I'm
actually be
like,
kind
I
of cool.
would watch the crap out of that. Yeah, I would totally do that.
That would actually
Leave
look
all the
pretty cool.
politics out of it, just the story. Just redo the whole thing, but in Japanese anime style.
I would have
pay-
never guessed that based on your icon. No. Never, ever.
The thing is with all this stuff though, like all of it cheapens the brand because there used to be this perception of Disney being a hallmark of quality. Like they would only release movies relatively sparingly, and when they did, it was a big deal. And films would go into the Disney vault for a number of years, and every so often there would be a DVD re-release, and it was a big thing again. The scarcity created demand, I suppose. But now it's like, well, you can access all of them through Disney Plus. Like you can stream them whenever you want, and they're rehashing all of these stories again, just telling crappier versions of them, and all of that just slowly degrades your faith in what this brand represents. Now it's like they have somehow made themselves into like the cinematic antichrists.
Yep.
Everyone just thinks about Disney now, and it's like it used to be this, family friendly like slice of old fashioned Americana, family values and all that stuff. But like now it's just like this horrifying soulless like mega corporation that just devours creativity and devours franchises and spits out crap at the other end. That's an impressive thing to do, to change your public perception that drastically.
I used to think of Disney as like the cinematic version of like what Nintendo represents to video games,
Yeah.
like just a
Yeah.
cornerstone of quality.
Yes.
And
Quality and old reliability.
yeah, and like you said, they put movies into the vault, just like Nintendo will only release games for a certain amount of time. Sometimes it really was that hallmark of quality. No more.
Yep.
I remember those where like the commercials where they would be like, this is only, you can only get this for until whatever date, and then it's going into the vault for 10 years. And it's like,
Yeah.
so
But
like,
there was
which is
a
a great
sense-
marketing strategy, might I add.
It was, and it also created this sense of respect for like their previous movies. Like it's like this is quite a special thing. We're not messing with it. We're not tweaking it. We're not updating it. It's like this classic movie that we will re-release every so often and make it available to you, and then we're taking it away again. And it created a sense of reverence for the past. And now you've got the exact opposite. You've got a hatred of the past. when it comes to with a lot of these companies, especially Disney. Like, they seem determined to uproot and destroy their past movies. I mean, now you get, like, if you try to watch Peter Pan now, the original animated movie from the 50s, you get this ridiculous disclaimer on the start on it, slapped right on your screen, saying this contains outdated themes and all this stuff. And it's like, we don't recommend you watch this. It's like, they might as well say to the people, like, this is a piece of shit, and you're a piece of shit if you decide to watch it. Do you really want to do that, or do you want to watch the new and improved version?
Watch it if you like, but you're probably a
I was actually going to mention that.
Yeah,
I was actually going to mention that. Originally, it wasn't that bad. It was just like, it would just say, like, this has some outdated themes, and then those disclaimers kept getting larger and larger and larger to the point where, like, it essentially, like you said, they were basically telling you not to watch it after a while. And now it's gone so far beyond that they're just trying to erase their own identity. Basically.
I mean, Christ, if you see people defending it in comments, like on Twitter or on Facebook or anything, they essentially say, like, oh, you don't want to watch this remake? Well, the originals aren't, going anywhere. But it's also kind of like a hint of, like, you're a piece of shit, though, if you prefer those over this new one.
Yeah. Well, and it's like, they're not going anywhere, but we're going to make it increasingly difficult to see them. And
shame you for liking them.
Yeah, and you might just notice that little scenes start to get cut out of them piece by piece until there's not a whole lot left.
Buy physical media, everybody.
Yeah,
yeah.
Do it.
Yep. Well, Drinker, you have stayed beyond your 15 minutes, so if you would, you're welcome to stay or head out, of course, if you need to. We appreciate your time, man.
Yeah, thank you guys. I'll probably bow out disgracefully at the moment. And just,
you've left the most lasting image of the stream, which is family members getting sodomized over a table. So that will stick with all of us for a very long time.
I'm
dead,
always on hand.
And they were dead. Don't forget they were dead.
Yeah, I'm always on hand for a horrifying metaphor if you need me.
Thank you so much for taking the time. Is there anything you want to plug before you head out? Anything that's coming up that people should be aware of?
Tomorrow night I'm going to be doing an interview with Chris Jericho, the wrestler. So that should be fun.
Yeah. I'm looking forward to that.
So that should be at 4 p.m. Eastern. I'll send the links out and stuff tomorrow around midday UK time, so people have a good few hours to get set up and ready for it. So yeah, looking forward to that. That's pretty much the big thing I've got coming up this week, and I'll be doing open bar on Thursday as always.
Hell yeah, the critical gun, everybody.
Nice.
Hi, Mr. Drinker.
It's been lovely talking to all you guys tonight.
Great to have you.
Drinker.
Have a good night.
Catch you later.
Take care.
Bye.
Let's watch him walk away.
And then there were 4.
I totally wanted to, but I just couldn't bring myself to be like, go away now. I just couldn't
go away now.
I couldn't do
shit,
it.
we missed that one.
I couldn't.
That would have been a good one.
I couldn't bring myself to do it. I was just like,
I was expecting him to do it, so I didn't want to steal his bit. But...
I figured that's true. He didn't say, "I'm gonna go away now." Do we want to stick on this topic or move on to? We had a third one that I was.
We did.
What's the third topic?
The third topic was really just kind of open to whatever anyone might be interested in. I was going to say the summer movie season just kicked off, but what anyone is interested in for the summer or even the rest of the year. Maybe talk
essentially,
about something
are there
positive.
Are there any films coming out that we're looking forward to? Because otherwise, the way you phrase that is, I thought the third topic could be just like anything you're interested in. Sounds like just talk about whatever.
Just talk about anything. Do you want to talk about wrestling, DarkHour?
We could. I mean, unfortunately, the
don't.
Chris Jericho interview was already brought up, and it went away.
Please don't do that because I will die.
I was sending Cynic a bunch of pictures of me with that I've taken over the years with pro.
And I was like, "Oh shit, that's fucking awesome."
He was like, "I know that guy," and that guy. And then he was like a particular person. He's like, "I don't like him," and I was like, "Well, I don't like you now."
You were sending each other pictures of sweaty, shirtless men. Okay.
No.
Oh, they had shirts on.
Oh,
that was another day that we did that.
What in the world?
On the film point, though,
Anyway.
the more specific one. What is coming out over the next sort of few months? The one that's forefront in my mind, the only one I'm probably unironically looking forward to is the second part of Dune. Otherwise, the things I'm looking forward to are things that I think will be shit and make me money and be fun to rip on. But Dune might be fun. Anyone else raise me on Dune?
I never watched Dune, so
Same. I didn't either.
Oh, for goodness sake.
Thank
I know.
goodness.
Half the
I'm not the
panel
only one
now.
this time.
Sorry to contribute to your disappointment, but I'm not a Dune person either.
Oh
How the-
shit!
Oh, for goodness sake.
Damn.
It was
I'm sorry.
good. It's a sci-fi classic. The adaptation wasn't shit. It looked lovely.
Oh, it wasn't.
No, it was good.
Okay.
Well,
I'll
I've
chime
been
in
meaning
with-
to watch it. I just kept forgetting it existed. So.
a
I'm
lot of
looking
people I know
forward to
have said
watching part
exactly
one.
the same thing, which might explain why there aren't more people talking about it. It's like,
Yeah.
oh, I've always meant to watch Dune. Yes, okay.
Well, from what
maybe
a
do
lot
that.
of people who were like more familiar with it than me told me to wait till the second one came out to watch the first one because they're all basically one large movie. So that's just
Mhm.
kind of what I did. I haven't watched the first part, so I'll probably wait until I can get them on streaming and watch them back to back.
That is an acceptable answer, because the first film only covered the first half of the book, and the second film will cover the second half of the book, which is where more of the action stuff happens anyway. I think it's been pointed out in chat that it wasn't necessarily the most faithful adaptation. That's true. It cuts a lot out. There's stuff that's been changed. There is stuff that's missing. To my knowledge, and I've read most of the Dune books, nothing that was changed changes the potential for the story going forward. Changing the race of a particular character in a way that doesn't actually affect that character going forward isn't a bad change, in my opinion. There are a couple of things in it which will make it interesting to see how they wrap it up in part 2. There are a couple of characters who are missing, who form a pivotal part of the close of the first book, and without them it's hard to see how they will portray that. But for the most part, I think it's about as faithful an adaptation of that book as you can get. The same people would probably have complained that Peter Jackson's Lord of the Rings weren't the most faithful adaptations in the world, which they were not, but they made the changes necessary for the medium they were put in. So I think, yeah, Dune is as close to the Lord of the Rings in sci-fi adaptation as you can probably get.
I'm gonna take your.
But that's me filleting Dune. So it's not just because Timothy Chalamet's in it and he's beautiful. Anyone else have another recommendation?
For Timothy.
Well, the next Mission Impossible comes out in
Oh,
July.
yeah.
I'm looking forward to that. That's probably
Yeah,
honestly that's probably the summer movie this year.
Never
Like, I
watched Mission Impossible either.
I haven't seen the last
excited.
one. I have not seen the last one. But I have appreciated the fact that they kind of went a different route after part 3 and almost became like a totally different franchise from like the first, second, and third movies.
Yeah,
I mean that as a compliment. Like they were very good. I still think the third one's my favorite one.
they just kept up. That was an example of upping the ante, but like it got better every time they did it. Like it was every time they made the stakes higher, it was at least like a believable level.
Mm-hmm. I'm looking forward to Oppenheimer.
Yes, same.
Is any was that attached to Guardians 3 for anybody else, like with trailers? Because I saw it.
Yeah,
God damn.
yes,
Well,
I think.
What was it about again?
Oppenheimer's about the creation of the atom bomb.
The creation of the atom bomb.
Kind
it's
of an important-
Robert Oppenheimer is the guy who.
Wait,
sort
is
of-
it the guy with the balloon and it went up in flames? Is it connected to that?
No, that
No.
is the
Okay, never mind.
Zeppelin.
This
Okay.
is kind of an
Hindenburg?
important historical event
This is what ended
Oh.
World War II.
and
Oh.
changed the world.
Yeah.
It precursed nuclear weapons.
Well, it
Like,
sort
it's-
of did. So the story of Robert Oppenheimer is that he applies sort of various sort of Einsteinian theories of physics. He's the one who leads. Does he lead the Manhattan Project after you get the likes of von Braun who sort of take off the rocket side of things, and then you get Oppenheimer who comes in with the more nuclear side, creates it. He gives the famous quote from the Bhagavad Gita, "Now I am become death, the destroyer of worlds." And it's said to have ended the Second World War because when the US dropped it on Hiroshima and Nagasaki, it's commonly cited as being the thing which ended Japanese resistance, though you will find quotes from the admiral of, I think, the Fifth Fleet, who basically said that it wasn't necessary. The Japanese were about a week away from surrendering anyway, and it was only because the US insisted on the abdication of the emperor that they held out as long as they did. There are a few other sort of historically revisionist tales which are very interesting and well worth reading about the necessity of dropping the bomb. My own view on the necessity of dropping the bomb is that it actually was the first act of the Cold War, not the last act of the Second World War. But that's different from the film, and this is not a history of the Cold War. So I can save that for a review, I guess. Oppenheimer, though, I think should be good. It's Christopher Nolan doing it. Robert Downey Jr. is in it, and what's his name? Cillian Murphy is in it as well, who normally gives
Cillian.
good performances.
I think it's Cillian, isn't it?
Cillian Murphy.
Cillian Murphy. Oh yeah, I love
Is
him.
it? I've always pronounced it Killian, but okay.
We
That's-
caught
that's-
Platoon saying something wrong.
I'm
That's the
closer
British
to Ireland.
thing.
I know you're all fucking Americans and you all think you're descended from Ireland even, but no, I'm closer to Ireland and I'm telling you it's Killian.
Wait, what?
Not the way
I'm
I've
sure
heard it
it's
pronounced in interviews. I'm just saying.
Yeah,
Oh,
because
then I'm
C
probably
and
wrong.
I after C is usually okay. Never mind.
I am surprised you don't know what it is, Alteori, because that's what created Godzilla.
Yes.
Yeah, I was thinking the bringer of death that quote that someone entered in the super chat. That sounds like a Godzilla thing, but
I think it was used
yeah, I
in
know
them.
that.
We're being corrected. It is.
Now I'm
Killian,
fine. Now I'm
everybody.
going to YouTube and I'm going to listen to someone interview them. I'll mute myself and I'll be right back.
Another movie that I'm interested. This isn't a summer movie though, but I unironically love the Sonic movies, and I don't just mean like them. Like I loved the first and second movie.
Is the third one coming out?
The third one comes out in December.
With no
There's a second movie?
wait. With no Dr.
What are you talking
Robotnik?
about?
Yeah, that one's got Shadow is going to be.
No, I love Shadow, but you cannot have Dr. Robotnik not be in the third movie. What the fuck?
Wait. Okay.
I'm going back to mute. I'll be right back.
unless they backed it up. It was originally scheduled for December. Let me double check that real quick. But yeah,
I just
that's
wondered if there was a...
No, I was super excited when they introduced Shadow at the.
no,
in the end
sorry,
credits.
I'm incorrect. It's next year's December. Sorry.
Oh, okay. I was like, holy shit, they pumped that up fast. Made me a little worried.
Wait.
Sorry,
I
that was
watched
my
it
fault.
too. How did I not
Alright.
see it? I even
You didn't
talked
see the
about it.
second Sonic? That
No,
was
I
that.
forgot
Oh,
there
the
was a
second
second
Sonic
one.
was great.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I haven't
there
seen
was,
either of the Sonic films.
They're fun.
So
Absolutely fun. I really like them.
Yeah, I have to watch that. Wow.
And
I'm
I
so late.
admit I am a bit biased because I am a massive Sonic the Hedgehog fan. Much more.
We
so
would have
than,
never guessed by the blue hair at one point.
Yeah.
Never.
Yep. That will come back, by the way. I'm going to. I'm flying back to Maine for my nephew's birthday coming up, and I definitely want. Not his birthday. Sorry, he's graduating, and I'm gonna make it all about me by standing out with blue hair. So.
It has
Yeah.
nothing to do with everybody just saying where the hell has your blue hair been ever since you've gotten rid of it.
You know, that's died down a little bit, but I have been called out about the fact that like the tagline on my channel is blue haired and based,
Yeah,
and
all
I
the
don't have
marketing
fucking
is
blue.
blue hair, yeah.
All the marketing
in
blue
the
hair
thumbnail for this stream,
is
it's
blue. Yeah.
Yep. I think it was one of the first
Ninja.
chats even before we started
Right.
was, "Is this stream woke?" Because
Woke
the hair
because
says
it's
it's. The hair tells me it is.
Wow.
There was a few people asking about this in the chat earlier, by the way. This is a background I threw together. So this room is always in constant flux of what I want to do, so it never looks good. So I just use a green screen. And these are all obviously these guys are the guys who run the show. And where is my hand? These are people that I've always wanted to stream with that are
Alteori and I are fine because we're cartoons, so we can have
That's
whatever
true.
we want.
Exactly.
We're not limited by your human backgrounds.
My nephew is graduating from high school and going to an Ivy League school because he's
Holy
smart.
shit!
as
Sorry,
fuck.
I didn't want to interrupt. I just saw DarkHour. I didn't realize what you were referring to because I think you pointed in the other direction. You've actually got us in your little photo.
Yeah, he
frames.
does.
yes,
That's
yeah.
really
Yeah,
cool.
I always
like that.
it always
Super
screws
cool.
me up because it's mirrored, so I'm always like, which one? But yeah.
Oh, he's got
I threw
the
this together.
plushies here.
Yeah, and the
Drinker,
plushies-
Mauler, and Rags.
Yeah.
And,
yeah.
What's
me and
that cute
Platoon.
little thing at the bottom? It looks
That's
like
Rags.
Rags.
Rags?
Yeah.
Ooh.
It was
I'm
funny
Rags
because
is out.
when I threw the Mauler one in there, I didn't know he was going to be on the last episode, and he just happened to be. You were like, "Oh, Mauler's going to be on." I was like, "Oh, well, luckily I put him on, I guess." But yeah,
Wow, I just listened to how to pronounce it. It says Killian, but I think that's
Yes.
the typical.
So are you saying I
Nazi.
was right? Typically.
Well, no, because
Look.
I still need to find
Wait,
an
are you
interview where he
serious?
says his name.
Look,
I will put money on the fact that he pronounces it Killian, like all sensible, civilized people
Why
do.
is it spelled like that then? What in the world? It's like
Why
pronounce
is it
cougar
spelled that way?
stooger. It doesn't make sense.
because the English language doesn't make sense, and we have
Yeah, but
letters.
the English
we have
language
letters on the
specifies
throughout
that-
it's like-
It doesn't make sense. What?
Americans
I'll let
get
it
rid
go
of
for
letters
now.
all the time. I don't know what you're complaining about. The Spanish are worse, though. The Spanish have multiple letters in the alphabet that they don't even pronounce. So they don't pronounce G's or J's, but there's a town which is spelled Gijon, which is pronounced something like Hihon. And you think, well, why
again,
do you
please.
even? It's like Hihon.
So
Something
it's
like
a
that.
horse or a donkey?
Yes, yeah, kind of, or a bureau because it's Spanish. But why do you even have G's and J's in your language if you don't pronounce the
Well,
letters?
here, like, think of it this way. Celtic is obviously, it's spelled with a C, but over here, my favorite basketball team is the Boston Celtics. So, you know, it could just be us weird Americans, and I'll accept that.
Well,
It is, so
we
there's a
also
Scottish
don't
football
pronounce-
There's a
team.
middle ground.
Yeah, there's a
Scottish football team called Celtic.
I think what it is if you refer to the people, it's Celtic. If you refer to it as like an organization, it's Celtic. I think that's like I read that somewhere once. That's how that works.
Okay, but it's still Killian, which is
I'm
the
not
point.
crazy. It says the letter
point
C
is it's
represents S before letters E, I, or Y.
Why are we debating the English language
I know, like, you know,
with
I
a person from England?
because where I was from was under the English rule, and that's what they taught us. So it was really like jarring to me. Like, I don't know why this is.
It is, but the Irish have had always a fairly checkered history with the English and the rules that we try and impose on them. So that might have had something to do with it
We're
as
just
well.
not going to
but-
listen to you.
Yeah, they're basically the teenagers of the world. The Irish say, no, fuck you,
The
parents.
Americans were.
We're going to
Yeah,
bomb your...
no, the Americans are like the bastard stepchildren of the world.
Yeah, see, this guy has it right here. Ain't no American who done good words. That's right.
As my friend Oski says, he always loves the ability of people in the south of America to add 3 syllables to a 1-syllable word.
Oh, you know it
and-
there.
Yeah. There is a
Got
really
it,
good one.
there.
Yep. Alteori, are you looking forward to any films that are coming out this
Godzilla
year?
and Kong, the new empire.
Godzilla and Kong. Wait, that's another one
Or-
coming out? I thought they were done
Yes.
with that.
It was
Oh.
successful, so they made a
That's
it's
coming out this
not
year?
a versus this time. They're on the same team, it seems.
Yeah.
And there's a third, you know, a third person, whatever, a third fucking monster, and it's the opponent.
So just like the last film, but without
That
verses in
ended.
the title.
Correct.
just
It's
an
Godzilla
kaiju.
X
Oh,
Kong.
No one's preaching to you. You just see monsters fighting. As long as you can see the monsters, I'm totally game.
So wait, is that the reason?
I'm
I've always
so
been
biased.
perplexed by why people like these MonsterVerse films.
I like them.
Why?
I do.
Because it's dinosaurs and animals. They're like super
Yeah,
sized.
it's
fighting.
entirely because for me, it's entirely because I watching the original Godzilla movies was something like my first fucking memory is watching a Godzilla movie. Like I've watched Godzilla my whole life, so I am biased towards these movies. Like you give me the monster action, I'm fucking there, baby. Like I'm right there.
But my dad took me to see the 1998 Godzilla when I was about
That
2.
was
Well, that's your problem.
That's your problem right there.
But I loved that film because I was really small.
You did?
That's what I saw too.
Oh, that was
Oh.
trash.
I was
The
about 2 years old
I
and I
liked
loved
it.
it. And it was great. And I still
liked
kind
it
of
too.
sneakily like the film, but I don't like any of the MonsterVerse films.
I can
so
just
it can't
see like a
be-
really young Little Platoon being like, but where are the politics of that?
Yeah, but you-
at the
Like,
age of 2, yeah.
There was between the monsters, but like
I think
I
for
don't
me,
know.
it was watching it with. I watched the old school ones, like Godzilla versus Gigan was my first one. So I'm talking about like rubber suits. So being able to see them in full CGI glory is something that's really appealing to my, you know,
I'm
to
the
my
opposite.
bias.
I've never watched, like, I watched the 1954, the really original one just recently, but I've not
Brilliant
watched the
movie.
real ones.
That's
like
a
the,
very
like
good
the
movie.
old Toho stuff, like that.
Yeah, the
Like,
black and
yeah.
the really, that's the only one I've watched like straight through. But
I own
used to
them
hate
all.
it. I used to hate Godzilla. Like growing up, I saw it and I'm like, those are not real dinosaurs. Those are people wearing teddy bear outfits. Ew, they don't look like dinosaurs. Like I used to hate him.
Wow.
And then I know. And funny enough, you know how I got into it? When I saw the 1998 one, I'm like, this Godzilla looks like an actual dinosaur. So, and I didn't know what people hated.
I hate
it.
to
Then
break it to you, but that's
2021
not what
came out.
dinosaurs looked like either. They had feathers.
Well,
It looked a lot
that was
I
different.
know,
very
but like back then,
Well, at the time, I mean, the Godzilla.
Yeah, the feather
cool.
theory only
Yeah.
came about many years later. At the time, we didn't
Yeah.
realize that they all had feathers because Jurassic Park told us they didn't.
Right.
Um,
And
but-
1998 also said the 1998 movie was coming off the back of the success of Jurassic Park, so they looked
Yes.
as close to those dinosaurs as they possibly could.
Nothing will
Probably.
top. Which one? What was it? What was the one where they actually had like real Godzilla completely Tool.
Godzilla
98.
Final Wars.
That was
He
Final
fucking-
Wars, yeah.
He absolutely
was
fucking
bad.
wrecked the American Godzilla.
They
And
were-
they just
He
like
moved
This is on
faster
purpose
in that
to be like
scene than he
F
ever
Godzilla.
did
That's
in the
not-
history of his existence, just
Yeah.
to kill
they
them.
shit all over the American one in that one. I loved it.
And I think they
Like,
called
what
him
have
like
you
tuna
done?
breath or something, because the Japanese hate that movie because they felt that it really bastardized a very
Yeah.
Which
like,
it
loved
did.
product, and it did, yeah, it did. But it was like that's one of their very protected like IPs. In
That ushered in the
And-
millennium era of the Godzilla franchise. It's had 3 eras so far. It's in its 4th one now. But that one, the American Godzilla was, the Japanese hated that fucking movie so much that they were like, we'll do it right. And they did. They did Godzilla 2000, which was phenomenal. It had like one of the best monster suits in the entire like 30 plus movie franchise, in my opinion. But
Oh,
I
Shin
could go on
Godzilla
that for a
too.
while. Shin
That was-
Godzilla.
was
I
good.
watched Shin Godzilla.
Shin Godzilla
That
was
was
very
one-
good.
my favorite Godzilla movie. Oh my god.
Yeah,
was
Shin
amazing.
Godzilla was great. It won the Academy Award equivalent in Japan for Best Picture. It was that.
It deserves it.
Yeah, that well.
But it tends to be a vehicle for social commentary in Japan as well. So the
Yeah.
first Godzilla comes about as a result of American nuclear weapons, essentially. I think I'm right in
Yeah.
saying that.
It's the embodiment of that.
Yeah, but as you progress, the nuclear element stays the same, but the cause of the nuclear thing changes. So you
We
go
literally just
from
mentioned
nuclear
that.
weapon,
That's
nuclear
Final
weapon
Wars.
detonation to nuclear power testing to Pacific nuclear weapon testing in the Pacific, which was the American one. And it's interesting to chart the way in which those things change. So post Fukushima, you get all of the nuclear power stuff, which comes out as well. And it's always interesting to see how they take these very different premises for essentially the same sort of creature feature. My problem with the MonsterVerse films, though, is that I don't think there's enough creature feature. So you say that the thing that you enjoy about it is the creature stuff, but it spends most of its time doing really shit human stuff with
I
people
know,
who
and
can't
that's
act.
what I-
that is a criticism of
I-
mine too. Like I'm not
That
disagreeing
me
with
too.
you.
And people
Yeah.
got mad at me for
Don't
that. But I'm
disagree.
like, they should have mostly. I know you have to set up story and stuff, but what I really didn't like about the first one was that it was all about that they showed him at the end. Okay, fair enough. That's his introduction. But then the second one,
Yeah, I give that one a
it had-
pass.
when
too
you
for
have
that.
the action scenes that were excellent, but then you keep cutting back and forth. Like we're not interested in that. Like, and people will say, well, the old movies were like that, you know. But it's very jarring when you want to see Rodan and Mothra just fighting or Godzilla fighting Ghidorah, and you see them on screen for like a second or 2 seconds. The humans are on for like 7. They're on for a second. I actually did a video comparing like how long we get to see the humans versus the monsters in the monster fight. So that's why I was like, Godzilla versus Kong was one of the better ones for me.
Below femur Godzilla.
No, I agree. Godzilla versus Kong. Like when I first watched it, I enjoyed it quite a bit.
Oh, yeah,
and
I
now if
loved it.
when I don't rewatch it necessarily, I'll literally skip to the fucking battles, and that's it.
Yeah,
I'll skip
same.
right
And
to the
Skull
battles.
Island too.
Of
I
the
actually like Skull Island.
MonsterVerse, connect whatever the MonsterVerse universe, whatever the hell you want to call
It's
it.
MonsterVerse.
Yeah, MonsterVerse. It I would say probably the one that had the most like creature fighting was probably King of the Monsters, the one with King Ghidorah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
definitely. Yeah.
And that one also
And
had
you can see it.
yeah.
You could,
So-
but
Yeah, if you
that-
could
that-
fucking
that
see
was,
it, it was so dark.
Yeah.
There was an instructive film there because it really put into stark contrast the strongest and weakest aspects of the film. There was some brilliant cinematography in that film. The one where as Ghidorah is on top of where is the mountain that it's on top of, and it rears up and shouts.
Oh yeah, and stretches out his wings and does that cry.
Yeah.
That was amazing.
And you have that
Oh my God,
that
I love
wrecked-
Ghidorah.
that wrecked cross underneath it as well. I mean, that's a beautifully shot scene. Unfortunately, then the rest of the film happens. So, yeah, not so good.
Or when Rodan's my favorite, and when he's flying overhead and everyone is like hanging on for dear life because his wingspan is so powerful, and just it gives you the scale of the creature. Him just flying overhead causes a freaking windstorm and people are flying away. That was
massive
amazing
sonic
to me.
boom. Yeah.
I loved the aspect of showing how large they were.
As a Godzilla fan, I did like how that movie made sure to present to us how Godzilla is the king of the monsters, because it showed him like that the shot when you first see Godzilla standing next to King Ghidorah to fight him, and
Mhm.
King Ghidorah is that much bigger than Godzilla, and he
He
still
is.
fucking wins. It's just like it really showed me that the filmmakers understood the power of Godzilla himself, and I was just
Mhm.
really blown away by that. I
Yeah.
really like the ending too, or the final fight ending, not like the bullshit contrived thing where I forget, the mom was like the bad guy and she's supposed to have the heroic moment. I thought that was fucking stupid.
Yeah, she's stupid.
The
Yeah,
bullshit
she's dreadful.
contrived thing in a Godzilla film?
Oh.
You're going to have to narrow that down a bit. If you want to know who would beat both of them, of course, Jay here has the answer. It's Mecha Streisand.
It is
Streisand,
Mecha
yeah.
She's the
Streisand from the
most
South
powerful
Park
of all the
episode.
Godzillas. Unless
Mega
she's against him.
A couple of people mentioned in the comments, and I'm what is it? The Transformers, and that's a movie that I have extremely low expectations for, but I am at least interested because I was a big Beast Wars fan. I'm a big Transformers guy. Actually, that's part of where my username comes from, is from the quote. Well, it's from the quote from the Transformers movie, "The Matrix will light our darkest hour," that whole thing. Plus, it also comes from a historical speech as well. But but like Beast Wars was the one that I probably watched the most when I was a kid. So like I'm interested in it, but I have extremely low expectations.
Yeah, I'm kind of interested in the new Transformers movie just because of the beasts being in it.
Oh yeah,
because
the
it's
animals.
a childhood thing again. Their marketing got me. I'll be there, but I'll still give you my opinion on it, which is probably won't end up
Is there
being
a trailer
positive.
for it or something?
Yeah,
I
trailers
think
have
there's
been
two.
released. Yeah.
Yeah, I think there's a couple trailers now.
Because I like what they did with the dinosaur thing, like with the T-Rex in that other movie.
Great.
I love
Such a
dinosaur stuff.
small
So.
bit of it too, and it's like the Dinobots were huge for me when I was a kid, and I was just like, man, that's how you fucking use them. Fuck you.
Yeah,
11
Grimlock
days
is.
ago. How did I miss this?
Well, it was one of the trailers for me for Guardians of the Galaxy was the.
I didn't
Transformers
get that trailer. That's funny.
Yeah, that was. one of
They
the
put
ones.
Oppenheimer in front of.
I don't think I got
Guardians.
Oppenheimer. I
That's
got
so
I got
funny.
the Rise of the Beasts, and I got like literally the rest of the trailers were all Disney trailers. I was like, well,
Yeah.
there's no bias here.
Yeah, well,
what you're showing.
shit. Is there anything else that you guys are looking forward to this year? Though we really got on a Godzilla kick, which I
The Little
love.
Blue
Mermaid.
Beetle.
Oh, Blue Beetle.
Oh, you're looking. I forgot. You are looking forward to Blue Beetle, aren't you?
Yeah, it actually looked decent. I mean, I don't want to get my hopes up too much, but I'm like, you know what? The whole thing when he did that
I'm gonna
freaking
pull up
anime
a
source
list
thing
of
at the
things.
end got me so hyped up. I was dying. Oh, I will see
That is
that.
anime level. Yeah, it was an anime level.
It just has such that
You
feel
know-
to it. I
why
didn't know
it's
I was gonna
anime
like
level?
it, so I saw it. Huh?
It's that way because it's exactly like the fucking Guyver, which is an anime. And
Guyver?
yes, go look that up. There was a shitty American remake about the Guyver. But I loved it when I was a kid because it's a creature feature, really. But it's an alien. It's basically like an alien weapon, and it attaches itself to the main character, and it's a
Venom.
powerful suit. Yeah, it's a super powerful suit. And it does all the shit that you saw Blue Beetle do.
Oh, wow, it looks like his suit too. Oh my god.
Yep.
Wait, so
And-
did they rip it off of that, or is it just
I think it's very inspired because the Blue Beetle's been around for a long time, but just like most comic book things, there have been reinventions, and Blue Beetle has been reinvented.
It is
And-
stupid that they're skipping the original Blue Beetle to go right to the reinvention version.
Yeah.
the
Well,
original Blue Beetle? What was? What did it look
do
like?
you have any
Like,
original
what-
Blue Beetle comics, DarkHour?
Not currently on my shelf, but I do have a Booster Gold Blue Beetle like hardcover somewhere I was reading relatively recently. But that one I'd have to dig out from like a pile somewhere because that was one that I actually was reading.
The original Blue Beetle looks like the Tick. It doesn't look any like.
Yeah.
Looks like a guy
it
in
does
a
look more
suit.
like the Tick. Yep. Yeah, I think someone in the chat got it. Just FYI, everybody that sent in super chats, as usual, we're still trying to work out the kinks of how to approach these. But we do save them for the end as of right now. We'll read every single one of them. Do not worry. 'Cause
Wait, it's right here.
we appreciate you and we love you. We'll get to you. We just try and keep it in chat to keep it as entertaining as possible for you guys. Then when we're wrapping it up,
I do.
You do have fucking Blue Beetle.
Yeah, we have every comic book.
You'd be surprised how many are in this. There's a reason why this is always in flux.
Santa's bag.
Name
Hey,
something
he's got
else.
glasses on, bro. He's joining the drinker now.
Yeah, Drinker
wow.
isn't here, so I figured I'd put mine on.
Wow. Did you just wink?
Oh shit! Now I need to go get my glasses.
But I don't know how Drinker does. I do not understand how Drinker doesn't get the.
It's because of the height of where his camera is. It's up pretty high, so it's aiming down. You and I have it more like straight on, so it'll be more reflection. But did you guys see the movie X and Pearl last year? Either one?
No.
At all?
No.
What is that?
Fuck. Okay. No, it's I wouldn't expect you to. They were both A24 movies and they're horror movies.
Ooh,
But they
really?
had what I consider it stars a woman named Mia Goth, who's becoming kind of the next big thing. I think she's gonna be in some major franchise. I think it might be a fucking MCU movie, not gonna lie. But she put on what I consider the most underrated and best performance of the year last year in the movie Pearl. So X and Pearl are horror movies, and they're kind of throwbacks to certain genres. Like X was visually a throwback to kind of like Texas Chainsaw Massacre, like exploitation horror. And Pearl was kind of a love letter to like visually, it almost reminded me of like Wizard of Oz and stuff. And it's a prequel to X. They both came out last year, about 6 months apart. And they were filmed at the exact same time because they were filmed on such low budgets. Ty West, the director, was able to squeeze a lot in. And Mia Goth put on a performance for the ages, in my opinion, in the film Pearl. Top 10 last year, one of my maybe top 5 favorite movies last year. I have a review of both movies on my channel if anyone wants to check it out. But Maxine, the middle movie that concludes the trilogy, is coming out this year, and I am really looking forward to that.
So wait, it's a horror, you said?
Yeah.
Are you sure? Because it doesn't seem
Yep.
marketed that way.
Go look at the movie X and tell me that's not a horror movie.
See a woman who has an axe, and it looks like some kind of action thriller thing. But
No, it's not an action thriller, not whatsoever.
I really didn't. Because I think I had seen that poster, but I just walked over it because it looked like some kind of
No action movie at all. Not at all. Pearl's not really as much of a. I mean, it is gruesome in parts. It's certainly not like X in the fact that it's horror. X is more in. It's not traditional, I wouldn't say, but it's closer to a traditional like slasher type. But it's above that. They're almost like the Pearl is almost like cerebral horror. It's a real character study, and it's almost entirely her, and it's fucking brilliant. It looks like the chat's eating it up right now too, except Timothy.
I don't want to spoil it. So
No.
what should I watch in order? Like
and then watch
like
Pearl.
X and then Pearl.
Yep.
Okay.
So I was just going through the list of movies. I came one that I came across, but I'll let you finish what you're saying. But I did come up with one more thing.
Oh, I'm pretty wrapped up. But Maxine is coming out. It's the way that it's paced is the way you should watch it, but it's not chronological. But Maxine is the third coming out, and it takes place between Pearl and X, and it concludes the trilogy. And just desperately looking forward to it. I cannot wait. I think Mia Goth is incredible. And anyway, yeah, fuck yeah. Anyway, DarkHour.
So actually, I do. This is actually a good one to bring up to you because I actually want your opinion on something. So I actually like the Insidious movies. I don't know how you feel about it. I know you're a horror guy.
I love Insidious.
Yeah,
I think they're goofy as fuck. I saw the trailer for the new one, and I was like,
There's a new one?
Get fuck out of
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. They actually are releasing a new one.
Trailers where
Oh god, I was like, no.
Yeah, the new
this is
one
so
comes
fucking
out.
goofy.
It is scheduled for July.
oh my god.
And there's been like nothing said about it, which is usually not a good sign.
Maxine is set after. Yeah. You're right. Maxine's set after X. I thought it was in between Pearl.
You're
right.
It,
He's right.
I take it, Cynic, that you're not a fan of the Insidious films.
No.
Okay.
Nope.
I love them.
I enjoy them, but I'm not a huge horror person, so I can understand why like someone who's really into the horror genre would be like maybe not so into them.
It's good. We can get some
What?
YouTube
That's
drama
such an
going
insult.
here.
I'm into the horror
Alteori,
genre. I love them. What do you?
Alteori, why do you
me?
like them? We can get some proper YouTube beef going here. Why do you like them?
Because they were odd. Is Insidious the
My girlfriend knows
or
what's
am I
up.
getting it mixed up with Sinister? Which is the one with the guy with the weird face and they have the weird violins that play? And the little boy was standing in the corner and the guy was walking, like when the girl was home, the guy was walking back and forth on her porch and then he ended up inside the house.
You're correct. That's Insidious.
That's Insidious, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I
Insidious.
love the what? Okay, I like the aspect
Drama.
of I did not expect, like, because when you watch horror movies after a while, you expect to see certain things. They use certain formulas over and over again, like, oh, if you open the fridge, it's gonna be there when you close the fridge, and you know, you look in the mirror. But what I like,
It's always
about
the washing
it
of the face down here, and then you rip
Yes!
the face in there in the mirror. It's like
exactly, or then your face looks different. But Sinister scared me, and when I feel those chills go up my spine. Oh, that's for me when a horror movie is really good, and that's what Sinister kind of did. Because that part that stuck out to me was the guy walking back and forth, and I'm like, "There's
you mean
something
Insidious?
outside."
Because you said Sinister.
Sinister, yeah, Insidious, whichever one was that, yeah.
They
And
all blend in together.
they do. Oh my god, they do. I can't even lie, they do. But
It's
I
like
like that they do something different, you know?
2010's horror was such a fucking travesty. Mostly, like, it really was. I've been a huge horror fan my whole life. I grew up watching slasher movies. So just in case everyone's wondering, I'm secretly a serial killer.
Oh
It
my.
severely influenced me.
Well, it's not a secret
It's
anymore.
not a secret anymore.
Right?
Well, this stream is going. It's being deleted afterwards. But no, I loved
It was
horror.
technically streamed to 2 channels, so you have to.
Well, I'll tell Platoon he has to delete it or I'll kill him. But I grew up on horror. I loved it. I watched slasher movies. I understand they're B-movie schlock. I loved them. But the decade that killed it for me was like the 2010s. But I feel like it's coming back. I reviewed since I started the channel last year. I think I reviewed like 4 or 5 horror movies, and I've just been like, God damn, this genre is kicking ass now.
But
Thanks,
you say
A24.
slasher movies though, right?
What's that?
You say you like slasher horror movies.
I did.
Yeah, see, for me, that doesn't do it for me. Some guy running after you with a knife and hacking people, it's not scary.
Well,
This is
that was like my childhood horror selection.
Oh.
It's
Yeah,
just like you've seen 1 or 2 of them, and you've seen all of them.
Oh, for sure.
So-
Yeah, for sure. There's no doubt about
Hostel
that.
was a better take on that. When I saw Hostel, I was like, ooh, this is...
Hostel is gore porn, though.
That was
That's like
freaking
a totally. That's not even like that's the next level of slasher. That's just like how many gallons of blood can we get on the wall?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think it's
God,
the logical
starting
next
ridiculous.
step. It was their attempt to answer the problem of the repetition of slasher is to do this sort of gore porn, and that really put me off horror as a genre. I know it's not horror in its totality, but there was a time during sort of the mid 2000s, mid late 2000s, where every horror film coming out was basically, well, let's do Saw again, but even more graphic.
It was like the late 2000s when
Yeah.
because I remember
Yeah.
like I was like right after I got out of high school, there was just constant pumping out of those kinds.
Yeah,
So.
it's a snuff film basically, and that's not like I like the original Halloween for a reason that's very, very different than the reason people like these snuff films. Like the first Halloween film was clunky and awkward and terribly acted, and some of the dialogue was shit, but it introduces this new sort of meta into horror. And this iconic villain who goes on to do such good work in later films, and it's a period piece. Like
How is
my mom
Halloween
likes
like?
Sorry.
I was gonna ask you, like, how is Halloween, with all of those criticisms, which are totally fucking valid, one of the best movies of all time?
Well, like my mum likes Pride and Prejudice, and that's kind of the same thing, but in a different genre. I like Halloween for the same reason she likes that, which is that it's tired in a way. It's been redone to death, but it is the original version of the
originator.
thing we've become tired by.
Yeah.
And
That
you
doesn't
can
make it a
forgive
good
its
movie.
faults. No, it doesn't make it a good movie, but it does make it more of a. It makes it more remarkable. It doesn't make it good necessarily, because there are many problems with Halloween 1, but it does make it something that sticks in the mind as this. And also, it's worth remembering that its budget was not particularly good.
$330,000.
Yeah, I mean, it was doing this on a shoestring, and it somehow managed to carve out an iconic villain with no money, with no writing chops to speak of, and despite all of its other flaws, it at least did something new for the genre. And
Why did it cost so much?
Or so
cost so
300
much.
So much?
I mean,
Holy
I don't
shit.
know. Movies always no. Hold on, wait, because I didn't watch the movie, but I watch clips of it. So it's a person running around in a mask, right? Like,
Yeah.
so I mean, unless they're talking about the production thing with hiring the actors and
It's entirely
getting the
production,
venues
and they
all that stuff. So that does add up.
the
right?
That's
short
cheap.
answer is that in like the 70s, the late 70s, a lot of the production companies were looking for new properties, but not willing to put a lot of money behind them.
And
that
horror
wasn't-
was a cheap
yeah.
way to make quick cash.
It wasn't just horror that did that too. Like I actually did one of my most recent video was on Rocky that had less than $1 million budget, and it's
Trash.
it's trash.
No.
Comment.
Halloween
Comment.
3.
I was about to be like,
No.
what?
Halloween 3 is trash, dude. That movie.
I was
sucks ass.
about to be like, what is wrong with you? Okay. No, but like there was a lot of reaching for new IPs at the time of like the late 70s, early 80s, but they didn't want to spend a lot of money on them. Horror was just an easy one to do that with because you don't need a lot to make a horror movie back then, at least. You needed a location, people to scream, and a decent script, and you could make it work. Like it was more about how it was. There was a lot that was about how it was filmed back then. So it was like.
It's
To give you
also it's
perspective.
proof of what you can do on an amateur budget with an amateur staff and an amateur writing team. It's essentially the B movie come good. And I think that there's something kind of lovely about the fact that Halloween, which it would fail by any modern metric of what a well-produced film is, but the fact that people can effectively come together on a shoestring budget without a huge amount of technology or studio backing and create this new thing, it's a nice sort of amateurish vibe that goes behind it, which. You don't really watch the first Halloween like you watch any well-produced film. Yeah, disagree. Hard disagree.
Hard disagray.
Halloween
God
3
damn.
is a terrible film. I agree with the previous take.
Yeah, I agree with that one.
That was just a very poorly timed
That was
highlight. I was like, you almost like set me off on levels you can't even begin to understand.
Woo! Well, it would have been a murder off because I'm a serial killer. To give you perspective on how cheap that is, that was enough to pay $30,000 to Donald Pleasance out of $330,000. So that's what 10 fucking % gone like that.
Yeah.
And then that was still cheap to the point where John Carpenter wrote, directed, and made the musical score for the movie. He played those 3 roles, and still $300,000 wasn't enough, to the point where like they were filming the movie and it takes place on Halloween, and they couldn't actually go somewhere. They couldn't film during a time where there was real fall leaves, so they could only afford like 2 fucking bags of leaves, and filmed the movie. They'd film a scene and then have to fucking rake up the fake leaves and reuse them for scene after scene. Like that's how
annoying.
little money that is, even in the 70s, to produce a movie.
Yeah.
Anyway, just to give you some perspective on like what a true shoestring budget they were on. And it was also like completely revolutionary. It's only the second film ever, I believe, to use a Steadicam, which is the camera that like it's a fucking go-to camera nowadays.
Do you want to know what the first film to use the Steadicam
What was the first film?
It happened to be Rocky.
Oh no shit!
Yes, and I talked about it in my video.
Oh, okay.
It was at least the first major production.
That's pretty cool. Well, think of it that way then. Like they still were revolutionary to the point where they like could afford one scene with a Steadicam and they could film it twice, and it was iconic what they ended up doing with the opening scene of Halloween, because it was
Movie
all
Cynic doesn't
one
watch
shot.
my stuff clearly. Just
Jesus,
saying, I watch your
bro.
videos. Just saying.
Hey, I'm making videos here. I got 2 weeks off. I have so much shit to catch up on.
I'm
I haven't
fucking
even
with
caught
you.
up on our buddy
Hurt
Mega
his
Geek's
feelings.
movie yet. He's fucking Mega Geek. I'm sorry, bro. I will watch your movie soon. I'm taking 2 weeks off after tomorrow, after I put out my
I was
Guardians
just
review.
messing with you.
No, I know. But no, the Steadicam thing, they like revolutionary opening scene, all one shot, ended up being entirely iconic. In fact, the person who did the cinematography for Halloween went on to win an Academy Award, I believe. Dean Cundy, who works with Steven Spielberg quite a bit. It's a revolutionary movie. It created an entire fucking subgenre of horror. It created an iconic film legend in Michael Myers. The fucking musical score is iconic. Everyone knows that score. Like everyone knows that shit. It was just, despite all of its flaws, an unbelievably influential movie. And I don't know if you could tell, I've really liked the original Halloween.
Missed opportunity to have Rocky versus Michael Myers. There you go.
Yeah, Steadicam versus Steadicam, bro. Fuck.
And demonetized.
That's as much as I'll do for the demonetization reason, but I can't play the whole thing.
Platoon, at some point I wanted to, maybe not this stream, I really want to pull up ChatGPT. You pick the movie and I'm gonna have ChatGPT write a video essay in the style of Little Platoon, and I'm gonna read it.
I believe it's limited to 15 minutes, so it can't do me at all. But
yeah, I know
it
only gets me like 500-600 characters.
Well.
Yeah, no, it does like 500 or 600 words, I think, max.
But in future, I will be out of a job. Yeah. Anything else that we're looking forward to coming up in terms of films? I know we've got the usual shitstorm in Little Mermaid. Indiana Jones is coming up. Anyone looking forward to Indy?
I've never watched
for all
it,
the wrong reasons.
Yeah, I'm with Alteori. Like, I have watched them when I was a little kid, and I didn't like them, so I never revisited
I think
them.
it's going to be just god awful trash. So
yeah,
I cannot foresee any situation where I enjoy what they're doing.
Is Indiana Jones like under Disney?
Yeah,
because it's
Oh, I don't want to watch it then. No.
Yeah, just watch the original.
The minute they brought his goddaughter in, I already know where it's going. So
yeah,
that is such a weird line, by the way, in the trailer. They're like, "Have a drink for the goddaughter." Like, who the hell talks like that? Like, why would the bartender give a shit?
Well, we know that it's a character who needs to introduce another character will talk like that, but no real person in their life actually would. I have a nasty feeling. I really love all three of the original and, to my mind, the only real Indiana Jones films, but I have a very bad feeling about this, to quote one of his other characters. It probably won't go well. But, hell, if you're on YouTube, there are two categories of film out there. There are films you're looking forward to because you actually want to see them. There are films you're looking forward to because you know there will be a shitstorm, and actually that's kind of good for us, which is a bit depressing. I would give my channel away for a brilliant Star Wars or Indiana Jones film, but we're not going to get that. So
damn,
I guess
that's some serious love you have for that franchise.
Yes, it's
goddamn.
The first three. The first three are brilliant films.
That would be a terrible deal for them to take, because as soon as you were off the channel, it would tank anyway. So
yeah, it just disappeared.
What would be
I'll just start a new one.
Yeah, there you go. It wouldn't. That would be a horrible deal.
I'm looking forward to. I've seen Kingdom of the Planet of the Apes is coming out apparently, and I loved all the Planet of the Apes movies, the last three.
Yeah, they were all pretty good.
The more recent ones.
Yeah.
I never watched the older ones, but I do like the ones with Caesar. So I'll watch that. I didn't even know that was coming out.
The older ones are like worth watching for like the classic nature of it.
Yeah.
And the one with Michael Jackson in it, where he likes Michael Jackson or Michael Jackson likes him.
What?
The female ape looks like Michael Jackson. Let's not.
You're talking about the Tim Burton one.
Yeah, I
forgot
that
fucking movie.
I was going to ask about something. I don't remember. I do not remember Charlton Heston sharing a scene with Michael Jackson.
With Ape Lincoln.
With Ape Lincoln.
Yeah.
They look horrid.
They do, but
I actually have to go back and watch those movies. Actually sit down and watch them.
Honestly, it's really worth watching. So my dad considers Planet of the Apes the Star Wars of his generation. So he grew up absolutely blown away by the effects of the original Planet of the Apes film. And I think you do have to put yourself in that mindset. Obviously now it looks so cheap. It looks so like cringily done. It's so obviously plastic and rubber. But if you compare it to everything else around it at the time, the original Planet of the Apes it's an astounding film. And it's a really interesting film as well. I mean, there aren't very many stories around which will close with you realizing you've gone back in time and ended up on the dead planet you left from. That's impressive. And so I think Planet of the Apes suffers for the fact that it looks so dated, but actually, if you can get past that, it's a really, really brilliant film.
No,
I'd
I'm
recommend
looking
it.
forward to watching it. Whatever that's gonna be. But yeah, I definitely look, because it's very interesting. Like the direction. It seems as though that the old movie. There's only one of those movies, right?
No, there
No, there's a bunch of
are
them.
4 or 5, I
wow.
think.
Jesus.
So
Okay.
there's Planet of the Apes. There's the second one. There's Return to the Planet of the Apes. There is another one after that. There's one where they find a wrecked human civilization which worships a nuclear bomb, which I think is where Fallout got the idea from.
Yeah. I
Oh
believe so.
my god.
Yeah, there were several of them, and then of course you got the modern remakes as well.
Wait. I'm confused. Which is the one with Michael Jackson in it?
It's not Michael Jackson.
You know what I mean? The
It's
freaking
Helena
ape woman.
Bonham Carter.
Who?
Who?
Peanut Butter Barker?
It's Helena
Helena
Bonham
Bonham
Carter.
Carter?
Yeah, she was in the
Was she?
Yes, she was the female ape in that one.
I had
The
no
one that
idea.
liked
Which
the
one?
human, right?
I'm not sure I've seen this one.
The 2001
That's the
one.
one I'm talking about. I don't know about the other
Hello.
movies, but the one I saw was a clip of the
Helena
female
Bonham
ape,
Carter.
and there's this cute blonde woman who was like totally into the guy, and she was jealous because the female ape liked him, and he had to like carry her on his back.
Was this like a recent-ish film, like 2000s onwards film?
Yeah,
I
this was the Mark
Let me
Wahlberg
look
one.
it up. If you type in Michael Jackson, Planet of the Apes, I swear to God, like that.
Okay, it was the Mark Wahlberg 2000. It's literally being
Yeah,
said
it
in
was
the
Mark
chat.
Wahlberg.
I'm telling you
That's
who
it.
was in it, and it was Helena Bonham Carter played
No
one
idea
of the
who that is.
characters. It's Tim Burton's wife.
She
That's Beatrix.
She's in lots of Tim
Strange.
Burton stuff.
Ooh, I'm back.
She's in Tim Burton stuff. She's
Bellatrix?
she's Bellatrix in Harry
Bellatrix,
Potter.
sorry.
Well, that's
she
the
is...
movie I watched. That's the movie I saw the clip for.
Oh, okay. So yeah, I think that's a more recent. That must be one of the recent-ish remake
Oh,
ones.
thank Jesus. Movie Cynic's back. He actually knows what the hell is going
What?
on.
Yeah,
What
because
is
Oh,
it?
they-
I
neither
don't
of
know
them-
what's going on.
Neither of them know what the 2001 Mark Wahlberg version of Planet of the Apes is.
no,
Well,
no,
good
I think
for
I
you
think
guys
I-
because it fucking sucks.
I do.
It's fucking
That's
terrible.
well, I didn't watch it, but I want to watch it.
Oh,
It
well,
looks-
sorry.
I think
sorry.
I've seen it. I
Platoon
think I
doesn't know
have.
what it is.
It's
But,
No, I think
so
I have
bad,
seen
dude.
it. I just didn't make the Michael Jackson connection, but I think I have seen it.
Yeah, it was directed by Tim Burton. And
Yeah.
Michael Clark.
Yeah, no,
Duncan
I'm sure I've seen
plays
that one.
Like a,
yeah, Michael Clark Duncan played like the general, the guerrilla general guy.
yeah, and
Is that
who
the
was,
one that kicks off the most recent
No,
sort of?
Mm.
no,
Oh, it isn't.
No,
Oh.
that was a completely separate thing.
Maybe
the
I
most
haven't seen
So
it.
what
iconic
are the ones
image
you're
from
talking
that?
about, Little Platoon?
Ape Lincoln.
Yes, Ape Lincoln. Thank you. I was gonna say the most iconic and lasting image from that piece of shit.
It's the end
was
where
Abe
he ends
Lincoln.
up back on Earth, and for some reason the monument of Abe Lincoln has been turned into a monkey.
fucking monkey. It's so fucking stupid, dude.
Okay, I have not
I
seen
hate
that
that
film,
movie.
and that's okay.
I hate it.
I'm perversely fascinated though. I might have to go and watch it.
I gotta say,
You've
get
been
a laugh.
warned.
So uncanny
Yeah,
though, the way
you've
they
been one.
look. Like that's what really threw me. It's like, what is this?
Oh.
Oh, it's such ass.
Yeah, no, if your experience of that though is that film, yeah, I would recommend that I think it's the 50s version. Is it the original one? Is it 50s or 70s? I'm decades out. It's way before I was alive, but I would recommend the original just because if you can get past
I'm not
the sort of
even-
the uncanny valley stuff, just
Someone just said
yeah.
I'm the old guy on the. I'm not even the oldest person on the panel. How am I the?
What?
When were the original?
Someone just said
when
that
did
the
they come
only
out?
old guy here is DarkHour. I'm like, I'm not even.
How-
I'm not even the oldest person on the.
How
panel.
old are you, Dark Hour?
I'm 34.
Oh my god, I'm 36, but I'm the oldest person on the panel. I'm the oldest man. Oh, and lady, between men and ladies. Sorry.
1968. That's really
Apparently,
old.
I look like I got some miles on.
That's
People
the one.
people love talking about the way I look. It's
It's
fantastic.
because you have kids.
And
But
also,
on the-
I get
Married
beat
down.
up 3 or 4 days a week.
On the 1968 point, though, Alteori, that's a really interesting metric to try and judge the film by because I think it does look impressive by the standards of its day, but then you realize that Star Wars comes out in 11 years' time. And Star Wars holds up, even the original version without Lucas's edits, it holds up much better today than the 68 film did. And then, of course, you can compare the Planet of the Apes film in 68 to 2001 A Space Odyssey. And you can see, again, this huge chasm in visual quality. So I recommend being as forgiving as you can with the original Planet of the Apes, and you can be forgiving. And it is a great film. But
I can see that. The pictures of it look decent. They're still shot.
But it's more interesting, I think, for the characters and the story and less so for the effects. Whereas you've got, in the same time period, you've got films which have great stories, characters, and revolutionary effects. So I would hold it maybe against the film that it doesn't really hold up as well as it might today. But the story is still great. It's an iconic film. And it's well worth watching.
I'll definitely have to watch it. I mean, there's like 4 of them. But
yeah, I mean, it's with any movie like that, even if it's like a before your time thing, like, and there's so many great films that are before anybody's time at this point. But the as long as you could try and like put yourself in a mindset where it's like, okay, at the time this would have been so, like, it makes it a lot better in my opinion.
Yeah.
Same thing with somebody just mentioned Blade Runner. That's another great example of if you can put yourself in that like time frame. Blade Runner is much better if you look at it now.
Oh, you should. Blade Runner is a fantastic film, and actually, Blade Runner's effects hold up against modern day stuff. The things that date Blade Runner are fashion, but they're not sort of visual effects. The visual effects in Blade Runner are so stunningly well done, and most importantly, the story is just brilliant. But make sure you watch the right version. There are about 15 different director's cuts. So Blade Runner, you have to find the right cut. Which one is it? Is it the final cut?
I think it's the final cut is the one that everyone has like agreed on is like the official canon version.
Because they're really different. Like the first one has Han Solo actor. Why are names Harrison Ford? That's the one. The first one is like filmed as a film noir style detective story where he narrates the story to you as it's going, which is very strange, and it's not at all in the later cuts as well. So they're very different films. But the final cut is, if it's the one I'm thinking of, the final cut is the one to check out. But you should watch it. It's such a if
only for the Rutger Hauer scene in the rain. Like that scene is so iconic in and of itself.
Yeah. Is there a Snyder cut? Well, the Snyder cut wouldn't have Rutger Hauer's speech in it because Snyder can't identify pathos when he sees it. But everything about Blade Runner is great. I mean, the fact that Rutger Hauer, as a mere actor who had was not doing particularly well in his career, took the script and said, you know what, no, I can make this better, and I'm not going to tell anyone what it is. I'm just going to do my own version of the line on the set on the day of recording. And it turns out to be so much better than the scripted version. And it gives you this most beautiful soliloquy for any sort of 20th century film. Watch Blade Runner. It's very, very good.
Okay.
Write this
down.
Other
news, apparently Amber Heard quit Hollywood and moved away to Madrid.
Good.
Oh.
I don't know how she has any money to move to Madrid. She should have no money at this point.
She's also bilingual, apparently. She moved there with her daughter, and she's like, I want to be away from all the noise. Apparently, what some friend said. Good point,
What is it with like discredited Hollywood people who move to Europe to escape charges of criminality? So you've got Amber Heard and Roman Polanski are the two that come to mind. But...
Do not know who Roman Polanski is.
Except our criminals.
That is a topic for another day. Roman
yes, we did Jeffrey Epstein last time you were on the stream and it got us demonetized. We should probably avoid Roman Polanski. I
had Stephen Lee. I had dinner with the guy who played Flash Gordon at a Comic-Con that I went to when I was promoting my comic book.
Flash Gordon. You have to look up who it is.
Yeah.
And he was a really nice guy.
What it is?
Flash Gordon was originally serialized, like sci-fi stuff, but the one that I think you're referring to, Cynic, would be the movie, right?
The movie.
There's a guy with a sword. That's
the movie. Probably is what you ended up seeing the advertisement for or whatever.
He's a really nice guy. 2019 Reno Comic-Con. Nice dude.
Sam Jones.
Yep. And I think
quarterback New York Jets.
I think he makes his living going to Comic-Cons.
As he should.
He probably should. Yeah.
That's one of my all-time favorite movie lines Flash Gordon, quarterback, New York Jets. He would rather go into space than be the quarterback for the Jets. That's how hard it is for Jets fans.
Well,
So you're
Aaron
talking
Rodgers
about something that Americans consider sport, and so I don't understand what you're referring to. But
yes,
You know.
it is
I have
a
no
weekly
idea.
thing
Don't
to talk about how American football people just
Isn't
don't
a
like
thing.
because it's far too complicated and difficult for you guys. So
no, it's just like I like watching sport. I don't like watching ad breaks. And if you're going to run into people while holding a ball, you should not be wearing armor because you're a pussy if you do that. So watch rugby instead.
Believe it or not, the
Ooh.
pads actually have since the advent of the pads and the helmet, injuries and severe damage have gone up precipitously.
There is an
someone
interesting
fucking
parallel
died
with
on the
boxing.
field like 4 months ago.
Yeah, but
okay?
people drop dead
Oh my
on the
God.
field all the time.
I mean, he
but-
got
but
brought back to life, but he fucking dropped dead on the
on
field.
what DarkHour said, that there's an interesting statistic. I think I'm right in saying that the propensity of head injuries in boxing has increased since they introduced weighted and padded gloves.
Yes.
Because before then you would avoid the head because obviously punching someone in the head is a bad
Right.
thing. They
Pull
bring
your
in gloves
punches.
because they think it's safer, so you go for the head instead, and that actually leads to more brain damage and death as a result of head injury. So yeah, unintended consequences are a thing. However, the fact that American football is a shit sport is a universal truth outside of America. So yeah, it's just not good. Just you shouldn't be watching it. Watch real football.
Sold out Wembley.
Yeah, the combination of essentially a
Coldplay
chess
sell
match.
out Wembley. What are you talking about?
The combination of essentially playing a chess match while also being incredibly physically gifted
And roided up.
is apparently not roided up.
Yeah.
In American football, they don't fucking get away with that anymore.
Oh, yes, they
In
do.
the 70s, maybe.
Okay, maybe
But
not roids.
anyway.
It's called a human growth hormone, though. They get away with that.
Well, yeah, Peyton Manning, HGH, that bitch.
All of them are on HGH, bro. All of them. Every single one.
I still stick to the fact that American football doesn't click with the rest of the world because it's too fucking smart for everybody. So
Yeah, well,
anyway,
you
we'll move on.
like WWE, so you
Fuck
can't
yeah, I
comment.
do. My Stone Cold Steve Austin statue comes in tomorrow, baby. I'll be in the
I
background.
would like to
next
point
week,
out
bro.
that, like, what was it? It was probably about like 4 weeks ago or so. Cynic really tried to downplay his wrestling love. He was like, "Oh, I just have it on the background as noise. And I'm not really paying attention or anything." And then, like, a month later, he's like, "I fucking love that shit, and I don't care anymore."
Dude, I can't throw it in the dryer, but I was gonna wear a fucking NWO shirt today.
The
But
one
I-
from the picture you sent
yeah,
me before.
I have an Austin 316 and an NWO one. And next week a 1/4 scale Stone Cold Steve Austin statue will be in the background. So yeah, I like it a little bit.
Just want to point out the evolution of this show already. It's like,
Isn't
This
wrestling
is-
fake? Like,
it's
Yes.
Yeah.
it's
so why is it
hugely.
entertaining? Like, oh, okay, never mind. That was a bad.
No. I'm with you on that one. But I think that's the reason they also like American football, which is that it's kind of a fake sport, and so
Wait. One other question. As someone
You
who's
would
not
think
an
that
actual,
fake sport, you'd be able to join it and make hundreds of millions of dollars like Tom Brady, a little platoon.
But wait, what? Actors are some of the most highly paid people in the world. What are you talking about?
So how is American football a fake sport to you?
It's tedious, and it's an
is
excuse for ad
tedious.
breaks.
well,
and no one actually does anything.
One
What's that?
question I had.
Sorry.
Ever since I moved to this country, why is it called football when you mostly
Exactly.
carry the ball in your hand?
okay. So
Exactly.
I've
Like
heard two.
our thing is soccer it's actual football. So
Actually,
that's
like
confusing
look
to
that
me.
up. That's a
So,
fair
I
question.
have two.
forget.
So there's
Some
actually
in the
a
chat
couple
will have an
reasons
answer.
behind it. I have an answer.
Okay.
It evolved from rugby, right? And rugby was
So,
rugby
yeah.
football.
So that's the short version, that it evolved out of different rules of football. So like so essentially it has a common origin with what a lot of people call soccer. Like
Yes.
all the way down, if you go all the way down, so as it's changed, the name stayed the same. The name soccer in the United States comes from association football.
Yes, it does.
America owns the
So,
world.
no, well, then China owns the world, just so you're
Oh,
aware.
God.
We'll just go to war with
Yeah.
them.
America is the only country in the world where you could have a sport which hosts the World Series that only involves America and maybe
There's-
Japan and
There's
Guam.
one Canadian
So
team.
And okay.
To those sports' credit, there's a reason why, like, when the American basketball team faces everyone in the Olympics, that we fucking destroy them. So you
Because
might
you're
as
the
well
only
just
country that plays it.
That's
not true at all.
Well, that's not fucking true at all.
There's an entire
That's
European
bullshit.
league.
Yeah, there's a whole European league.
There's a European NFL league, but no one
We are
cares about
There's
it.
a
an
reason
audience
that people
slowly, guys,
come
just
to
so
the
you're aware.
NBA to compete against the best in the world, because that's where they are. So
Yes,
it might
because
as well be
because
the,
the rest of the world doesn't have leagues which actually are competitive because they're not popular sports anywhere else in the world.
You're
anywhere.
just fucking mad that it's that dominant as far as
But
the
it's
amount of
not.
fucking
Like,
money it makes.
compare Champions League revenue to
I like how
NFL
it's
Super Bowl
evolving.
revenue, and the Champions League wins it.
Let's do it, shall we?
The NFL was once billed in this country in an advert as the greatest show on turf, and they had to change it because they realized that nobody in this country even knew what it was. So it's
Well,
like,
no, that was the
and they
name-
don't play on turf
Well,
anymore.
that
so
was
we
the
don't
name
know
of a
it.
specific team.
oh,
That was the name of the fucking Rams back in the
2001
1990s,
Rams.
which got fucking defeated by my New England
Champions League
Patriots. Moving on.
final revenue. Shut up.
Hey, at least it's New England Platoon. Like my favorite football team is from New England, the better England.
I know, and like New England has some merits, but American football isn't one of them.
We'll just we won't even agree to disagree. We'll just disagree.
We'll just disagree on that one.
So I can't seem to isolate the finals for the Champions League revenue. I can only seem to find
Just global viewership would do.
Oh,
My
you
team
said
ain't
you
doing so
specifically
well,
said
okay.
revenue, so I was looking up revenue.
Well, I think both would hold, but global viewership in terms of user popularity, but I think global revenue would track.
Well, it's okay. I mean, sure, why not? I mean, I know that the Champions League final is going to have a higher number of views.
Yes, because the rest of the world cares.
Yes, Lime Bear, because I like seeing a fucking ball get kicked back and forth for 60 minutes and the tie is 0-0. Yeah, because that's exciting.
Look, I happen to like both soccer and American football, so I'm not gonna let's see.
I'll shit all over soccer.
There was an argument. There was an argument back in I think it was like the early 2000s. Should we introduce a score system for a goal? Because one goal makes 3 points, or like 2 goals is 6 points, or hitting the crossbar is 1 point, and you get a higher number at the end. And the universal response was no, because that's the kind of shit Americans value. Like, people want the sport to have a resolution. They don't necessarily want to see randomly moving numbers. So yeah. I don't know how we got onto this on the subject of movies, though, given that's ostensible. I guess it's entertainment, right? We're a pop culture stream, and sport is allegedly popular. So
it's part of pop culture.
And then there's also NFL, which is not.
It is showing that there is more to everybody here than just movies.
Yeah. I mean, the first stream we ever did, someone asked me to play music. I still have not done that. Like, I have guitars sitting in the background. At some point, I'll play.
We'll do that. We are planning on maybe a New Year's style Razzies style stream where we just rate the worst films of the year. We could also do the best films of the year, but we can also just let our hair down and get absolutely wankered and or high, and we can do all of this exciting stuff that we would never normally do on a normal stream. Like, I haven't been drinking whiskey all through this one. So yeah, we can do that at the end of the year. We'll just be It'll be a one time a year thing, I think.
Yeah, I think so too. Well, I'd like to do, like, when I hit 100K, do a celebratory stream with everybody.
I'd like to hit 1K. That would be my.
We'll do that just for every 1K you hit, DarkHour.
The first 1K
24-hour stream.
It's unironically the first 1,000 is the hardest.
Yeah,
it really is.
That,
yeah, for sure. Yeah.
It also doesn't help that I have like limited time to make videos, so it's.
Yeah.
You need to just not have kids, man.
Yeah, I need to have no life at all, apparently.
I have a movie question.
Good. Let's go back to
What? Movies?
Well, yeah, entertainment question. So if you guys were paid $1 million, I'm kidding. What do you think is going to happen, like, content-wise, with these writers going on strike and whatnot? How do you think that's going to affect movies and TV shows going forward?
Well,
you feel it 2 years from now.
Yeah, well, yeah, it really depends on what specific aspects of the entertainment world you're talking about. you won't feel it for movies for a while, because most of the movies that are being made now and are going to be made for the next year have long since been written. If anything, they're in the very late phases of writing, which they'll just fill that in.
That will
I mean, do you
impact
think-
major blockbusters, though, because major blockbusters have reshoots and shit built in, like planned, because things are going to be rewritten. In fact, I saw a major producer on Twitter today say, like, you know, movies don't stop being written when filming begins. Like, it's going to have a huge impact.
How do you think that's going to affect like the foreign entertainment market? Because I did notice around the pandemic, more of like Japanese, Korean, French,
it shouldn't really
Russian stuff
affect
was coming in.
the foreign market, because it's an American.
No,
guild.
I don't mean like it's going to
No.
affect the foreign market. I mean, how is it going to? Do you think it's going to have a big impact, like with the pandemic, on people
Yeah.
here watching or consuming more foreign films?
Probably.
It's the foreign import market, which
Yeah.
is a really interesting point.
Yep.
Because you've already seen a huge rise in the popularity of Korean and Japanese cinema in particular, as a response to partly COVID and that's sort of limiting impact on the American sort of domestic production market, but also as a result of the decline of American mass media generally. And these things have been increasing, exponentially. I wouldn't be surprised if the strike turns out to be a really long running thing that affects movies in the longer term, and there are qualifications there. Then yes, you will see, hopefully at least, an increased popularity in markets which are still producing films to begin with, but also producing higher quality films. However, so that in the short term, it will affect late night shows because they are written on the day. Then it will affect soaps because they're written by the week. Then it will affect certain on-running series which are written by the month. It won't really affect Hollywood too much, unless because there are contracts expiring en masse in the next month or two for producers, I think, and directors, and there's another union which is involved. If they join the strike, then basically the entirety of Hollywood gets shut down for the foreseeable. So at the moment, movies are in the pipeline, they won't be affected. But if the rest of the industry joins the strike, then you have a significant production problem. In theory, let's say this happens, these unions join strikes in solidarity, then yeah, you've got a huge problem with Hollywood not being able to produce even things which are almost ready for publication, or things which are slated for release in the next few months. I think that might be a bit too extreme. I don't think the industry would allow that to happen. There will be some sort of compromise agreement reached before that happens. But the more interesting question with the strikes is the way in which they are basically sealing their own doom, I think. So you have the writers
Strikers,
demanding...
the people who are
yeah,
striking?
yeah,
I was
absolutely.
thinking that too for many different reasons, because one of the things I was thinking, and I'm not a business person at all, but the way I would probably do is like, oh, you guys that cost so much money, they're barely helping us right now, or striking. Ooh, well, look at all these people at Wattpad. I could just hire one of them, and...
Well, there is some problems with that as well, because it eventually these guilds and all this stuff do get back in, and those people who kind of break through those picket lines essentially get blacklisted. So there is built-in problems with that kind of stuff as well. But if you never know, it could end up being a final strike that it just breaks up that particular union.
It's a tricky one. I mean, like, American industry bodies have a peculiar relationship with unions anyway. So normally you would expect unions to be a much more popular thing in, say, the UK or Europe, and by and large they are, but we don't have the same legal or company-wide incentives to join unions as seems to happen when Americans create them. So, for example, I was a journalist at the FT for a while. We had the National Union of Journalists. You didn't have to be a journalist to work at the FT, and you didn't have to be you didn't have to be a member of the NUJ to work at the FT. Whereas there are certain companies in America where you do have to be unionized in order to get the job. So there are some studios, game studios, and film studios where if you're doing voice acting, for example, you will have to get a waiver from your recognized union in order to employ someone for a voice role, which is not who is not part of the union that represents your company. It's more officialized in America, which is a peculiar relationship. But the dynamics of unions are the same wherever in the world they're tried. They do very well for their members, and they do terribly for people who are not their members. So the current writer's strike is motivated by claims like, we want a minimum amount of staff, writing staff, employed in any project, which is terrible for small studios because they can't afford to employ 30 people unnecessarily.
Right.
That's not good for the industry, but it also, and perversely, empowers the companies the union is striking against, because the only companies which can afford to employ that many people, as the union is demanding, are the huge companies that they're currently striking against because of their unfair labor practices. So it's self-defeating in that respect. If there is a company, a major studio, which is not tied contractually to employ people via a union, then they will go to a non-union staff member because they are cheaper, rather than meeting the higher wage demands of the strikers. That's another example. And then you have the AI question, which is fascinating, because their demands are specifically that studios will not look to use AI either for script inspiration, or for script writing, or for script perfection. And we've killed someone. So that's
Serial killer.
yeah, that's a really fascinating angle to take forward. Effectively, it's a tricky one. Writers are not at the moment really producing work that justifies their wage packet. Unions are
That's what
saying
I'm
that we need
saying.
to be paid. Yeah,
What's there to keep them there? Because honestly, and I don't even see how the companies would do the AI thing. I mean, to be honest, saying that, oh, we'll only come back if you don't take inspiration from AI. How are they gonna? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
How are they gonna
how
prove
can you
that they're not
tell?
using it? Exactly. What if the writers themselves are using the inspiration from the AI? That's not something you can look into for your employers and be like, are you using
No.
AI to inspire? Like, that's kind of weird. I was really curious about that, because it's kind of like the whole artist situation where people were getting, hand over foot about artists and people using AI and calling AI art. But the truth is, the writing's on the wall. This usually happens every time there's some kind of revolutionary technological advancement. People bitch and complain, but it usually goes in the way of that tech that makes things easier and cheaper for the
Yeah.
people who were hiring people. So that would make things very interesting, because you can actually give the chat GPT and the other AI stuff like something to write, and just say, hey, write a story about this for me and give me 10 different versions of it, and you'd be surprised. Like, some of the stuff it comes up with, and I say, write an ending, write a middle, write motivation. You do have to give it more prompts, but some of the stuff it spits out is better than what some of the writers are doing nowadays.
Yeah. And the particularly interesting thing is, certainly with like ongoing universes like the MCU, AI is trained on previous data. AI only takes account of things that have already happened, but it,
Right.
by definition, remembers, quote unquote, more than any given writer would. So if the problem with the MCU at the moment is that so many of the newer writers forget what happened 3 or 4 films ago, AI won't do that. AI actually has more fidelity to source material than most modern writers seem to do. And to the extent that modern writers are falling foul of their audience is because they are not remembering source material. So AI could improve things in that respect.
Right.
You're only going to accelerate this, I think, by striking in this manner, because we were talking about it briefly on Open Bar on Thursday. And there were some people in chat saying, look, well, why are you taking the side of the studios against unions? Why are you endorsing union busting? And my response to that is, I'm not endorsing union busting, and I'm not taking the side of one person or the other, but there are certain economic realities, and these pan out every single time these things are tried. Unions have specific economic demands. Specific economic demands can be measured objectively, and there are objectively ways you can cheapen the production process, which can discount the union. And it's happened every time unions have gained power in any industry. So like there was a guy called John Lewis, who was the president of the American, is it the Mine Workers Union in America in the 60s? He became known as the greatest oil salesman of the century because he took all the coal miners out on strike and demanded such high wages that everyone switched to oil instead. That's an economic reality. It's nothing to do with the morality of pay disputes. It's simply, if you're demanding more money than you're worth in terms of production, your industry will find a way to replace you. So I would be concerned for the writers who are members of the union, that they are maybe trying to barter themselves out of a job here.
That's what I was thinking too. That because before there was a reason to keep them around, but now, I mean, with how everything is going, it doesn't look very good for the writers. And I only
No.
feel really bad for the ones who were actually good writers. Because here's the other thing to consider, where I could see where the writers are coming from. A lot of what we see in movies doesn't necessarily wholly fall on the writer's shoulders, because a writer can make a script and it's amazing, but then the execs and the people over them are like, nah, we don't want that in it. And by the time, like, at least that's what I learned in film school, a lot of the time what you see the finished product is like only 10% of what the writer initially wanted. The writers that they have right now are just meant there to keep everything cohesive. If you're the person who actually wrote the story, or they say come up with a script for this movie, at the end of the day, most of it's not going to be what you initially wanted. It's going to be, there's a million people you have to pass it through. So I can understand also in that aspect how it'd be very frustrating for the writers. You know, that
Yeah. And there is the other aspect. One of their other demands is that studios stop using what I think they call mini rooms. And these have taken the place of the original pilot episode. So this is where effectively you get the writers in a room to brainstorm a first episode script idea, and the studio just evaluates that script idea rather than producing the entire first episode. That, of course, is much less demanding in terms of hours and time, so the writers get paid less for that. However, that seems to make much more sense from a studio perspective. Why would you commission an entire pilot episode of a show with a script which you know from the bat is garbage? So, yeah, I'm not wholesale against unions at all. I think unions are a vital part of industry relations. It's an inevitable part of industry relations. You should allow workers to collectively bargain against employers. What you shouldn't do is legally require people to work in an industry to be members of a union. But eventually you will inevitably get to the point where the union demand is protectionist, because it inevitably is. They're trying to protect their members against cheaper competition, and that will eventually and inexorably lead to the destruction of the very people they're trying to protect. So it's a cycle as old as time. I just worry that this one is coming way earlier than it needs to. There are moderate demands you could make for writers, and that would benefit writers more. And one of them would be to say, you don't require as a studio that your writers be unionized, because the other aspect of this is that one of the reasons there's so little thought diversity in writing at the moment, in studio writing particularly, is that you're not allowed to write for a studio unless you are a member of the union, in which case there's a huge barrier to entry, and that stops a great plethora of talent being admitted. It actually leads to the ossification of the industry, which creates the problems we're now seeing in terms of shit writing quality, because one of the reasons that everyone seems to think the same way is that they have to pass the same test to write for the studio to begin with. Do away with that, and I know it sounds horrible to people of a more leftist bent, but if you do away with that union demand, allow them to join unions of their own volition if they think there's an advantage to doing that. But otherwise, you are going to harm artistic production in the long run if you're simply saying you have to be part of the collective in order to produce the art for the studio. That's not a good way to go forward.
No, I think I see the. Do you think it will affect those indie movies? Because there's a lot of like indie developments that have come out that are not part of like the major studios, and they've come out with actually better stuff than what the major studios have been coming out with.
Fuck
So
yeah, they do.
yeah, do you notice? And
Oh,
people
yeah.
are like, "Oh, this was horrible," and blah blah blah. But it's actually the same level of quality that the studios used to make.
Well, there was actually, at the last writer's strike, there was actually a rise of like smaller, I guess they would be the equivalency of like creator-owned things that had started coming out. One of the most famous ones being Dr. Horrible's sing-along blog. That's a very famous one, where it was like actors getting together themselves and just kind of doing their own little thing to stay in practice. The writers were kind of just staying in practice, but they were just released for the most part for free. It was a little ahead of its time. Like those kind of things were a little ahead of their time because the internet wasn't quite where it is now yet. So you might actually see some of that kind of stuff happen in terms of indie, developments and stuff, and even maybe more indie movies, like you were saying. That's a possibility.
Yeah, more indie movies, more foreign movies as well. it's the creative destruction element that comes into that, because when you effectively make a mainstream industry too unprofitable to function,
That was the one I was reading.
Yeah, me too.
What happens when ChatGPT?
you know, when you make it impossible for an industry to function with thought diversity to make profit, you will invite non-unionized competitors to replace the mainstream entities, and that's inevitable. And it can be a really good thing. Yeah, I think it usually is a good thing. In a weird way, you know, Hollywood's a bizarre thing to analyze in these respects, because the major studios have been a monopoly way longer than any other given monopoly in any other industry. It's not normal that Universal should have the same amount of market share as it's had for as long as it's had. That's weird. And in an ideal world, someone would be allowed to come up and replace them. The danger is that you create regulations which respond to upstarts, which prohibit the growth of people to replace Universal. If you want good art and good writing and good studio practice, what you really want is more competitors and not fewer. And so you should be wary of any regulation which allows someone like Universal or Disney to maintain their position at the expense of other people. Like Disney in Florida at the moment, the whole thing with Ron DeSantis challenging its special district, you know, people are saying, well, why are you doing that as a Republican, as a conservative, as someone who believes in market economics? Well, there's a thing called regulatory arbitrage, which is where one company is favored by regulations which exclude others. That's what Disney has been benefiting from for a very long time, decades, in fact. Every company should be allowed Disney's freedom, or none should, but you can't have one company favored by the state and not others. And so that's the way you square that particular sort of apparent contradiction.
It's the way everything is now.
Yeah.
Not just with entertainment, but
No.
yeah, I'm looking forward to that, because there's so much. Like, I think I'm just getting sick and tired. That's why I've also been ingesting more anime and like Korean movies and stuff, because you can still see that they take a level of pride in their work, in the acting. Holy crap, have you seen like the Korean movies, like the acting, and even the Japanese anime with the voice acting? Like, it's just so bizarre to me how it's so much better than stuff that costs so much more to make here. And I'm so confused. I'm like, is it because they no longer have to try because they have no competition? And that's why they're going creatively bankrupt. It's like, it's kind of the same thing that happens with rappers and musicians. I don't know if you've noticed the trend, but whenever a rapper or a musician or a song person, singer gets big enough and they've written their own things of their own work, later on, because they're not as hungry for it, their later stuff sounds weird. Like it's not necessarily bad, but it's not really good either. And there's a certain level of hunger and passion for the arts that comes about when you're not so big that you no longer have to fight to get there. And I think that's probably one of the facets of why the entertainment industry, as per movies and TV shows, are doing so horribly right now. So maybe it is a good thing.
No, absolutely, I'm with you on that, and I think in the long run, it probably is a good thing. It's just it's probably bad for the sort of the American artistic production, that the competition has to come from outside your country.
Yeah.
And we had this problem in the UK in the 1970s when we were keeping alive companies which made all of our most vital at the time utilities. Like British Leyland did the majority of the cars in the country. It was a nationalized industry. You had British Gas nationalized, British Telecom nationalized, and there was no competition from anywhere. And so those people who were able to get better services from outside the country did so, and the rest of the people suffered. And the overall quality of the thing declined because there was no admission of competition from anywhere outside. There's no necessary reason why Japan should be better at artistic production than America is. Quite the opposite, in fact, because Japan is a much more culturally conservative country. And that doesn't really breed artistic innovation so much. The Americans have at least as much ability to continue creating these brilliant new ideas in terms of fiction, film, literature, music, as they had in decades past. It's just that at the moment, it's very difficult to get admission into the studios, which effectively are gatekeepers of that industry. That's something to avoid. your country could be so much better than it is, but you have to stop prohibiting competition from outside, because otherwise you will learn from no one and you will fall behind everyone, and that's a bad thing.
Mm-hmm. And what role do you think that I hate to bring that up, but what role do you think the politics play into it? Because I feel like that's another reason why that is happening. Because what I have noticed is the movies that do well or don't heavily lean into that whole mainstream narrative, they seem to be, I don't know, it seems as though the mainstream reporters kind of turn on them, like the Mario Brothers movie. I know I've listened to your review about it, but majority of people do like it, and for some reason the journalists despise it. I don't know if it's because Chris Pratt is in there or because it's not politically saying anything, but it's not just that movie. I've seen them do it with other movies that kind of steer away from that, where the critics will be like, whatever, and the audiences love it. I'm like, what? Isn't that also stifling creativity? Don't they see that? How many of these movies have to do badly before they realize that? What is the whole reasoning behind why they keep making that same decision over and over again? That's what's stumping me. I don't get it.
No, I think that's partly a function of gatekeeping in the industry. So it goes back to the union point. Like, if you're only allowed to work in the industry so long as you join this particular organization, and there are entry checks in the organization which are kind of political, then you're going to get fewer people in your sort of responsive industry, like journalism is. Journalism is fundamentally a responsive industry. You will get fewer people thinking for themselves in an industry where there is a high barrier to entry, which is based primarily on thought conformity. Like that's not healthy at all. Politics plays a huge part, but not because people really set out to say, I'm going to make a politically conformist film. It's more that journalists all come from the same background, same schools, and those tend to have barriers to entry and selection qualifications which produce the same kind of thought pattern. And that means that most film critics, professional film critics, will have come from like Ivy League schools or one below, and they've all come through the same public schools and they've all been taught the same thing. So it's not this top-down conspiracy, but it is this bottom-up sort of conformity which is engendered by the barriers to entry into that industry. And that's, it's stifling of the artistic medium. But then again, would any of us be here now if it weren't for the fact that you had an entire professional class which has become conformist? Like, all of us are in our own ways like non-conforming. We're all alternative reviewers. And that's a direct response to the ideological capture of mainstream reviews. So all of these things like inevitably have responses. It's just, does the industry itself allow responses within itself, or does it force everyone out? Like, would we be on YouTube if like the New York Times media column wasn't so ideologically conformist, or would we be pitching to them instead?
I still would, because when I started, things weren't this horrible. I started with House of Cards, which I loved.
Oh, that's very good. Yeah, have you seen the British version?
Got rid of. No, you brought it up that there was one, and
you should. Yeah, you would like it. Watch it. It's good. And
it's completed, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, good. Okay, so I'll definitely have to watch that, because I really did like what they did with it until they ruined it with kicking out Frank Underwood. But yeah, that's how I started it, and I started talking about stuff that I liked, or I'll just do summaries of movies that I reviewed because it was just fun. But now people will say, you guys are hating on everything, but everything that's coming out is hate.
It's shit.
Like, you can't help it. It is shit, and you have to talk about it. It's very frustrating. Like, we don't want to hate on things. Like, I legitimately want to find a movie that I can be like, wow, this is freaking amazing. And it's so few and far between. Or when they market it as something completely different than what they show it to be. And I feel like sometimes I think, are we being too critical? Like, are we actually?
No.
I just feel so
You should
jaded.
always be critical of everything. If you're not critical of something, you don't care about it.
Exactly.
And honestly, what kind of fucking person comes in here and says, you guys shouldn't be so critical? And like, if that's the top of the food chain and you don't want to be critical of that, why are you being critical of YouTube content creators? Like, it's just, what the fuck are you even doing? Go away.
I just love the fact that you changed your name to Turd Ferguson.
Funny name.
It's funny name. It's big hat. It's big hat. It's really funny.
It's a good point though. Like you will get people in your comment section. I think Cynic, I'm sure you've had this as well. I get it all the time. Alteori, you probably have as well. People who say, Why don't you ever review things you like?
Oh
Which
my
I
god.
do.
All the fucking time. And I say,
fucking
look,
give positive reviews
every
all the
single
time.
one of my videos contains long sections comparing it to the things I like.
I like,
But I'm
or you
reviewing-
just straight up make things you like, but
Yeah. But I'm reviewing things that are coming out. I will always try and be nice to things. Like, good comparisons are a
Try to be
useful way
nice
of
to
exploring
things.
flaws in a product. But like, people who say, why don't you review things that are good? I don't look for good things any more than I look for bad things. It's just that most things at the moment are bad. That's not my
Yeah.
fault. That's the studio's fault. If you want less bad shit, then you shouldn't be complaining at me for criticizing bad shit. That's
And it's not even just that.
self-explanatory.
Like, one of the other things I don't like is this whole hive mind culture. That the recent thing that happened was with my Jurassic World Dominion thing. And there are aspects of the movie that I do like. Oh no, it was Fallen Kingdom. Sorry, I really didn't like that movie. I love Jurassic Park, but that's one of my
Yeah.
least favorites.
the
And
Brachiosaurus shot is really good. The rest of the film is
that was
shit.
beautiful. I love
that
the
was a
Indo. I
beautiful
love
shot. Yeah.
the the dinosaur designs. I still really like them. I still watch it because it's dinosaurs. But that movie
Yeah.
was ass crack. And people were like, "You're not a real Jurassic Park fan because you just talk bad about it." And like, okay, so you want me to just based on
Well,
solely the fact that I'm a
We were
Jurassic
talking
Park
shit
fan,
about
just say it's
Jurassic
good?
World, not Jurassic Park.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Jurassic
yeah,
World.
yeah.
Jurassic World.
Well, I'm just
Which I
saying
guess-
that should have been your argument right there. That would have shut
Well,
them
I
right
mean,
down.
it's all the Jurassic Park franchise. You know, I love Camp Cretaceous. Love that. Didn't think I was gonna like it. I was shitting on it when the trailer came out. And it came out and it surprised me. But good God, like the whole homage thing. A lot of these newer movies that are going off the back of the originals are just most of the movie, 50% to 70% of it is paying homage and reusing scenes that don't even look as good as the ones that they're taking it from. What is the whole point? And people get viscerally upset with you on a personal level for you
Oh,
talking
yeah.
bad about something.
It's
And
like,
it's like
Yeah.
they take it as a fucking personal attack. Like I literally came to their house
that
and
a personal
slapped them.
attack or
Like,
something?
Brie Larson over here.
Yeah, they
like,
fucking Brie Larson, literally Brie Larson.
But it's a really
Man.
useful example. When people say, like,
I'll be
I
RB
did
again.
Jurassic World Dominion, which is one of the worst films I've seen in at least 2 years. And people came out and said, oh my God, why are you being so mean about it? Like, it's a blockbuster film. It's a popcorn flick. And it's like, well, do you like Jurassic Park? Yes. Do you think Jurassic Park is better than Jurassic World Dominion? Yes. Okay, why? That's the most interesting question. Jurassic World Dominion doesn't tell a story. Jurassic Park is a genius film in
Yeah.
so many different respects.
Excellent. Still
Michael
stands the
Crichton's
test of
story is
time, by the way.
yeah. Michael
It
Crichton's
looks
book.
better than the newer ones.
yes.
It really
Oh my
does,
God,
yeah.
thank you. I said the same
infinitely
thing.
better.
Oh my God, how is that even possible?
Because
Like, you know,
the
it's
old,
almost
the
like
old ones use
we love the
practical effects
franchise
where they
enough
could.
to want to keep the quality of the franchise.
Yeah, well, it's a combination of animatronics and claustrophobic sort of film effects. So, like, all of the dinosaurs, well, the majority of the dinosaurs are practically built. There's a famous story of the T-Rex head they built, which was on a moving frame. And when it rained, it tended to short circuit and turn on. And
I
so
remember that.
studio members would walk past it and then it would suddenly roar at them and they'd get scared shitless, which is brilliant. But it's Steven Spielberg's use of really close-up claustrophobic effects. There are very, very few panoramic shots in Jurassic Park. Everything is very closed in. You're stuck in the middle of the jungle. You have no depth of field. You have no wide vision. You've got no peripheral. It works so well because the jump scare is an innate part of the scenery that you've put your film in. Whereas Jurassic World Dominion is just green screen panoramic after green screen
Marvel.
panoramic. Yeah, every single thing is just
Oh,
panoramic. Where's the contrast? Where's the effect? Where's the tension coming from? If you can see everything all the time,
Yeah.
it looks cheap and shit by comparison. Also, the fact that the characters are garbage and the story doesn't work doesn't help. But you know, it just
Yeah.
the basics of cinematography are not there.
It's sad. It's so sad. Like, and someone brought up that Alien still holds up great too. It does.
Yes.
Yep.
And even the later Alien movies, as much as I make fun of them, like I know, shocker, you can still criticize something and still like it. But like Prometheus and Covenant, I liked them with all the problems that they had and how stupid the characters were. I still like it. And you look back at the old movies because I have to watch the old ones, and you're like, damn, these movies are scarier and hold up significantly better than these modern movies do.
Yeah.
And I think they actually, people actually had pride in what they were doing. They actually put effort into what they were doing. They actually thought it through and made everything cohesive. And so you have a cause and effect for the characters, which I don't know what's going on. Maybe it's because of this universe building situation that most studios are doing now, because they see Marvel do it, they see that it works, and they're like, let's continue doing this, tie it into something else. These are usually closed-in stories with the old movies. So everyone put their heads together and made something that would be a standalone story with the opening for it to continue later if it needed to. And I can always rewatch that over and over again, no matter how old those movies are, and still enjoy them. But that's dead now.
Like watching, my girlfriend was like kind of sheltered growing up because of religion, but so she runs like a TikTok where she it's called Late to Culture, and she reviews movies that that I'm introducing her to, and it's fun to watch for the first. It's like watching it over again for the first time ever, and it's cool to see what movies clearly stand the test of time. And Alien was one of them. The original Jurassic Park, I think she said, is like the best old movie that she had ever watched. It's weird, by the way, to call that movie old, but it is I guess. But like those kind of movies that it's pretty rare you'd get one of those nowadays, one of those types that just they're absolute bangers. And something like Alien that came out 50 plus years ago, that literally stands the test of time still to this day.
I think Jurassic Park came out before I was born.
1993 was when it came out. Yeah. So not quite right.
Close.
Close. I was 6 when it came out. Perfect time.
The thing too. Like, ironically, my mom was like hyper religious, but she loves horror movies. I learned about horror movies through her, funny enough. And we watched The Thing. She made me watch Christine and Carrie and all these other, and all of them are so good. I'm like, damn, this feels like what modern day quality should be. We shouldn't be regressing. Why are we regressing? What's happening? Everything's CGI now. They use more practical effects back then. So Megan was good. Yeah, Megan
I gave Megan a positive review.
You got crazy near the end, but it was still good.
It was that was inevitable.
The Thing is getting some love in the chat.
I see
the 80s. The 80s version is my favorite. But how many of you have seen the 1950s version, which is
1950s version of what?
I saw it once a long time ago. But...
now I feel better. Thanks, Max.
So
hold on. Wait, isn't that the original?
Yeah, the original was 1956.
The Thing from Outer Space.
No, I saw the 1982 one. Hold on.
I can't believe it.
Well, the original one is called The Thing from Outer Space.
Yes.
So
I see The Thing from Another World.
Or Another World, sorry,
Yeah, that's the one. But the
Wait, was that that was an original?
Yeah, the 1951 is the original.
Are you
The
serious?
1980s was a remake. The 1980s I prefer. I think the 1980s is a better film. But it's interesting to see, and same thing with Invasion of the Body Snatchers. That was 1959, and then there was 73. I might have got that wrong. But nevertheless, there was a 50s/early 60s version of Invasion of the Body Snatchers, which is very, very different from the 1979 Body Snatchers film.
The body snatching movie.
Yeah. Both of them are good, but it's interesting to see that like both the 79 version of Body Snatchers and the 3 version of The Thing are brilliant remakes, and they are adding something to the original. So art's still on this upward trajectory at that point. They're not soulless reimaginings like Disney's doing now with its Peter Pan shit. They are actually new, bold visions for what this baseline story should be. That's
maybe
fascinating.
People lived a hard life back then.
Yeah, maybe
old people had hard lives, so they probably there's more to give.
They did, and then they have the whole, because both the 83 Thing and the 79 Body Snatchers are playing very heavily off sort of Cold War paranoia. So you have sort of external events which inform the reimagining of the film. But it's interesting to see how we still had new ways of telling old stories as recently as the 1980s. And now, every time we remake something, it's just soulless and vapid and empty. And I wonder why that is. Why can we remake things well in the 80s and not now?
Yeah. I think life is just too easy. A lot of first world problems. So there's nothing to... People are griping about more things now. It's not about escape. When life is hard and people actually have to, deal with it, they look for more of an escape. There's more passion. I don't know about you guys, but I make like my best stories and songs and stuff when I'm going through something. And I think that's probably what happened back then with other artists. Most of their good stuff comes as a result of the things that they've dealt with, things they see in life. But now, if you're just, you live in California or one of those places where you don't have any oppression, you don't know truly what
they
oppression
manifest
is.
enough oppression.
Yeah, you're the
all manifested. And
you make the hard times. It's more like, oh, there's nothing in you to pour out into art. You know what I mean? Like, you can still create art, but it's not visceral. It's not real. There's no
I
pain, it's
100% agree. I mean, and as a musician and as a person that wanted to play music for a huge majority of my life, that was like, the best stuff came from hard times and pain and all that stuff. Yeah, for sure. I totally connect with that. And that also makes sense why, if that holds true to art in general across the board, including writing movies and TV shows, it's a tried and true theme now to suggest that maybe these people don't really know struggle as much as they think they do.
Yeah. I think that struggle goes hand in hand with art.
Yeah, if culture doesn't have an external strife, then it internalizes conflict and has to try and create something to give itself a reason to be. And you can see that in almost any given aspect of domestic politics, is people trying to create strife where none exists because they're fundamentally bored. Everyone lives boring lives. There's nothing very dramatic happening in the West, and there hasn't been since the 1990s, early 90s at that. And so we have to try and manufacture these pretexts to be outraged and to create these stark poles which don't naturally exist because we don't have the same externalized threat as we did in the late 80s. We don't have a Soviet Union. No one really gives a shit about China, though they should. And so there isn't this sense of cultural conflict going on anymore. So now we have these intensely introspective battles about what constitutes a woman, which would never exist if we had an overt external enemy. Everyone lives very boring, comfortable lives, and so we have to try and make them more exciting and dramatic, and that often is to the detriment of truth, I think. But there we are.
It sucks. You try to make a better life by making your offspring more comfortable and whatnot. Like, my mom used to tell me that all the time. Oh, look what I had to go through, and I gave you kids everything, blah, blah, blah. But I don't think I would be the person I am with the mindset that I have now if I did not go through what I went through in Brooklyn. Like, that was rough. And I noticed a lot of people who were way more sheltered and didn't have that. They have a completely different mindset, which is fine, but there is a difference. And I hate when people try to pretend that there isn't. And I think a lot of these writers, when you look at some of them, their worst thing is, I didn't get my coffee this morning and somebody didn't call me what I wanted them to call me. And I'm like, so your whole life, that is strife? You've never been hungry. You've never been beat up. You've never been molested. Like that. That's your entire, okay. So maybe, I don't know. There's like this big disconnect. I think that's why there's a big disconnect because most regular people go through struggle. Mm-hmm. Most regular people, like, you've had
totally agree.
Like, is it Seth Rogen? I don't want to lie, but on Twitter, he said something along the lines of like he was getting upset because somebody was mad that someone broke into their car.
What the fuck? This guy.
I have not heard this. I'm back in. I'm back in. What happened?
Seth Rogen's a fucking chud. Just.
I know that, but I know this specific
the car thing was, I think someone was complaining that their car was broken into in San Francisco. And he said, well, I just kind of accept that where I live,
mine was broken into 10 times. And I like how people in the comments like, we're not rich like you, bro.
Yeah, dude. It's pretty easy for you to move the fuck on. You have to do absolutely nothing.
He was very much just, this is people's means of expressing themselves, and it doesn't really mean anything to me. So, like, I don't care that my car's been broken into 10 times. And then everyone else says, yeah, but you make tens of millions of dollars.
Exactly.
My car got broken into once, and for like 3 days after that, driving it, I felt like violated inside the car. I was like, someone was in here
last week.
Your what?
My boat got broken into last week.
Oh no!
Which is a much different situation that I'm.
Well,
So there was actual pirates where you were, is what you're saying?
No,
Like,
no. I have a houseboat, and I lived on it for many years, during which one of them burned down and sank, and I lost everything I owned.
Oh my god!
After it was broken into, I bought a new one, which was called Firebird, and I didn't even choose the name, but it was great. I'm trying to sell it at the moment, and then someone went to pick it up to take it to a brokerage to sell it, and they said, "You realize your window's been smashed in, and they've stolen our stuff, right?" I thought, oh, for fuck's sake, here we go again. But it's still not as bad as having all of your possessions burned down. So that's something.
I just remember when,
it's not funny. I'm not laughing at that.
Like there was,
it's kind of funny. I laugh.
It was like random stuff got stolen. Like this was like I had an old GPS that I no longer use, so I didn't care that got stolen. Because obviously I use my phone, and there's a built-in one, and I have a phone now, so that does it. But
it's a legit Seth Rogen tweet, by the way. Yeah.
Oh yeah, that was so tone deaf. He's so
idiot.
freaking stupid.
The thing that someone wants to fight me in the chat. I mean, I'll fight. I fight all the time, so it's not a problem. But the
Brazilian jiu-jitsu, motherfuckers.
Yes.
They'll whip your ass.
I used to box too. So, but
you look like Joe Rogan, so it fit.
Why?
What? What'd I do?
No, that's just that standard thing. It's he gets that at this point.
He does look like Joe Rogan.
He gets that almost as often as I get that I look like Justin Long. So
I don't know who that is.
Anyway, so the thing I was gonna say about it, the only thing that really bothered me when my car got broken into, someone stole it was like a cheap pair of sunglasses that I had for years that I loved, and I could never replace them because I don't know the brand. And I was like, I actually considered leaving like $100 bill in the window of the car with like a note, like, please just return the sunglasses. They're worth $10. I can't find them. Here's 10 times the amount of money.
I prefer Bro Jogan. That's just me.
Bro Jogan. I didn't mind the physical possession loss because I can replace that shit. It was everything I'd ever written for about 15 years was in all my books on the boat. So like, everything was gone.
Oh my God.
However, that must have been a lot of paper.
Yeah, it was several books worth of paper.
Oh, I feel that.
But then the vague bits of it I remember were bad enough that I don't feel as bad because at least there won't be that cringe inflicted upon the universe in the future. But wasn't
Where
great.
was actually Andrew's comment again? I wanted to pull that up because he's our buddy and we love Andrew. He said, yes, wish terrible things to happen to people for better art. If you're a director and everyone in your family hasn't died yet, you are a terrible artist. I cannot tell if he's being sarcastic or if that's a little snide jab at us, but I don't think that's what we're saying.
It will reflect better on him if it's sarcastic.
You know?
I hope that's sarcasm, because that is definitely not what we're getting at, that you have to suffer to make art.
I don't know. I think you have to suffer to make good art.
You have to
I would
struggle.
agree
There
with
has
that.
to be some sort of suffering.
But yeah, it's more of a like, find me some of the best artists of all time and find me one that hasn't had some sort of tragedy, have some sort of struggle that they went through. You don't have to have like been a fucking drug addict or have someone die or anything like that. You could be
getting called a bad name or getting your nail broken. Like,
it's more of just like, oh shit, they put real sugar instead of stevia in my coffee, you fuckers. Like, it's worse than that, man. Like, is what I'm getting at.
Lennon.
What?
Who?
John
Someone said
Lennon?
Lennon.
I thought I honestly.
I mean, he's dead.
That you meant Vladimir.
It's Lennon or Lenin, and I wasn't sure which one.
With it Lenin or Lennon? That's like very, very big distinction.
Mind you, Pan or Pam?
Both
of them had tragedy in their lives. So Lennon and Lenin are
His
good
mother
examples.
died in like a.
Which one?
I don't know about enough about Trump.
Didn't the Undertaker burn his house down and his? Sorry,
my husband can tell you he's like
little
a big fan
little
of him,
Easter egg there for wrestling fans in the chat.
And then his brother showed up and
his brother showed up.
Tore
his whole life was a cry for help.
Yeah. His brother showed up and put on a hell of a few matches together. Yeah. I'll tell you what, that was.
And they lit each other on fire.
Lit each other on fire.
Oh, they're talking about fake sports again. Oh no.
Oh.
Imagine if we just kept going on for like.
Well, I'll
ever,
tell
and
you
people-
what. I was like, man, after I think next year I'm gonna start a wrestling channel because I was like, no one reviews wrestling shit.
You're gonna wrestle?
And-
Oh, okay, no.
I will.
No, I don't think anyone reviews like wrestling stuff in the manner in which I review movies. And I was like, oh, this will be like fucking revolutionary for the niche. I should.
I have a
should fire
recommendation
it up.
for you.
I'd watch
I'll send it to you later.
All right. Anyway, off wrestling, back to regular talk here.
Yeah, back to the rest of fiction. Well, are we going anywhere else with this, or are we on to super chat territory?
Stupid.
We
chat.
have 41 fucking super chats.
Oh,
This is for
fucking
people
hell.
who had those super chats that were relevant to the conversations we were having at the time.
I was looking through them. Some of them are very not relevant to anything. So
That's fine. But we also so far have done a pretty good job of like knowing exactly what they're talking about in relevance to
somewhat.
where we were. So you guys are totally okay to not stick around for super chats if you do not want to. I don't it's totally cool.
I like the super chat.
Okay, if you do stay, I'm going to involve you and have you guys read some too. I'm gonna share share the load.
I'm a terrible cold reader, so I'll try.
I just feel sorry for Alteori
Samwise.
because you've had like 1 hour's sleep, and we're going to keep you even
You have
longer. But
1
as
hour
long as you're up
sleep?
for it,
Fine. My brain, my body is like tired, but my brain was awake the whole time because I
Oh,
kept
good.
thinking about different stories and stuff. It's not your fault. It's not my fault either.
oh no, that's fair enough.
something
Well,
happened.
as long as you're happy to be here, we're happy to
Of
have you. So.
course. I was more so nervous about Critical Drinker. That was what I was nervous about. but
Oh
shouldn't
no,
have said
I'll
that,
have
but
to.
whatever. Anyway,
look-
let's go into the super chat.
Apparently, someone has gone from wanting to fight me to now me for president. So
I will have to look up this person. I will just do it better than them. That'll be my goal. I gotta write this down because it'll probably be entertaining if they do this. But yeah,
We'll
let's
look them
do
up
see.
right now.
Amp Lennon. So wrestling style video essay. I do follow a bunch of wrestling. I'm subscribed to a bunch of wrestling channels that do it, but not the way I do it.
1.1 million subscribers. So
Like a
Shit.
Star Wars character.
it does actually implement. Yeah.
Like I watch video essays on wrestling bios and all that stuff, but it's just not in like the manner in which I do it. I mean, I think
His latest thing was about Rogue Waves, so I don't really understand how that's like. Wait, was it wrestling? Did he say?
yeah, like because
Apparently.
I was saying I want to do a wrestling channel with the same style I do movies, which is like very comedic in nature and stuff. I find
I'm not seeing any
Yeah.
wrestling
Guy's
content.
not just
Rogue
wrestling,
Waves,
yeah.
The Matrix debooted, American Psycho's Art of the Choke, which I guess is, it could be wrestling, it could be BDSM, it could be sex.
Lemon.
New Coke.
WCW versus WF. I don't feel like we had that conversation earlier today.
Oh yes, we did.
I think it's more of a general.
Oh
term
no,
than
shit! The
wrestling.
first thing I see when I go to Emp Lemon is a Sting promo when he first turns into the Crow style Sting.
I don't know who any of these people are, but
I
good
know.
for you.
Actually, the Sting story is very interesting.
Oh,
As-
Sting's
as
story
a
is fucking
human
great. I was
being.
listening to it earlier today.
He formed
Anyway,
a band called The Police, didn't he?
I think that's a different Sting, but you are not wrong. All right, I swear to God, we'll get the super chats. There we go. Off wrestling for now.
On to super chats.
John the Man Good for $5 real. Thank you. Question for the panel: with the way that writers are striking and the way writing is going, how could this writing problem be fixed? Did you guys not talk about that for the past?
Yeah,
We actually did. We may have
Question
answered
was
that super chat
answered.
already.
Yes.
How could it be fixed though? Like the short answer is do better, Senator. Like
There you
write
go.
characters.
Wow.
There we go. Do better, Senator.
You've got to do better.
Thank you. Nerdy Film Girl for $4.99. Justice for Lambshank.
It's a lamb.
Who's Lambshank?
Lambs?
I like an actual food, like a.
No, I
shank
think
lamb?
that was regarding Guardians.
I thought it was food.
Oh, it is, but I believe it was in reference to Guardians of the Galaxy. Am I wrong?
I don't know. I don't remember half the characters in that film. That's why I need to rewatch it.
Chat might know. But thanks, Nerdy Film Girl. You rock. She was just on a couple episodes ago. She was a good guest. Mr. Talk About It, which is my favorite name to say. For $5. Thank you. Hello all. Volume 3 was disappointing. Just feel like Gunn badly wanted Rocket's story to be told without making sense of the rest of the story. I felt that way too, because I felt it just kind of was dropped in at his convenience. That's why I was saying earlier, it just felt like it didn't belong in this movie, even though I liked it.
Yeah.
I agree.
I reckon Gunn had maybe 2 or 3 more films planned out until he found out he was leaving. And so he condensed.
You think so?
I think so. I mean, I'm pretty sure Guardians was slated to have more than just 3 films to begin with. And
I don't think it would have been 2 or 3 more, but I do think there was at least 1 more.
Yeah. Well, more being the operative word. And my impression of this film is that he had several ideas for at least 1 more film, if not 3, and knew he was leaving. And so he thought, well, sod it, I'll try and shove them all into this one and round it off. But that's evidence
That's what we got.
you don't necessarily need too many ideas for a script. You just need the right ones.
Mr. Talk About It for another $2. Thanks, man. Also, y'all see the Oppenheimer trailer. Yes, we did.
Yes.
Looks
good.
Yep.
And we briefly talked about it.
Yes, we did. Jonathan Sherwood for $2. Spoiled the heck out of me, drinker. I think he did.
Oh my.
I think he did.
Bend you over a table as long as you're dead and sodomize you. Yeah.
Tom Abella for another $5 real human being dollars. Thank you, Tom. Has James Gunn ever written anything that makes people think this is the guy I want to make a Superman movie? Yeah, Brightburn.
Yeah, Brett. Yeah,
Even though it's like a 180. Even though it was like a 180, but that's the point, I guess.
Toxic Avenger. That's first time I saw that. I was like, this guy should be writing Superman, 100%.
Brightburn is the last superhero film I've watched when I've actually thought anything about it at all, which is an improvement, right? Like, I watch Marvel and think, well, this is kind of shit. All of it is shit. Brightburn, there were flaws. I think it was conceptually better than it was in delivery, but at least I watched it and thought, this is a story that's taking itself seriously, and I'm kind of invested in the characters. So that's a start.
I am Talk About It, I said. Steve Lithgow, am I saying that right? For another 10 real dollars. I love this real money. This is clearly for your channel, Platoon. You can read it.
He didn't write Brightburn.
And he did not write.
Yes, wait, no. What do you mean? Stop it.
He was just the producer.
Hold on, no, wait.
I'm looking at his list right now.
It's true,
Wait,
Alteori. We're sorry.
Wait a second.
I mean, I'm looking right at it.
Wikipedia is wrong because it said. Wait, hold on. Wait, no, it was written by Brian and Mark Gunn. Who is he? James Gunn. Okay.
Brothers.
Okay. You know what? It's okay. Let's just continue.
It's all right.
Scooby-Doo 2 with Monsters Unleashed. There you go.
It's all right.
Well, there is talent somewhere in his family, is what we've gleaned from this. So,
yeah, well, there you go.
Yeah.
Not Sean Gunn, but somewhere.
Just one of the guns. From Steve, Lithgow. We'll go with that. We'll Lithgow with that. Great panel, TLP. Alteori is the best. The drinker ain't bad either after a few beers. Well, I'll say thank you. I think the drinker would say thank you, and Alteori, you can say
Thank you so much.
Fight the club for $10. Real money. Thank you, Fight Club. Fight the club.
Wow.
Had no clue who the guy in glasses is, but finally hit me. Limmy's jogger video. JK, but DarkHour and Drinker's last action movie stream made me rewatch it, and it remains meh, but kind of charming.
Last Action Hero stream.
Yeah, it is last action hero.
Last Action movie would be a different thing, but yeah, that was how I got my start. That was yeah.
I haven't seen it in a long time, but I remember even when I was a kid, it looked exciting when it came out. It got critically panned, and when I saw it, I loved it. But I was just a kid though, so I haven't seen it in a long time. I wonder if it does hold up at all.
I mean, I rewatched it for that stream, and I actually thought it was better now.
What was your you guys' like conclusion?
We both kind of came to the same conclusion that it's like not his best work, obviously.
No, of course not.
And it's not,
I mean,
but it's serviceable. It was ahead of its time. We both kind of agreed on that. That had it came out a little later, toward the true end of like that action era, it would have been funnier. It couldn't really decide on its on whether it wanted to be full parody or like half parody, half regular movie. And that was kind of what hurt.
That seems about right. I remember the opening scene with the guy from fucking RoboCop 2, the main villain who played Kane in RoboCop 2.
Oh, yeah, I can't remember
the
his
Reaper,
name.
I think was his
name. I know the
and...
Reaper. I don't remember the characters.
Yeah, well, I just remember when I was a kid, I was like, that is fucking scary.
Yeah, there was a lot of problems with the marketing for the film and stuff.
Yeah,
so it really hurt it.
Turd Rocket for $10. Thanks, man. Question for all: do you think Guardians 3's basic quality might be the MCU's final and only high point? I tend to mesh with Ripper's opinion that James Gunn is highly overrated. Thoughts?
I think James Gunn is as long as when he's in his certain like lanes, he does very well. And fortunately for him, he hasn't had to leave those lanes that much.
Yeah, it seems like he's waiting to be exposed.
Yeah,
if that makes sense. Like, because Drinker pointed out that when you give him these lower tier characters, it takes the pressure off. I've said this before too, of like, it's why something like Andor seemed to probably work more, because there's not as much pressure, because you're not dealing with like the episodic big Skywalker stories. You can kind of do more. You have more free reign, even though it's still a big budget Marvel movie. So you give him Suicide Squad, you give him Guardians, and yeah, he can do stuff with it because there aren't as many directives as something like fucking Spider-Man or something would have, where you're like, you have to hit these beats, you have to do this with these characters. But now that he's show running the DCU and he has to guide the mega stars, especially with Superman, we'll see. Like the potential for being exposed is right there. But who knows? He could knock it out of the park. Huh. I have drank so much Red Bull. I have to fucking pee so bad. Will someone else take over? I'll be right back.
Well, I think there's only one person who can actually take over. So.
Oh no! I have to find where we are. Okay. Here we are.
If you go out of order, it's not really that big of a deal.
Well.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
Wait.
From
Marksman of F117B?
Marksman of 117B.
Okay. I'll go with that. For $4.99, fake money. Check out animated film Unicorn Wars. Today, Teddy Bears wage a holy war to genocide unicorns. Happy Tree Friends meets Apocalypse Now plus the Bible. That sounds incredible.
Ooh, I'll watch that. Yeah, that looks amazing.
I'm literally writing it down as I speak.
Ooh, and I love unicorns.
Unicorn Wars.
The national animal of Scotland.
Wait, is it?
I believe so.
I thought it was North Korea. I thought North Korea's national animal is a unicorn, I think.
Ooh.
Because Kim Jong-il...
No, it's also Scotland.
Yeah. Kim Jong-il once claimed that his regime had found a layer of unicorns.
I believe
which is... Yeah, well, anything that comes out of North Korea, I automatically believe, obviously.
I love North Korea.
You don't have much of an audience there. Don't worry. You don't need to worry about
it. You know someone's watched 27 hours of North Korea documentaries when someone says the word North Korea and they just appear on your screen immediately.
I love it.
That's me.
Where are we? From _Alucard for $4.99. The inability for superheroes to fight well together who have been with each other for 4 years is a tiring trope and incompetent writing. Like superheroes cannot be happy. I think I'm kind of with that. There is a problem. Yeah, there's a problem with like Guardians 3 in particular, when it basically understands that the previous events of the MCU should have had lasting consequences. So they think we have to introduce them as being bleak and not liking each other. But they don't really justify that in the script itself or pay it off particularly well. So yeah, I think it goes back to the point we were talking about earlier about them all just shouting at each other all the time. It's it's not the most happy, fun thing. None of them seem to be friends. Is the problem? I think.
But they're more like a family, and families fight.
And then they decide that they don't fight, and then they decide to fuck off anyway, and then you have the ending for Guardians
They should
3.
have had group
you
say
have the-
family. That would have
It's
been
such a-
great.
Yeah,
Yeah, that would have been pretty on the nose, to say the least.
it
He
is
did say,
such a
"I love you
weird
guys."
end.
Well, that was supposed to be, according to James Gunn, that was supposed to be that the audience was now part of the family. So that we have
I
officially.
totally got
My
that.
jaw dropped when he spoke. I was not expecting that.
Yeah,
but
that
I
was
think
like-
that was just how.
I sort of felt that way myself, that was what they were going for.
And then Vin
Oh,
Diesel said that'll be $5 million. Thank you.
Wow. But I don't think he's actually saying it. I think the audience, now that we're part of the family, we understand Groot as well. I think that's
Oh,
what they were.
now I know why Vin Diesel was the one saying it. It's all about family.
Family.
I got it now.
Yeah.
Family.
Absolutely.
Family.
Familia.
Bump. Paul Morton for 5 fake monies. It's interesting because in the 80s comic, Rocket's love interest was an otter. It was in the back end of the Transformer comics.
I knew it. Told you. Told you.
Wait, what? Are we talking about Transformers right now?
No.
I'm so confused.
No, Rocket's the raccoon. But remember, I was saying like his love interest looked like it was Lila, like they were kissing.
Oh,
there might-
what? Yeah. No,
He might be referring to this. So there used to be like micro stories.
Marvel. Were there
Marvel used to be
Marvel
like
Transformer comics?
Yes, there was.
Oh, okay. I was
and
so
there
confused.
used to be
I was like,
micro.
wait, that's
there used to be
Hasbro.
like micro stories at the end of certain comics that would tell like in like lead-ins for other stories. So that may have been one that.
Yeah. No, she has a she's inexorably connected to Rocket in the comics. Like it is part of his origin, and also I believe the Walrus was an original comic character as well. I don't know about Floor, which was the rabbit, but yes, and her name was Lila. I actually think was the
just to
otter.
keep the theme going.
Of course, you've got the comments.
There you
to
go,
hand.
my man.
Where are
My
you
man.
grabbing them from? How do you find them? Like what?
I have a very meticulous system.
Damn, yeah, you do. You fucking like.
just reach over
And
just
it's not even
grab,
like it's not even an omnibus where like you can read the titles. It's a single issue, and you're like, "Phoop."
I think I have.
Damn.
Hold on, I might have another one. Hold on.
Very impressed. Platoon's gonna play us some tunes on the piano while we read
No,
super chats.
that was me putting my glass down on the piano. I apologize if you
okay.
heard that.
Let's say that's like a beautiful way to do super chats.
Transformers.
Transformers.
Oh, exactly. That's what I
No,
was
we can trade off. You can play some piano, and then like over the next 10 super chats, I'll play guitar.
sing.
This one's kind of merging with my background, but this was the first appearance of Devastator.
Nice.
Hostman Socrates, our boy, for $5. Thanks, man. No, Rocket wasn't going to heaven. It's well, I don't know, but it's totally not Christian in any way because modern audiences.
Well, they were animals, so
Didn't
they were
make up
going
heaven,
to
though.
they were going to the pet cemetery in the sky or whatever
That's
they called
true.
it, right?
Spelled with
It
an
had
S. I
capes
don't
as
know
well.
why. So I don't know. Sparks 7907 for a California 220. Just a daily reminder: John Wick 1 is awful, or no, John Wick is awful. Besides 1,
I
mean,
agree.
You didn't even like part 1, I thought.
Well, no, but I didn't think it was awful. I just thought it was meh. The rest of them, not good. But the
We
first
will
one,
just disagree.
acceptable. He has a Beskar blazer. There's no stakes in the film.
So
Every time I
who
hear
cares?
Beskar, I think of the Reptar theme song from Rugrats. I don't know why. Reptar. Hostman Socrates for another 5. Seeing animals be hurt for no reason is as emotionally manipulative and insulting to intelligence as the sex position in Game of Thrones.
I don't really agree,
can-
but I think in this case it's a little different because it's Rocket's story. So
Yeah.
that was my opinion.
I think it's The reason why I think it's lazy is because while it worked for me, because you can't not feel something unless you're a fucking sociopath, and that's the point, right? And it would have worked if you're just telling Rocket's backstory in like a special or something else. But here you already have characters that we love and have plenty of interactions that you can create and write scenarios with that will be emotionally resonant with us. And instead of doing that, he went the easiest route, which is like, don't you hate it when you see animals getting hurt? Like, yeah, I do. Do you have more for me besides the, the very
Did
obvious?
you hate it that time?
It wasn't just the animals
hate
getting
it the
hurt,
next
though. It was
time?
Rocket forming a friendship. I think there was a point behind. There was a story behind it because the previous movie set it up that Rocket went through something traumatic, and he
Yeah,
was
but
telling
they
the story of
showed
what that
it, and
was.
they didn't need to show it for us to get that point, but to drive it home and to make you really be like, oh, like
Make you hate
it
the
was
villain.
pretty. Yeah, it was pretty fucking brutal. And I'm not saying it doesn't work, like, because it clearly did. Like, I was super. I felt it was very satisfying payoff when Rocket jumped on that guy's face and tore it off. I was like, yeah, you fucking.
It's even funny. I sort of forgot that he did that in that moment, and like when they re-pulled it off later,
It's brutal.
It kind of confused me. I was like, wait, why is his face like that? Until I thought about it later. I was like, oh wait a minute, yeah, now it makes sense. So it didn't, for some reason, it didn't connect to me.
Yeah.
You know what's really cruel? How they did it in Midnight Mass.
Midnight Mass was fucked. I just recently watched that. That was pretty good.
That was so unnecessary. Like, I was crying. I was depressed. Like, my husband was so annoyed. Like, but it was so, the way they stretched out the suffering and it added nothing to the story. Like, that was just terrible. That for me, it fucked me up.
Yeah, that was surprisingly good. I really, really like what's his face who did Haunting at Hill House and Midnight Mass. Mike Flanagan.
I don't remember who
he also
are.
did
Flanagan.
the other one. It was Haunting of
Bly Manor, was it?
Bly Manor.
I haven't watched that one. I have not watched it yet.
I liked the Haunting of Hill House, and I liked Midnight Mass. Of the three of them, the Bly Manor I didn't like as much. But some people are the opposite of me and like that one the best. So
I live in Nashville, and my biological dad lives in Atlanta, and that's where they film like fucking everything now.
Yeah,
and
cheaper.
Yep. And so like he's fully retired and stuff, so he just plays extras in movies all the time. And he was talking about when they were filming Haunting at Hill House, and he got to meet Mike Flanagan and everything. It's so interesting to hear like these backstories.
Did you do the whole like try to find all the like ghosts in the background of Haunting of Hill House and stuff? Because like there's like
of course
scene, there's like something somewhere, like a hand coming out of a door or something. It's great.
It's really good. I like that.
There's even more in Bly Manor, that like there's even like they do that even way more. So like you'll have a lot of fun with that if you like that.
I'll have to. I'm excited to check it out. Like I said, after I release this Guardians video, besides doing Beats Up on Mondays, I'm taking like 2 or 3 weeks off. I'm not doing shit.
There is one when you get through that show.
I'm probably gonna watch it.
There's one episode I want to talk to you about when you get through it. I won't say anything right now, but
yeah, no, for sure. RRTNZ for a New Zealand 220. Thanks, man. We miss you around here. Alas, poor Calculon, a droid of infinite jest.
Rip Calculon.
Yeah. Rest in peace, Calculon. Little Mr. Brown in joke there. Brownie, if you're still on here, we love you, buddy.
Now I look like Elon Musk.
Elon? I hadn't read the super chat yet. Arthur Brown for what is that? Australian?
I think that's Australian. Yeah,
Australian 5. Thanks, man. DarkHour looks like Elon Musk, except he never got a hair transplant. Oh,
it's okay. I'm aware. I have a little bit of a receding hairline. I get it.
Hostman for another $2. Thanks, brother. Emo Bat sucks ass through a coffee straw. This is it's been because I haven't been on Brownie's stream for a few weeks now.
Yeah, I replaced one of you guys yesterday. I don't know. Who was scheduled.
She might have been both of us yesterday.
Yeah, you replaced both of us yesterday.
I tried to be Platoon as best I could.
Did you try the accent?
No. I tried to actually talk politics a little bit because someone brought up. Obviously, the coronation was brought up. and
Oh yeah.
and somebody, I want to say it was Mega Geek or someone said like, oh, they really don't have any power, and I was like, technically there is a backdoor way for them to completely dissolve your guys' parliament, and I wish Platoon was here to explain how, but I'll just go look it up myself.
Alteori has to leave shortly, so I'm just gonna get everything out of you I can. Alteori, you want to read the next one?
Sure. It's not me. Oh, sorry. What? Wow, that was so embarrassing.
That was
not,
good. It's better than my Russian accent.
It's not me. It's you for £2. Your guys' thoughts on a Cold War era Spider-Man?
Wait, were you doing a Russian accent or an English one?
Me?
Yeah, what was that accent?
I wasn't trying to do any accent.
That's just how she talks.
It wasn't an accident. It was an accident.
Oh,
So what was the not accent then?
I have no idea.
No.
You're like,
I
"It's
thought
a
you were
me."
doing. I thought you were doing a Russian Cold War thing, but no.
When you
It's
look at
fine.
Spider-Man over there.
Cold War Spider-Man, guys, stay on topic.
It's
thoughts?
not me, it's you. Your guys' thoughts on Cold War era Spider-Man. I think it'll be
In
interesting.
Soviet Russia, man,
We've
Spider
already
you.
we've already established the only accent I can do is a deep South American one, so it's all good.
Deep South
your guys'
American
thoughts?
or Deep South American?
American.
Oh, okay. Just
Deep American South.
there we go. Okay.
There
Deep
you go.
American South.
That sounds so wrong.
I am not Red Dog.
Anyway,
Well-
a Cold War era Spider-Man. People's thoughts.
I mean, that would be interesting just because I love the Spider-Verse stuff. It's the only multiverse stuff I really do like because I love seeing iterations of one of my favorite characters. So
You
sure,
get
it could be done well.
daily ration of spider webs.
Yes, what if I run out of red fluid? I
We
cannot
only get
afford
so
now.
much. We have
Only so
And
many
also,
rubles.
like, Cold War stuff is great. It goes back to what we were talking about earlier about the reasons for us not producing great art anymore since the 80s is that we've lost the Cold War. Tetris does a really good job of portraying a realistic sort of Cold War era story, which is tied to real life. Tetris is a brilliant film. I recommend it to anyone.
I have to watch it.
Yeah, it was surprisingly good. I wasn't expecting to like it as much as I did, but I did. But yeah, anything Cold War usually gets me, but you would have to have a reason, I think, for doing Spider-Man in that time.
Hey, where's the freaking gabagoo? Motherfucker.
I'm not even gonna do that. I'm sorry.
Motherfucker. Here, DarkHour,
You'll do
you
any
read
accent,
one.
but you refuse to do your Boston accent. Your like New England accent. It's amazing.
You're gonna save it for just the right moment. 100K subscriber stream, buddy. That's when I'll
What is
finally
is
bust
it
it up.
Boston? Is that how it goes?
Boston. I don't know. It sounds
Oh
kinda
my
like
god,
Brooklyn.
you guys. It's terrible. It's
I'm
so bad.
sorry. Really, it's not Boston? Don't they do
No,
that?
oh
that
my
really...
god.
You
There's
gotta-
nothing more
Look,
frustrating
so
than
here's the thing. Here's the thing. There's not actually a Boston accent. It's an entire city of people pronouncing things incorrectly. That's exactly what it is.
I mean,
That's-
that's not wrong.
That's the English. That's the English attitude to every single American accent. It's just that it's an
Yeah,
entire
with
continent
Italian
of people
Brooklyn, it's like getting the
mispronouncing
cat.
things.
It's the same thing everywhere you go.
Honestly,
And I'm from Maine, so like Maine has a very specific New England
it's
accent too.
it's like the hillbilly Boston accent.
Oh yeah, for sure. As if
Isn't
What's the
Boston's
name?
accent isn't
Wahlberg from
hillbilly enough.
Boston?
Yes.
Yes,
Yeah.
all of
So
it.
is Chris Evans.
I'm sure he says Boston. I'm sure.
No,
that's
he
how it
doesn't.
goes.
No, he
No?
doesn't.
Chris Evans is from Boston too, and so is
You guys just don't have the
Wahlberg.
inflection quite right. And to be fair, since
you
I'm from
do it.
Maine, no,
Yeah.
since I'm from
He-
Maine, to be fair, if I were to try it and someone from Boston heard me, they would tell me like, you fucking suck. Like, fuck off.
Fuck off.
Fuck off.
What you sound like. You sound more like them.
You late squealing motherfucker. Grassroots. Someone else read this one.
Grassroots Hegemon,
Hegemon.
Yeah,
I think,
hegemon.
$5. Adam Warlock could have been on of. Wait, I'm sorry. have been on of the hard carry character. You mean one of the card carry characters in the end game. And the main antagonist.
Antagonist.
Antagonite.
Antagonite.
Like a proletariat, but
A Phase 4 wasted a really interesting character.
No, it's
well,
totally
it created
true.
a very, very interesting super chat.
I agree. Yes.
But yes, to the point of the super chat, absolutely agree with that.
No, yeah, that was my
You
biggest
say-
complaint with the movie. Was
Yeah,
Adam Warlock
it's
is wasted. And
Adam Warlock could have been what Captain Marvel was.
Mhm.
Yes,
But because of the literal politics of the situation, Captain Marvel essentially took the place of what Adam Warlock should have been.
yeah, Captain Marvel took the place of like what several characters could have been.
I
Adam
wonder
Warlock,
why that is.
Nova.
I wonder why that
Quasar.
is.
Yeah, what could ever be the reason?
Huh. I wonder why.
Like
In
the
my
fact that they have
scribbled,
yet,
So no, after you.
the fact that they have yet to introduce like Richard Rider Nova with their cosmic everything makes zero sense to me. That's like one of the strongest connections between Earth and the cosmics, like the cosmos of Marvel, and they've yet to touch it at all. I don't understand.
We'll get it one day.
In my very hastily scrawled notes in the movie theater, I couldn't remember what the fucking guy's name was. So he's scrawled as Discount Homelander, but I think it will be Homelander. Homelander by the time the actual thing goes to a video. But like I did not remember who he was, and then he has very little meaningful role in the plot. His mother dies, and fucking hell, we get no consequence for that.
Nope.
Like she
Yeah.
dies, and then he's
no
like,
after effect.
well, it's fine because at least all my new friends are dancing at the close. That's good.
Yeah, that was weird for me. I wish they would have added a little bit more, like seeing him actually sad, because when he was trying to save her, that was a very emotionally poignant scene, and they just dropped that like a ball. I don't know what happened.
Yeah, it's like you've got some ideas for this character, haven't you? But you don't have any time to do them. So
Just retcon him.
yeah,
They go on, sorry.
No, I'm stumbling. You go.
I wasn't sure if you were. Somebody pointed out that he had the stone in his head, which is supposed to be an Infinity Stone. It's supposed to be, I believe, the Soul Stone. And why is that still there? It's like, like
that's not what it is
He had a
now.
stone in his head.
yeah, he had the stone like right in the center.
Oh,
Is that established in the MCU or is that a comics?
That's a comics thing. So like they could have just got rid of it. Is what I'm saying.
yeah, they could have. Nerdy Film Girl. Yes, you were right. That was the fucking hideous thing that like Mantis saved when she opened up the thing and was like, "Oh, I didn't freak out because of what you look like. It was something else that was standing behind
Oh.
you." Yeah.
Oh,
No.
okay.
Yeah, good call.
I think
Thank you,
I
Anil.
think I had zoned out a little bit by that point.
I am a disgusting left-handed person. Yep, sorry.
So you're not just cynical, you're also sinister.
I'm a fucking serial killer, bro.
So I figured Platoon would like that.
I pronounce this for me, somebody.
Genmai.
Genmai.
Genmai Cha.
Genmai Cha.
Genmai Cha.
I always like to say a
Oh,
California.
very handsome movie cynic. Oh,
Aw, thank you. I bet you're beautiful or handsome. Whichever applies to
God.
you.
Austin Foods.
He's gone himself.
Epstein.
That was like right in the center of all the like gun puns.
Well, there were probably at least 100 gun puns.
I wish
which
that would
really
have just been the
appreciated.
whole stream would have just been us reacting to gun puns.
Jonathan Frost for $5. Can't wait for your review of Young Jedi Adventures in the Blue Ewok. Yes. Yeah. Oh, Ewok.
Ewok.
Yes, Ewok. Wait. Alteori, I know you said you had to run.
Yeah, I
Feel
have
free
to
if
go.
you have
There's
to.
this
Okay.
weird ass animal noise in the back of our forest, and I don't know what is happening, and it's driving the dogs nuts. So
Is it a
Gotcha.
bear?
it's weird. It sounds like a Pokemon. I don't know what it is, but it's close.
Ursaring
I-
is outside.
Ursa Ring, the Pokemon.
Well, apparently.
It sounds like I don't know. It's making this weird ass noise. I don't know what it is.
Teddy Ursa.
I'm gonna go.
What was it?
All right.
I guess the important
Thank you
question
for
is
having me.
how many badges do you have though? Because you can't control a Pokemon above a certain level unless
true.
you have the right badge.
I would assume.
So-
I only have one badge.
And what region are you in?
That has nothing
I'm
to do
in-
with whether
I'm
you can
in-
control them.
Yes,
Forest
it does.
region? I'm in a forest region, and that
Okay,
sound
so
like a
like
forest
Johto?
creature.
Could be Johto.
I guess.
Sounds like Johto. All right, cool.
Thank you so much for sticking with us, Alteori. It's been great to have you.
Yes, we love having you
So
on.
much.
Please come back
Thank you.
anytime, Alteori.
I will. I'll go slay the cryptid now.
There you
Bye.
go.
Have a good night's sleep
Bye.
without anyone like.
I'll
remodding.
try.
And
Tell
hopefully
my
a bear
brain
doesn't
that.
eat you.
Bye.
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 It's actually funny. Yesterday on Brownie's stream, my cats just of all the places in the house just decided to start fighting right outside the door. Like,
Yeah, my cat's clawing at the door
going at
right
us
now.
like, and I was just like, everyone's like, "What's that?" I was like, "I'll be right back."
I have 3 cats and they're clawing at the fucking door repeatedly. So
See, when I get called away from streams, it's like my nan might have had a stroke, but with you guys, it's no,
It's a
my
cat.
cat's clawing
Or a
at my
dog.
door, or dog, or yeah.
Here you go, DarkHour.
I'm reading. Okay.
Yep.
How the hell, Johann
Gamble.
Putty of
Of
Ulm,
Ulm.
which is in Germany.
Of Ulm.
Thank
Or
God
Poland.
that. No, I thought it's in Germany.
Polish.
Well,
50?
the currency I think is Polish, but
The currency. I didn't say the currency. Yeah, what? It's 50, whatever that is.
Currencies. 50 currencies.
Thank God that drinker is now gone. He was making me constantly sad because with his voice on the second screen every 5 minutes, I was thinking it's Thursday, which then reminded me it's only Monday. I actually had like a weird moment when I was listening. I had sent this to you, Platoon. I having streamed with you multiple times now. When I was listening to Open Bar, you'd get to the end of a point, and like I was in my car driving, listening to it. I wanted to like respond to you. I was like, oh wait, I'm not on. Like what the fuck? So, like, it was a really strange like guttural reaction.
I apologize if I missed that. I've been shit on Twitter. Basically, this last week has been bad, but I will get back to you on that one. But otherwise, respond away.
But yeah, it was like that would look pretty crazy if it's me.
Well,
You know,
I kind of assume that whenever I say anything, someone somewhere will be shouting at the screen. So there is that.
well, it was more like I wanted to like discuss the point. It wasn't like I was angry at it. It was just a weird feeling.
Sorry. Brittany was saying, this is a long stream.
Yes.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. It is easily the longest stream so far that we have done. Arthur Brown for in Australian 5. The Soviets in the atom bomb ended World War II, not just the bomb. Yes, I believe at that point we were just trying to quickly catch Alteori up on the basics.
Soviets
Yes, at
didn't
that point
have
the Soviets
atom bomb.
had
No, but
stormed
on-
Berlin. So.
Right, on one front, the Soviets helped in the German attack, and then we, us Americans, kind of put an end to the Japanese one.
We were just like, we got an idea.
You got an idea? Bomb, dingo, boom. Nate the Scott for $5 fake bucks. It's hard K. The Americans are all wrong. LBT
Yep.
is correct.
Told you.
I
it's
assume
Killian.
about Killian. Yep. Thanks, Nate.
I mean,
Seems
that's
like
that sounds much cooler than Cillian.
It does.
Kill
Because
versus
Cillian,
Still.
Cillian sounds silly somehow.
Yeah.
There's a character in a book I'm still editing that I wrote, who is called Killian. So I had some reason to research the name.
Well, as opposed to a good friend of mine who always calls him Sicilian for some reason.
Sicilian.
Sicilian Murphy. I can't pronounce the last name.
Mangeray?
Mangerary.
I just don't want to. My last name sucks, bros. No one ever
Mangarari?
pronounces my last name right, so I don't ever want to mispronounce someone else's.
I have the
It's
opposite problem.
Mangarari or Mangerary.
Everyone pronounces mine right, but spells it incorrect.
A new form of frustration arises.
Yeah.
For $10. Thanks, Ben. Appreciate you. What are the Little Platoon's thoughts on Arcane if he has watched one of the best shows I've ever seen? Multiple reasons.
Annoyingly, I've seen the first half of it and I really, really like it. And I've been meaning to watch the rest for basically 7-8 months at this point. And I've just not found the time. But of the first half I've seen, yes, it's genuinely very good. I've seen other people's takes on the rest of it, so I'm vaguely familiar with what happens story-wise and character-wise. And it seems brilliant. And that it doesn't fall off in the second half. And so, in which case, yeah, I will never tire of using Arcane as a good example of a story which has a very diverse cast and which has a story to tell with that cast, and which therefore disproves the idea that everyone who hates diverse casting hates it because of diversity. It's Arcane's a really good counterpoint to people who say that if you hate this film, you must be a racist, because I quite like Arcane, and Arcane is mixed race, and Arcane has gay characters, and they're all pretty well done from what I've seen.
Oh, anyone who says that anyway, really pertaining to anything that we review, that argument falls apart immediately if you ask us simple questions like, hey, what movies do you like?
Yes, it does.
Objectively a cat. I'll take your word for it for $5. Look at the placards at the writer's strike, placards at the writer's strike, and you'll understand where Marvel humor comes from. Oh yeah, I've seen some of these. They're fucking hilarious. They're so stupid. They actually think that bullshit is witty and engaging. Yeah, I've seen some of them. They're pretty embarrassingly stupid. I don't take it you guys have seen any of those.
No.
Nothing popping up on Twitter.
The only thing that I saw was somebody posted a thing where it was like someone, like one of the posters was like about how they want, like, you know, more wages because they're like underpaid, and then like the jacket that person was wearing was worth like $2,600 or something like that. So it was like, it was very much like, don't wear your extreme you know, privileged jacket to your picket line for more wages kind of thing.
Yeah, and I saw some like talking shit about Jenna Ortega, which, first of all, don't criticize my girl, and second of all, the fact that she actually clearly had better ideas for her character than you did should actually speak volumes and should be an embarrassment. Maybe you should shut the fuck up. I don't know. That is in reference to the Wednesday show that was pretty well received, and it sounds it was pretty well received because of some of her additions. So,
just making friends with the chat, as you always do.
What, am I pissing someone off?
Well, I thought I thought you had said that you'd seen someone in chat talking shit about you.
Oh, no, I'm talking about the writers. In particular.
Okay,
yeah. They apparently, I heard about that too. Apparently, like, she was essentially like a much lower profile Henry Cavill when it came to her character. Like, they wanted to go certain directions. She was like, that's not the way the character would be, and.
Yeah, and it was actually like major plot points too.
Yeah,
that ended up being shifted and changed, and it, like, based on both sides' arguments, it's like, yeah, actually, it sounds like she was right. You should be fucking embarrassed.
That's the same one.
Oh, whoops, sorry, I hadn't unstarred that one. Joseph Dots for $4.99. Plot twist: Platoon's actually an AI.
Yeah,
I've been saying it for weeks.
I've been saying it for weeks, and
he's yet to prove me wrong. I'm convinced anytime there's a mistake, it's just the AI doing it on purpose to throw us off. This would be, there's strategically plotted mistakes in his wording.
I like that there will be this weird new future legal standard, which is like human until proven AI, which is going to be my defense going forward.
AI until proven human.
Or that even, yes.
I mean, goodness. Well, no, we do have the one.
Way.
We have the one video of you in like 260p.
Yep.
Singing Radiohead. So.
Fake plastic trees, yes. There might be another one of those in a couple of months because I'm doing a gig. So yes, eventually I will be seen, but not in facial clarity.
See, I live in Nashville. We moved to Nashville so I could play music, and I haven't played a gig yet. So And we've been here since July. Arthur Brown for an Australian, $2. First rule of English: there's no rules. LOL.
I mean, a lot of the rules in English you could just ignore because
Yeah,
at
you
the
just
end
totally
they have
ignore
like a caveat on the end of them, which is like, don't worry about it though.
Yeah.
Yeah. For another two, it's mostly dumb humans though in the new ones. I don't. Shit, this is one of the first ones
That
I
could
don't know what
literally
that's in
be
reference
any
to.
film we're talking about. It's
Yeah.
just dumb humans.
We agree with you, Arthur Brown.
Anything to do with Marvel or DC or Jurassic World or Godzilla or
It was
any
probably the
franchise.
Godzilla stuff. It was probably
Okay.
that was probably
Oh yeah, that's true. That does seem like it was 2 hours ago now. Son of a bitch. This is a long stream. Joe Reddington for $5. Thanks, Joe. Killian would not like your colonialist explanation of the Irish, Little Platoon, but would appreciate your correct pronunciation of his name.
There you go. The English might invade your country and murder your people, but we will do it in good humor and we will be well managed when we do. So that's the most important thing.
Turd Rocket, yes, for another $10. Thanks, dude. On English, working with immigrants, I like to explain to them the many idiocies of this language. Peer. Favorite topic.
peer noun and peer verb.
Yeah.
Yep.
Anyhow, I put the laughter in slaughter. Turd
Good
Rocket.
point. However, it's still easier than Mandarin Chinese, where half of the meaning of you will have the same word spelt, but it will have 4, 5, or 6 different meanings depending on the intonation you use when you say it. So, like, sheer is one, sheer is a different word entirely, sheer is a third word, and it's virtually impossible to create a written language out of that, which is... Yeah, it's interesting. It makes it very hard to learn the language. English is different because English has certain formal rules, but the overarching rule is that you can bend those rules as much as you need to accommodate anything you already know. And that's what makes it really expansive, versus the French, who have a literal academy set up to ensure that the French language does not change. And you cannot admit any word into French unless the academy has ruled it is admissible. That is stultifying and boring, and English is great because it operates on very vague rules, but the rules are understood, and it's what makes it the most expansive and beautiful language in the world, I would submit.
Ooh, shut down. Fuck all other language.
Yes. Fuck the Mandarin.
Fuck that. Sailor Mercury for $2. I'm interested in Ghostbusters Afterlife sequel. A lot of people are. I didn't even see Afterlife.
Yeah, I didn't
Afterlife,
either.
I forgot it existed, but actually now you mention it, it was probably one of the better films of the last... When did that even come out? 2 years ago?
I think
It was not
Yeah.
as shit as I was thinking it was going to be. So, yeah.
Every time we get down the super chat, it's like we read one and another one comes in. Fuck. Not complaint. Good problem to have. Just I was like, holy shit, we are at almost 5 hours. This is almost EFAP level. It's not me, it's youth. I had marked this one because I wanted to say something, even though it's not a super chat. Thoughts on Barbarian? Fucking awesome. Awesome movie. Really good. Underrated. If you know, you know. When I say, Bubba. Melvin Deeply, the movie cynic, you might like The Owners. It's a horror. Oh, this was another one I marked because I wanted.
So
to
these
write it
aren't
down.
actually super chats.
These aren't actually super chats, but more were coming in. It's a horror with Sylvester McCoy and Arya Stark. Let me write it down. The Owners.
Like Arya Stark, like from Game of Thrones. Just
I would guess so.
okay. That's spelled incorrectly though. So.
Well, not all of us are Little Platoon.
Wait a minute. I'm the one who pointed out that it was spelled incorrectly.
Well, I was just defending the recommendation, the person who's recommending, Melvin. Turd Rocket for another 5. If you like B movies with mid-tier budgets, check out Overlord. Not full horror, but just a banger in terms of acting, action, effects, and gore. I will write this shit down. I like recommendations.
Cynic's like, thank God I'm taking a vacation.
Mm-hmm.
That 2 weeks you got coming up is being eaten up very rapidly.
The longer the stream goes, the longer it takes me to get that Guardians review out. John Fairley for 2 fake monies.
Oh, fuck off.
Best writer, Rian Johnson, Taika Waititi, or J.J. Abrams.
I think
Are you asking us to pick between the 3, or they're just all the best?
I think this is supposed to, like, I'm assuming that we're supposed to pick between those 3.
Well, JJ at least did Mission Impossible 3.
Yeah, I was gonna say I think by default it's got to be J.J. Abrams.
He was involved in the earlier seasons of Lost before it became shit, so yeah, JJ, I guess. Maybe. I don't know. I would rather they all died. Metaphorically.
No, like quite literally he means it. Quite literally.
Ah, damn. Oh, man. Jonathan Sherwood for $5 real. Thanks, Jonathan. I would hesitate to trade my channel for a good Star Wars movie at this point, and I have no subscribers.
I don't think you realize how much a good Star Wars movie means to the world.
Yeah.
Like I think what Platoon was saying is he understands the greater good in that moment.
Yeah.
Damn. Sacrifice your career for the greater good.
I'm not a utilitarian, but like if it's a choice between, there's an element of consequentialism that comes in. Star Wars has been enjoyed and loved by billions of people. If it's a choice between billions of people taking this brilliant, uplifting story to heart versus me making some money off of shitting off of Star Wars, I'm going to go with the billions of people. I'll find some other way to make my cash. So,
well, you are working on video games now.
Also that. So yeah, I already have a backup job, so it's fine.
There you go.
But yes.
YouTuber is still cooler though.
Yes.
I don't say that just because it's my job.
Also takes up way more of my time.
I'm an amateur, so.
See, you're an amateur and doing it and you like it. That's how cool being a YouTuber is.
Mm-hmm.
Rocksteady for $5. I love the name because it reminds me of Ninja Turtles. The quarterback of the Jets saves the planet. Now you know it's pure fantasy. The quarterback of the Jets wins a Super Bowl. Now you know it's pure fantasy. Sorry, Aaron Rodgers, you ain't doing shit, and we know it.
And we're back to football.
This means nothing to me.
You mean nothing to me. Vinyl Morpheus for $4.99. How about American Werewolf in London? That transformation still blows my mind. Yeah, it's pretty fucking cool. Hilarious movie that doesn't betray the horror elements.
That to this day, the fact that they did that all with practical effects is so amazing.
Oh shit, Vinyl Morpheus. This is a funny reference on our boy actually Andrew too. Fuck, calling him a Kathy Newman. Oh, look at actually Andrew over here with doing his best Kathy Newman impression. So what you're saying is, if you know, you know. I assume Platoon knows.
I'm not in the loop, apparently.
Wait, Kathy Newman is in the Jordan Peterson interview.
Yeah,
right?
yeah. So what you're saying? No, I didn't say that at all.
I cannot listen to Jordan Peterson without thinking Kermit the Frog.
I know.
Which is just,
How do I pronounce this last name?
Mario
Trujillo.
Trujillo. Oh yeah.
Trujillo.
No, there's no L there.
No, there's no L.
Yes, there is.
There's two.
Well,
L's.
there's at the end.
One of those. We've given you 5 different options. One of them will be right.
True Jello.
So Little Platoon early writing was so cringe it self-combusted. At least you got some stories out of it. Bloody London Pirates.
Yeah, most of it was. Some of it wasn't cringe, but most of it was pretty bad, I'm sure.
So what
it's
you're
more
saying
loss
is
of history. Yeah.
Here, I'll let one of you two read it.
I guess I'll take care of it.
Okay.
Petrus Laretis for $10 Australian. Haven't seen G1, 2, or 3.
Damn.
It says Guardians. Okay.
Yeah.
I was like Generation Wonder.
I haven't seen a single Guardians movie.
But I have chatted with Rocket Raccoon via AI, and it's awesome.
I wonder which AI he was using to chat with Rocket. Because there's so many different AI things now. Like I've been seeing shit about, like, I don't use the app But I was seeing something about like Snapchat has a fucking AI now. It's 2 years from now, the world's gonna be fucking insane.
Oh, yeah.
Marksman of 117B for $5. Unicorn Wars is from a Spanish director famed for his animated films. It's only 90 minutes. A beautiful juxtaposition of innocence, nature, war, and religion. Damn, it's a nice little summary, dude.
Well, that was also brought up earlier. So that's
was it?
To a previous one.
That
That's
might
the
have
one
been a
with
moment where
the
I was
unicorns
zoned out.
going to war with the bears and the genocide of the teddies. Yeah, it sounds fun though, so I'll watch it.
Yeah, see, we got it in the chat that the AI, it ain't so good. That was a little Maine accent slipping out. Sorry, getting tired. It ain't so good, dude. King Crab Cakes for $5. Good show. Like the convos.
Thank
Fucking
you.
rock and roll. I am happy to entertain.
Too soon.
It's a really good question.
That came out of the Mr. Brown Mandalorian review when I somehow confused 9/11 with Order 66.
Oh yeah, I remember that.
I remember this happening. Yeah.
Well, some people say there were no Grogus in the tower on the day, and that's quite suspicious. So I guess that's the reason.
Oh man.
The worst part is
that's
that
fucking
the
hilarious.
whole point is that you're not supposed to forget, but apparently we forgot. So.
Well, we're the worst, and we're American, dude. We forgot, bastards. Larry for $10 made you look. Talk about the new Dune trailer. Irulan, is that how you say? Irulan, the author of the book's frame narrative, is in, and we know who Fight is.
So Irulan, this is going to test my addled memory. Irulan is the daughter of the Emperor whom Paul marries. And the book is partially, chapter introductions are done by Irulan. She writes this sort of book within the book of the history of Arrakis, the history of Paul. None of that so far has been in the films. That's one of the things, the notable absences that I was mentioning earlier, which will be interesting to see how they accommodate later. It's that they could still find a way of doing that. It's just that they will have to do a lot of work to make up for the absence so far. But that's something I find interesting rather than a flaw with the current film, because you can't not include her at some point. But I'm interested to see how they will try and implement her in the film, if they do at all, which they should. But
sorry, I just saw this. Nick Rakita. That's a great Jordan Peterson impression, especially if you're tired of him complaining about online anonymity. There's an AI thing that Jordan Peterson complained about like 3 or 4 years ago because it is incredibly accurate. And it was him reading like how to succeed in the workplace. And it was basically just quoting rap lyrics, but in his voice. So it was like slob on my knob, like corn on the cob. And it just had me dying. Anyway. Johan Gamble, did we say it was Gamble Putty?
Gamble Putty
of Ulm for a Poland 50. Thank you. P.S. For this night, at least from the old world point of view, we'd like to point one thing. For a dying franchise, quite a large bit of this lovely stream has been spent railing about its latest release. Well, yeah, because like I fucking love Marvel. I got comic books sitting behind me. I have like massive statues of superheroes literally surrounding this table. Like I love superheroes.
I think I've proven today that I have a love for comics. So
just because we're critical of it doesn't mean we don't still have love for it. Like I didn't hate Guardians of the Galaxy.
I might be wrong about this, but I'm pretty sure the greatest volume of literary work during the Roman Empire came during the downfall of the Roman Empire. That's when people found much more to say because they realized this huge juxtaposition between what the original thing was versus what is coming in to replace it. Thomas Aquinas writes his greatest... Is it Aquinas? Oh, fuck.
Aquinas.
Oh,
Is it
better
Aquinas?
get this
No,
right.
who was it who went across the sea to Alexandria and observed the fall of the Roman Empire from... No, it's not
Moses.
Aquinas. Can't be. No, Moses.
I was just
No.
fucking kidding.
It begins with A. Fuck. Oh, why is that gone? Some famous Roman era person.
I
went
love how you
across-
said that. Someone said some Roman guy.
Some
Accurate
guy
enough.
went across to Alexandria and observed the fall of the empire that he was previously a part of from abroad, and created this huge like tome of stuff charting the decline and fall of the thing. It's sometimes more interesting to observe the decline than it is to observe the rise, because during the rise everyone broadly likes it, and if you broadly like something you don't really think about it too heavily. Whereas when it's going away, that's when you start to realize what you're missing. Better to have loved and lost than never to have loved at all, and all that.
Yeah, indeed. Like I'm going to be like with my Guardians of the Galaxy review, I'm giving it quite a bit of thought because there were things I really did like about it. So, but as far as like providing negative reviews, first of all, it's fun, it's cathartic. I get to break things down in ways that I just simply cannot when it's positive, because you're just, I don't know, you're just fucking positive. Like you just said, it's easier to talk about things when it's just, you know, going well. There's all kinds of reasons why it's okay to be critical of something. I don't think I really think that they just kind of what we have to say pretty much stands for itself. I don't need to explain why.
Well, it's like not to sound too George Lucas about it, but it's like poetry, right? It rhymes. Love poetry is sickly and shit for the most part, but lost poetry is way more interesting and more meaningful. And that's because you are losing something that you have loved. And so you have the full body of knowledge that made you love it to begin with, but you didn't really realize what you had until it went. And that's why sort of criticism of a declining thing like the MCU is more interesting than simply saying, hey, remember Iron Man?
I remember.
Yeah, I remember. That was good.
And that was a fun combo.
Yeah, it was. It was a
Platoon
great
don't
fun combo.
remember
But
that it was Afurban. That was the guy's name who actually.
But it's important. In a way, it's tragic in its own right, because it means that you don't ever realize what you have when you have it.
Yeah.
It only becomes clearer when it's going away, and that's as true of Marvel as it is of the Roman fucking Empire. Like, that's a human universal. You have to lose something before you really appreciate it. So that's the reason in my reviews, and Cynic, I'm sure in yours as well, like, if we're reviewing a bad thing, we tend to do comparisons at some point to what it used to be. Yeah, exactly.
Yep, absolutely.
So whenever anyone turns up and says, why don't you review something you like? I say, well, I do that all the fucking time, but it's in the context of something that's happening now. And if you're not actually watching the video, then that's your problem and not mine.
Yep. Let's see. Stu Cheeks for $10. Thoughts on this take? If there are low-paying film industry people losing their jobs and being punished during the strike, could that have been avoided if Marvel tier writers were good at their jobs?
Yeah,
I think they'd have more of a leg to stand on.
They'd at least have, at minimum, they'd have more negotiating power.
Yep. Because like you've provided some of the most heavily criticized shit of the last 3 or 4 years, and now you want more. Good luck. Best of luck to you. Sparks 7907 for a California 220. Platoon and Cynic finish Arcane. I'm Canadian.
So it's a Canadian 220.
Yeah, I know. I like saying California.
Oh, okay.
What sin though?
I do.
I think that's short for Cynic. Even though that's
Because
not
Maine,
actually-
Maine is close. It's literally attached to Canada. Like it's just a couple hours drive to cross over into Canada from Maine. So I think that's why he's letting me know he's from there. DAF Fox, or is it DAF Fox for an Australian 10? Thank you. The Japanese surrendered largely because the Soviets invaded Manchuria in northern China, Korea, and nearly invaded Hokkaido, northmost island of Japan. The Japanese hated commies more than the Allies.
Well, yeah, because they were imperialists.
Yes.
And the bomb played a pretty big role.
Well,
The bomb, I still think the bomb played a bigger role. Manchuria is a province that Japan carved out of northeastern China in the first place, and installed this weird sort of puppet regime on this weird sort of spurious claim of ancestral lineage. So the invasion of Manchuria isn't the loss of Japanese territory. That's just the loss of something that the Japanese claimed during the war. And they were very, very brutal in Manchuria as well. The Koreans, I mean, everything fell apart around Japan during that period, but they were going to fight to the death. And that was like the most common example cited is the number of pilots willing to commit kamikaze, is that they had this undying loyalty to the Japanese emperor specifically more than the territory of the country. And it's funny if you draw like comparisons. Japanese Americans were interned but supported the Allies against Japan, whereas in Brazil, which has a huge Japanese population, the vast majority of them supported the emperor against the Allies, and they were never interned. It was the bombing as a result of the Japanese refusal to countenance the abdication of the emperor, which really sort of made it very clear that this was so self-destructive even the emperor wasn't worth it. But it took more than territorial loss to defeat them. It took that very sort of shock and awe tactic. However, going back to the point I was saying earlier, I don't think that was best seen as the example of the thing that ended the war. I think the Japanese, there are many accounts which suggest they were going to surrender at some point. It just might have lasted another week or month or 2 months. But that is a pure show of force against the Soviet Union by America, because at that point, the Soviets and the Americans knew that the next theater of conflict would be between them, and the Americans wanted to demonstrate first and foremost that they had technology the Soviets didn't. And so it's best seen as the first act of the Cold War versus the end of the Second World War, though you can make an argument that those two things are the same thing anyway. So yeah, Manchuria, the loss of Manchuria was significant. The threatened invasion of Hokkaido, less so, because the Americans were already invading Japanese territory, so invasion of territory was like on their minds, but it wasn't as important as we might think it was. Yeah, it's a bit more complicated than just, well, the Japanese were fearful of invasion, because they suffered that and carried on anyway.
If I missed your super chat, I am sorry. Just type it in again, and I'll. Yeah, you don't have to send another super chat.
Platoon was ranting about Japan, so I missed your super chat. Sorry.
No, I think I just didn't mark it at some point. I must have just overlooked it. Don't send another super chat. Just type it in, and I'll pull it up. Petrus Laridis. Did we say this right again? Or did I say it wrong?
Laridis.
Laridis for an Australian 5. The only thing missing from Kathy Newman versus Jordan Peterson is that Kathy forgot to dye her hair green and paint herself a Glasgow smile. That's pretty fucking good. Oh, there was one more I wanted to pull up just because I saw it. Where are you? Maine is like Canada's Dingleberry, which would make Canada a giant fucking asshole. Marksman of 117B for another $5. Thank you, Marksman. The prophecy in Unicorn War is the teddy bear who slays the last unicorn and drinks of their blood will ascend to be the child of God. Commit genocide.
He's really committed to getting people to watch Unicorn
Fucking
War.
committed.
Every time he says something, I want to watch it more, so it's working. It sounds amazing.
It's like that meme, that's Spider-Man meme. Like you've already sold me on it. You don't need to. Good.
Boy. Oh my God. Are we down to the last one? Little Platoon. Why don't you read the last one?
Oh, okay. Oh, that's because you can't pronounce the name.
Usually.
Pramod Sisodia, I think that is, for 220 Canadian. Current stage of DC or current stage of Marvel?
So rebooting or failing?
Yeah, I think DC for that reason, right? So the current stage of DC is we don't
what's
know.
our preference?
I feel like this is a thinly veiled version of the would you rather live in the ascent of a society or its decline?
Yeah.
And I would say the ascent. So DC.
Well, it's not even the ascent, but it's the
The-
unknown versus the certain decline.
Yeah.
And I'd rather take the unknown because we might be able to do something with that, whereas Marvel, I think, is irredeemable at this point.
I'll throw a wrench in that and say, because I like where they have the Elseworlds Batman right now, and he's the only DC character I really like and is my favorite superhero anyway, I'm fine with where DC is. So I'm interested to see what Marvel does, even if it ruins it, with the X-Men next, because Wolverine, my favorite superheroes are Wolverine, Spider-Man, and Batman. So let's see what they do with the MCU version of Wolverine. and
Which
fuck him up.
Elseworlds Batman are you talking about specifically?
Well, since the Robert Pattinson Batman is not going to be connected to the DCU reboot,
Yeah.
and I like that version, so I'm interested to see what they do with their trilogy and the Penguin show and stuff. And so I'm like, cool, yeah, I have my Batman. Let's fuck the rest of the DCU. Don't really care too much. But oh shit, another one popped in. Johann Gambleputty.
Marvel is the West Roman Empire and DC is the Eastern Roman Empire. There's a lot to unpack with that one.
There is that at some point that entails a campaign of genocide from one against the other, which
also-
would be really
yeah.
fun to watch. But
It also
Maybe not.
implies that they started out as one company.
well, I mean, the superheroes being the sort of metaphor for Catholicism, I guess,
Yeah.
and then they split off into their sort of denominational factions. But the Catholics were pretty mean against the Orthodox, and so the Marvel people will have, at some point, massacre the DC people. And to be fair, as long as the DC people are all Zack Snyder fans, I wouldn't be opposed to that. So, yeah, we
So
can
then-
look forward to
so
the
then what's-
schism.
So then who's the Ottoman Empire in this?
The Ottoman Empire. Fuck.
Yeah.
That's Eric July's.
Oh, so the Rippaverse is the Ottoman
Rippaverse.
Empire. Okay, I like
Yeah.
this. I like this. This is actually. I
The
love how Cynic
Rippaverse.
is like, "What the fuck are you guys talking about?"
I'm just minding my own fucking business. I'm just thinking about Stone
So
Cold
what was
Steve
that?
Austin.
That would
That's
be
all.
like 1453 was the fall. So
Situation
we
creep.
finally landed in a part of history that I know.
What is this? The Siege of Constantinople is the moment at which cinema fans mass outside of the cinema to demand an end to the MCU, I think.
Yes. So okay. Well, no, that would be the end of the DCEU.
Oh, the DCU. So,
Yeah,
no,
so-
you're right. Yes, absolutely.
It's now the DCU.
Yeah.
DCU only.
We're stretching the metaphor, but yes,
Yeah.
we can run with that.
I could have fun with this. Trust me. Like if we had more time, I'd be like, well, how if we go further? What's the Holy Roman Empire of the comic book movie genre? It's like-
Fuck, 5 hours and 9 minutes. Whoa. Did it.
Image.
Yeah.
Image is the Holy Roman Empire of. Yeah, there we go. Okay.
I like Image Comics.
Well, because Image is a bunch of creator-owned companies that are brought together, and there's they're not connected. So the HRE isn't really, if you know history about the HRE, it's not.
Well, I do know history about Image, and it was originally supposed to be interconnected.
So you're making the analogy work even better.
They were supposed to be interconnected, and then it was like,
I'm
this
trying
is a
not to
fucking
go too
terrible
much
idea,
into
so-
like I'm a super like that era of history nerd, so I'm trying not to go too far into it.
Shit, I am so tired now. I don't even know if I'm gonna be able to work on my Guardian script, but
I was actually recording mine while you were forgetting to give me the link. I was like, okay, I guess I'm not on the
dude,
script.
I know it sat there in DM and I thought I pressed enter and I didn't, and I'm sorry. But we got you on.
I was like, okay, I'll just take this like half hour of sitting here and I'll just
So
I'll just
sorry,
record like half of my script and then we'll go from there.
Well, hey, at least you're productive.
Yes,
But,
at least I got that going for me.
Damn, we still have 700 watching at the in total between the two streams still. That's impressive after 5 hours. Damn.
I'm liking this. Like now, people are coming up with like Valiant Comics or the Vikings. I'm liking this. This is very interesting.
Well, I need to sell a boat tomorrow, so I will have to clock off soonish. If we're done with Super Chats and we're over 5 hours, I reckon that might be
probably
time
time.
to wrap up.
It is probably time. Well, DarkHour, do you have anything you want to plug? You're the last man standing besides the hosts. So
I am doing a Guardians of the Galaxy review. I am continuing my retrospective on Rocky and its fight scenes. That's in like its secondary, because it's a longer script, so it's like in its secondary phase of scripting. Usually, if it's like 2 to 4 pages, I don't worry too much about rewrites. But when it exceeds like 6 or 7 pages or up to 10, I'm like, nah, I gotta start rewriting things. But yeah, so I got those 2 coming out in the nearish future. And I will be in real life starting a new job soon. So this will probably be the last time I'm on for a few weeks, just because it's kind of hard to tell your brand new employers, hey, I have to leave to go be on a YouTube stream. So I have to establish myself at least for like 2 or 3 weeks.
Good luck with that.
Thank you.
Yeah, congrats, man. That's awesome.
But yeah, so you guys, the audience might not see me for a few weeks, but I will be back eventually.
Always welcome.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Apparently, I can go over 5 hours too. So
for me, Guardians review probably on Wednesday now at this point, not tomorrow, and then a break. But I'll be here on BSUP on Mondays. That's for sure.
And for me, after what day are we on? It will be 7 days worth of trying to upload this fucking thing. Hopefully, Peter Pan tomorrow. Hopefully, maybe tentatively, if they let me publish it. And then after that, Guardians will hopefully be ready for next Monday before BSUP episode, whatever the fuck we're on.
8 next week.
Yes. Yeah. So yeah, Peter Pan in the next 2 days and Guardians next Monday. And then we shall see. Oh, Mandalorian Part 2 has to come out at some point the week after.
So you'll be the busy boy.
Yeah, and then Little Mermaid comes out at the end of that, so
yeah,
I won't be stopping. So it's plenty of stuff going on.
Yeah, my Guardians review and then a break until Little Mermaid comes out. It's my but it's plenty of time to play the new Zelda that's dropping Friday. Fucking yes.
Is that Friday?
It's Friday, so it's like a perfect time to take a break.
I haven't finished Jedi Survivor yet, though, so I will have to wait, I think. But
everything in the universe stops for me when a new Zelda game drops.
I knew there was an ulterior motive. He wasn't just taking a mental health break.
Perfectly timed mental health break. But yeah, hell yeah, 5 hours, hell of a stream. So thank you, chat, for sticking it out. You guys rock.
I like we're closing on 666 viewers as well, which is kind of appropriate, I think, somehow.
Thank you for all the super chats. You guys are incredible. We honestly can't do this without the chat. So much love to everyone here.
Nothing without the chat.
Nothing without the chat. But I am ending the broadcast now. Good night, all of you beautiful people.
Bye.
Bye.